Chapter 662. A beautiful woman with short black hair, a delicate appearance, and a capable temperament dressed in a special military uniform of the Great Cloud Dynasty walked up to Yang Feng and company with a courteous smile on her face. "Hello, my name is Lu Wei. As you probably already know, your mission is to maintain the large secret treasure planar lighthouse. Please come with me, I will take you to the planar lighthouse." Yang Feng frowned and said, "I am Xiaofan, the chief engineer of the maintenance of the planar lighthouse. The planar lighthouse is one of the most important secret treasures that maintain a planar passageway. As far as I know, there is no planar passageway in the Red Rock subcontinent in the Imperial Court. For the current Yang Feng's avatar, the Bright World Warlock rank mission is extremely dangerous. If he is not careful, he may die. In that case, he will have to give up the identity of Xiaofan. This will be detrimental to his plan to infiltrate the upper echelon of the Secret Treasure Division." Lu Wei said with a smile, "In the Red Rock subcontinent, there is a planar passageway leading to another plane from the Magic Note Dynasty era. The planar passageway hasn't been destroyed, but sealed. Not long ago, our people undid the seal on the planar path, and have already successfully passed through the planar path and entered another plane." When the warlocks present heard that, their eyes lit up, and they revealed looks of excitement. The Great Cloud Dynasty controls many planar passageways, which lead to different planes. It is because of the large amount of resources obtained from different planes that human warlocks have achieved great development. If a new planar passageway leading to another plane is successfully established, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be able to gain tremendous benefits from this new planar passageway. Yang Feng calmly pointed to the core of the problem. "What plane does this planar passageway lead to?" Even Major General Yu Tianling was alarmed. With the strength of the Zhangji Plane's human warlocks, there is little difficulty in conquering planes below grade 6. Once the other plane development division's army arrives, they can easily quell planes below grade 6. Although Yang Feng wiped out many elites of the other plane development division in the Andrak plane, but in the past few years, the Imperial Court has already replenished the lost elites. Although it wasn't as strong as before, it was still a piece of cake for it to suppress a plane below the 6th tier. For a Bright World Warlock like Yu Tianling to take action in person, it's clear that the planar passageway leads to isn't simple. Lu Wei said, "That planar path leads to one of the 36 primary material planes, the God Blood Plane." God Blood Plane. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The God Blood Plane was one of the 36 primary planes, and the rulers of the God Blood Plane were high-ranking blood breeds. In God Blood Plane, kindred are divided into junior vampires, intermediate vampires, advanced vampires, junior kindred, level 1 warlocks, intermediate kindred, advanced kindred, pureblood kindred, kindred barons, kindred viscounts, moonlight warlocks, kindred earls, kindred marquises, kindred dukes, infinity warlocks, kindred grand princes, kindred true ancestors. In God Blood Plane, 9 kindred true ancestors have been born. Among them, the first kindred true ancestor was a warlock emperor rank powerhouse who survived from the Archgod era or even earlier. In the second warlock dynasty era, the Taboo Lord once went to God Blood Plane, defeated the first kindred true ancestor, and won a drop of primordial true ancestor blood from him. After the era of the second warlock dynasty, the first kindred true ancestor disappeared without a trace, never to be heard from again. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the kindred true ancestors are said to have disappeared from God Blood Plane. However, there are still 6 Warlock Monarch rank kindred Grand Princes alive in God Blood Plane. This is definitely the most dangerous plane. However, God Blood Plane is also a plane with the most abundant resources. High-ranked kindred's blood meridians could create a blood meridian warlock family. Moreover, human warlocks have many secret treasures that can capture high-level kindred and refine them into precious elixirs that can enhance the soul aptitude of warlocks. According to legend, primordial true ancestor blood is a peerless treasure that can break through the God-man boundary and enable warlocks to advance to level 9 soul aptitude. The blood of the other 8 true ancestors also has divine chi that can enable human warlocks to break through the God-man boundary and promote to level 8 soul aptitude. But apart from the second warlock emperor Taboo Lord, no one has one primordial true ancestor blood from the first kindred true ancestor. Most of the powerhouses who challenged the kindred true ancestors have become their food. Yu Tianling's attempt to open the sealed planar passageway surprised everyone. In the Zhangji plane, the strongest human warlocks are only infinity warlocks. By relying on Empyrean-grade secret treasures handed down from the 8 warlock dynasties and sealing most of the planar passageways, they can dominate the Zhangji plane. Among the 36 primary material planes, powerful planes such as the Evil God plane and the Demonist plane always want to open a planar passageway leading to the Zhangji plane. They are much stronger than Zhangji plane's human warlocks. God Blood plane has far more top powerhouses than Zhangji plane. To rashly open a planar passageway with Zhangji plane strength is simply courting death. Once God Blood plane's kindred powerhouses can enter Zhangji plane through a stable planar passageway, then except for the major forces with holy-grade secret treasures and Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the rest of Zhangji plane's human warlocks will become food for God Blood plane's high-level kindred. Zhang Tai asked coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, "Why do you want to open a planar passageway leading to God Blood plane? That's too dangerous. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't help you open a planar passageway. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't help you open a planar passageway." Li Wei responded, "This planar passageway uses Magic Note Dynasty's top planar transmigration technology. Through this planar passageway, people can be teleported to different locations at will. Unless the other party wrests control of the planar passageway from Zhangji plane, they won't be able to use it. We, on the other hand, can get a lot of resources from God Blood plane through the planar passageway." When she said this, the warlocks of Secret Treasure Division showed a look of sudden realization. The planar passageway that can freely control the entrance and exit of a plane is Magic Note Dynasty's top planar transmigration technology. With this technology, the planar passageway can be used as a passageway between 2 planes. Just through planar trade, you can gain tremendous wealth. A queer shade streaked past Zhang Tai's eyes. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he looked at Zhang Tai calmly, "So that's how it is. No wonder Yu Tianling came here. She must have come here to guard the planar passageway and prevent others from competing for it. Other forces are keeping a close eye on Infinity Warlocks, which is why they sent a Bright World Warlock to guard the Red Rock subcontinent." Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. Should I send someone here to fight for this planar passageway? After Shizu technology was promoted to level 4, the fighting strength of the 4th generation battle robots skyrocketed to a terrifying level. If an ordinary Moonlight Warlock isn't on guard, they will be chopped into countless pieces by a Type 2 Undying in a breath of time. Of course, if a Moonlight Warlock enchanted with various defensive spells, they can abuse a Type 2 Undying like a dog. Even if it is a Glorious Sun Warlock, unless it is a heaven-defying powerhouse who formed a virtual world like Nangong Wumi, thousands of 4th generation battle robots can kill a Glorious Sun Warlock. With the countless powerful battle robots coupled with the Blazing Angel Alexia and the Ligui province's Bright World Warlocks, Yang Feng's forces are already comparable to the forces of the Battle Demon sect and the other 10 great sects in Zhangji Plain. After a moment of thought, Yang Feng chose to give up. "No, it doesn't make sense. Even if I snatch it, I won't be able to hold it. Currently, the strongest force in Zhangji Plain is the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has a deep foundation and is guarded by Empyrean-grade secret treasures. If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse dares to go to the Cloud Capital, they will be suppressed by the countless powerhouses in the Cloud Capital using Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Under Li Wei's lead, Yang Feng and his party entered a fortress covered in a powerful magic barrier. In the center of the fortress, there is a 100-meter-tall planar lighthouse engraved with countless mysterious runes. The function of the planar lighthouse is to manipulate the planar passageway to open in different planes of God-Blood Plane. At the same time, it prevents God-Blood Plane's powerhouses from entering Cangji Plane through the planar passageway. With the planar passageway, Cangji Plane's human warlocks will always be on the offensive side without having to worry about being devoured by the powerhouses of other planes. During the Magic Note Dynasty era, many such planar passageways were established in Cangji Plane. After the collapse of Magic Note Dynasty, the powerhouses of other planes joined forces to attack Cangji Plane and destroyed the planar passageways, causing the human warlock civilization to regress substantially. As soon as the hundreds of Secret Treasure Division's warlocks entered the planar lighthouse, they began to make various adjustments. Many of Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy techniques were inherited from Magic Note Dynasty. With the adjustments of hundreds of Secret Treasure Division's warlocks, the planar lighthouse was fully restored in just a week. Inside the planar lighthouse, Zhang Tai, one of the 3 chief engineers of Secret Treasure Division, announced excitedly, initiating the final adjustment. Start the planar lighthouse. The planar lighthouse flashed, countless runes shone, and a 30-meter-tall bronze gate appeared in the void and slowly opened, revealing a planar passageway leading to God-Blood Plane. The planar passageway is extremely stable. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can travel to other planes via the planar passageway. Chapter 663. Yu Tianling looked at the planar passageway that appeared out of thin air and showed a satisfied smile. Before the planar lighthouse was completely repaired, she could only open an unstable planar passageway. The unstable planar passageway could only transport great warlocks to God-Blood Plane. Now that the planar lighthouse has been repaired, a complete planar passageway has appeared. As long as there are enough magic crystals, even infinity warlocks can easily travel between the 2 planes through a complete planar passageway. The value of a complete planar passageway can be imagined. In the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, there are no more than 30 complete planar passageways like this, and most of them lead to Grade 3 and Grade 4 planes. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court only has 3 complete planar passageways leading to the 36 primary material planes. This is the 4th one. The planar passageway leading to the Feisua plane controlled by the Battle Demon sect is unstable. At most, it can only send Bright World Warlocks to the Feisua plane. It is completely different from a complete planar passageway. As soon as the complete planar passageway appeared, a blood moon suddenly appeared in the sky, endless darkness enveloped the earth, and the blood moon radiated bloody light. A dense swarm of Blood Clan experts flew out of the blood moon and flew in the direction of the planar lighthouse. A handsome man with pale skin that looks like he hasn't seen the sun all year round, yet his figure is of golden proportions, and his eyes radiate a bewitching red light under the blood moon. A pair of bat wings unique to kindred spread open on his back and said with a graceful smile, "Yu Tianling, you've worked hard. Thank you for repairing the planar lighthouse. From today on, this planar passageway belongs to us kindred." Waves of powerful blood energy that were comparable to that of gods and demons flew over from the distance. One after another, powerful and terrifying members of the blood race flew out from the blood moon. Every member of the blood race that was comparable to gods and demons was handsome and beautiful. At the same time, they gave off a terrifying charm that could make people fall in love with them at first sight. Red Rock Fortress has already activated a formidable magic barrier. But there are still many human warlocks who are charmed by the handsome kindred powerhouses in the sky, revealing looks of admiration in their eyes, and even forgetting the relationship between friend and foe. In the Cangji Plain, kindred experts were hidden in many places. They didn't even need to use spells, they could easily use their charm to confuse many human warlocks, making them willing to become their blood feed and provide them with blood. There are even pinnacle human warlocks who like to keep beautiful kindred powerhouses in captivity and treat them as beautiful pets. Within Red Rock Fortress, a human warlock looked at the kindred powerhouses floating in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. The number of vampires flying out of the Blood Moon had already exceeded 500,000. Although most of them were vampires and Blood Clan cannon fodder below the rank of nobility, their massive numbers and the continuous flow of Blood Clan powerhouses already had the power to threaten the Red Rock Fortress. Yu Tianling smiled coldly and ordered coldly, "Marquis Josephine, it's far from enough for you to capture the Red Rock Fortress. You're just throwing away your life in vain. Go." The Warlock Towers atop the Red Rock Fortress shone brightly, and dazzling offensive spells swept towards the kindred powerhouses. Bombarded by the offensive spells, the vampires and Blood Clan powerhouses without rank of nobility exploded. Many kindred turned into countless bats and tried to escape. But under the bombardment of various spells, they were still crushed and killed. The recovery ability of kindred is extremely tyrannical. As long as the head isn't cut off and the heart isn't pierced, ordinary vampires can slowly recover no matter how serious their injuries are. As for pure-blood kindred, as long as their true blood isn't destroyed, even if their head is crushed or their heart is pierced, they can consume blood energy to quickly regenerate. They are a very difficult enemy to deal with. However, Yu Tianling is a general of the Zhangji Plain. She has rich combat experience, and the warriors under her command are elite warlocks who have experienced countless battles. The spells fired from the Warlock Pagoda were all fire-attributed spells. The power of countless fire-attributed spells superimposed, turning the area into a sea of fire. Burned by the endless flames, countless kindred powerhouses were turned into ashes. Because their pure blood was burned and purified, the pure-blood kindred screamed and died one after another. "Die!" A Count of the Blood Clan shouted and waved his hand. An enormous amount of blood energy turned into a blood flame that descended from the sky and enveloped the countless fire spells, forcibly suppressing them. Powerful kindred powerhouses with rank of nobility urged their blood energy to frantically bombard the defensive barrier of the Red Rock Fortress. Kindred powerhouses at the Viscount rank and above are comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses. Every time they attack the defensive barrier of the Red Rock Fortress, ripples will be set off on the barrier. 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and 8 Moonlight Warlocks behind Yu Tianling suddenly flew out, cast secret methods, and engaged the kindred Viscount rank powerhouses and above. The 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and the 8 Moonlight Warlocks are equipped with many powerful secret treasures. By relying on the power of the secret treasures, they forcibly resist the kindred transcendent rank powerhouses who outnumber them by double. At the same time, they vaguely have the upper hand. Red light flashed on Yu Tianling, and a gorgeous red armor engraved with phoenixes and formed from countless runes appeared on her delicate body. At the same time, a spear engraved with countless runes appeared in her hand. An infinity warlock rank aura spread from Yu Tianling and spread in all directions. When Marquis Joseph saw the 2 secret treasures on Yu Tianling, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Holy Grade Secret Treasure Fenghuang Holy Armor, Holy Grade Secret Treasure Fenghuang Spear." Only the 5th Warlock Dynasty's Yu family with Fenghuang bloodline can operate these 2 secret treasures, yet they appear on you. Yu Tianling, it seems that you are the #1 expert of your Yu family, an existence far surpassing your sister Yu Yan. Die! Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes burned with raging flames. Without saying a word, as if she has turned into a Fenghuang capable of burning everything, she stabbed towards Marquis Joseph. Red light flashed in Marquis Joseph's eyes, and he erupted with pinnacle bright world warlock rank power. A copious amount of blood energy gushed out and formed bloody runes. The blood-colored runes stacked on top of each other, forming a 9-layered blood-colored hexagram defensive boundary that blocked in front of Marquis Josephine. The 9-layered bloody hexagram barrier is the strongest barrier Marquis Josephine has mastered. Even if it is a junior infinity warlock, it will take 2 spells to break the barrier. When Yu Tianling's incarnation of the fire Feng Huang slammed into the bloody hexagram barrier, the barrier twisted and collapsed, unable to stop the fire Feng Huang. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he inhaled a breath of cold air. Amazing, this is Yu Tianling? She clearly hasn't formed a virtual world, yet she still possesses such frightening combat power. The 2 holy grade secret treasures are really extraordinary. In this state, I'm afraid that Alexia may not be her opponent before she equips the ruler armor. Yang Feng just glanced at the 9-layered bloody hexagram, and the level 4 optical computer carried out trillions of calculations and analyses, allowing him to understand that even the blazing angel Alexia would need to attack more than 10 times to break the barrier of the bloody hexagram. Yu Tianling's incarnation of the fire Feng Huang smashed the 9-layered bloody hexagram barrier with a single strike. This kind of power is far beyond the limits of what a bright world warlock can display. Stop! At this moment, a fierce roar came from the blood moon, infinity warlock rank aura gushed out, and countless blood flames formed a giant hand that blocked in front of Marquis Joseph and slammed towards Yu Tianling. When Yu Tianling's incarnation of the fire Feng Huang stabbed into the giant hand formed from blood flames, she pierced through it, appeared in front of Marquis Joseph, and stabbed her spear into him. A copious amount of flames gushed out of Marquis Josephine, causing him to issue miserable screams. A heart burning with scarlet flames flew out of Marquis Josephine's body and flew toward the blood moon. An arrow condensed from countless blood energy fell from the sky and shot towards Yu Tianling. Yu Tianling brandished the Feng Huang spear in her hand and slammed it into the blood energy arrow along with flames. 2 supreme forces exploded, and Yu Tianling fell from the sky and slammed into the ground like a meteor, blasted open a huge hole in the ground, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Even though Yu Tianling possesses destructive power beyond that of a junior infinity warlock thanks to the Feng Huang holy armor and the Feng Huang spear, but after all, she isn't an infinity warlock. In terms of power control and combat sense, she is far from the opponent of a true infinity warlock. Inside the blood moon, a handsome kindred youngster with an arrogant look on his face blurred, appeared behind a moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling, and stabbed with his hand. In just one breath of time, the moonlight warlock lost all his blood at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into a mummy. The kindred youngster tossed aside the moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling and showed a cruel smile. What delicious blood! The blood of human warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank is really delicious. Hello everyone, I am Grand Duke Antimo. Chapter 664. Yang Feng looked at the kindred Grand Duke Antimo in the sky and frowned. This is bad. A Grand Duke rank true blood kindred can contend against an infinity warlock. The 2 holy grade secret treasures Feng Huang holy armor and Feng Huang spear are extremely powerful. However, Yu Tianling only has advanced bright world warlock rank cultivation base, which is not enough to handle these 2 holy grade secret treasures. If Yu Tianling used these 2 secret treasures to deal with Antimo, she might have been able to seriously injure or even defeat him. But she erupted with her power and seriously injured Joseph, who was just a step away from dying. After erupting with her power, Yu Tianling's remaining power was clearly not enough to fight Grand Duke Antimo. Grand Duke Antimo clearly used Marquis Joseph to consume most of Yu Tianling's power, and then emerged from the darkness. Furthermore, he didn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse. As soon as he attacked, he killed a moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling. With the death of a moonlight warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling, the remaining 2 glorious sun warlocks and 7 moonlight warlocks were in jeopardy under the siege of the kindred transcendent rank powerhouses. Antimo spread the fingers of a hand, and Marquis Joseph's heart flew into his hand. A copious amount of blood energy poured into it and forced out the Feng Huang flames. After the Feng Huang flames were forced out, Marquis Joseph's heart quickly distorted, and he changed back into his human form. His breathing was weak, and he only exuded Moonlight Warlock rank aura. Antimo tossed a scarlet blood essence into Marquis Joseph's mouth. When Marquis Joseph swallowed the scarlet blood essence, fearsome blood energy pervaded his body, and his strength rose steadily. He quickly recovered to the Junior Bright World Warlock realm from the Moonlight Warlock realm. Yang Feng looked up at the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. Amazing, this is the terror of true blood kindred. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is enough blood essence, you can quickly recover your strength. The recovery ability of true blood kindred in God blood plane is far greater than that of fiends, elves, dragons, and other extraordinary life forms. As long as there was enough blood essence, most injuries could be quickly healed, and most of the combat power could be restored in a very short period of time. When Marquis Joseph recovered most of his strength, he gave Yu Tianling a resentful look, then blurred into motion, appeared in front of the 2 glorious Sun Warlocks and the 7 Moonlight Warlocks, and attacked the 9 human Warlocks. Antimo took a step forward and an afterimage appeared in front of Yu Tianling, completely blocking her retreat to Red Rock Fortress. Antimo stared at Yu Tianling with a burning look in his eyes and smiled elegantly. Yu Tianling, I admire you very much. Your aptitude far surpasses your sister's. Come with me and be my woman. I can bestow upon you the true blood of our blood race, allowing you to become a member of our true blood race. You will become an immortal existence that can exist for eternity. This is also the ultimate pursuit of you human warlocks, isn't it? Yu Tianling smiled coldly and pointed out the fallacy, unaging and immortal? Eternal existence? That sounds great. Unfortunately, even if you become a true blood race kindred, it is still impossible to become an immortal existence. The life force of your kindred is indeed far greater than that of humans. Unfortunately, it is also a huge flaw. Otherwise, why would your first true ancestor stay in God blood plane and never set foot in Zhangji plane? The first true ancestor of the kindred is a recognized warlock emperor rank powerhouse. According to legend, he has existed since the Arch-God era. He is one of the oldest antiques. He had always stayed in the God blood plane and had never left. In the era of the 7 great warlock dynasties, the 7 great warlock emperors shook the world and conquered God blood plane. Taboo Lord once defeated the first true ancestor and obtained a drop of true ancestor blood. After the other 6 warlock emperors ascended the throne, as soon as their armies arrived at God blood plane, the true ancestors and grand princes of God blood plane disappeared one by one, leaving God blood plane to the human warlocks. Once a human warlock dynasty collapses, kindred powerhouses will emerge from every corner, attack Zhangji plane, and accelerate the collapse of the human warlock dynasty. In any case, the first true ancestor of the kindred is hidden in the darkness. Apart from his defeat at the hands of Taboo Lord, there is no record of him. There are countless supreme geniuses among human warlocks. Through various experiments on captured kindred, they have long since analyzed that kindred are not immortal existences. They do have a longer lifespan than humans. But like humans, they will age, their soul will decay, and they will die. You are really beautiful and smart. Unfortunately, you are too smart. I can only turn you into my food. With a regretful smile, Antimo spread his fingers and an earth-shattering blood flame gushed out, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. As if it had turned into a world shrouded in blood flames, it swept towards Yu Tianling. The earth-shattering blood flame is terrifyingly corrosive. Even if it is an infinity warlock, they will be burned to ashes by the blood flame. Yu Tianling silently recited an incantation, and a huge Fenghuang flew out of the Fenghuang spear and released countless Fenghuang flames that revolved around her. When the blood flame crushed down, the Fenghuang flames shrunk to the extreme, as if they will collapse at any time. Suddenly, the void split open, and an infinity warlock rank breath erupted, and dark Fenghuang fire, which looks like it can devour everything, flew out and shot towards Antimo like a meteor. Shrouded by dark Fenghuang fire, Marshal Yu Yan, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, dressed in the monarch-grade secret treasure dark Fenghuang armor and holding the monarch-grade secret treasure dark Fenghuang spear, exuding terrifying might, stabbed towards Antimo. With the blessing of the 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, even if it is an infinity warlock who formed a virtual world, their virtual world will be pierced, and then they will be seriously injured. Antimo's face twisted, and he cried out, "Marshal Yu! It's her! Why is she here?" At this moment, Antimo's power is firmly restrained by Yu Tianling, and he can't spare any power to resist Yu Yan's fearsome blow. "I lied to you." At the moment when Antimo was about to be stabbed, a queer look suddenly appeared on his face, and he sneered. From Antimo's shadow, a black figure suddenly flew out and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread, and a 100-meter-tall devil with a ferocious face and a pair of horns on his head suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yu Yan with a shield made of countless skulls in his hand. Yu Yan's spear stabbed onto the enormous shield that was covered in countless skulls, causing numerous skulls to explode from within the enormous shield. 18 skulls exploded in succession before they were blocked by the enormous shield. The 100-meter-tall devil with a pair of horns on the head showed a ferocious smile. "Yu Yan, we meet again." Yu Yan's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and she pointed the dark Fenghuang spear at the devil and said coldly, "Fanad. Get out of the way, or today will be the day you die." The Archdevil Fanad is an infinity warlock rank archdevil who has been lurking in the Zhangji Plain for a long time. He has fought Yu Yan more than a dozen times, and each time, he was defeated. There were even a few times when he was almost killed by Yu Yan. Marshal Yu Yan is one of the strongest among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. With 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she doesn't lose out to infinity warlocks who formed a virtual world in terms of battle prowess. The Archdevil Fanad said with a cold smile, "Yu Yan, I'm not your opponent. However, I'm not the only one here." A fierce aura gushed out, and an undying Hellion Imperial warlock exuding a fierce aura walked out and stared at Yu Yan with a ferocious smile. "Yu Yan, today is the place where you and your sister will die together. When I capture you 2 alive, I'll make you regret being born by your mother." When Yu Yan saw the 2 infinity warlocks, her pupils constricted slightly. True blood kindred, archdevils, and hellions are far stronger than human powerhouses of the same rank. With 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, Yu Yan isn't afraid even if she has to fight 1 against 2. To fight 1 against 3 is already beyond the limits of her ability. "Gasper, go to hell." Yu Yan let out a fierce roar as the incomparably violent black phoenix flames revolved around her body, as if it had turned into a black pillar of flames. A dignified gleam streaked past the eyes of the 2 infinity warlocks Fanad and Gasper, and they stimulated their bloodline innate abilities, and powerful defensive spells enveloped them. Marshal Yu Yan is a fearsome existence ranked in the top 3 among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If they are careless, Fanad and Gasper may even be in danger of being killed. Yu Yan flapped the wings on her back, and black Fenghuang flames formed arrows that barreled towards Fanad and Gasper like black feathers of light. Fanad waved his hand, and a copious amount of demonic chi gushed out. The space in the area filled with demonic chi on his right hand collapsed. When the countless black feathers of light shot into the collapsed space, they shattered and collapsed in an instant. Shrouded in Hellion chi, Gasper punched out 10,000 times in an instant, and fist after images shattered the countless black Fenghuang flames. At this moment, Yu Yan's figure blurred, and she appeared behind Antimo and stabbed with her spear towards the true blood kindred Grand Duke Antimo. Antimo's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his body shattered into a mist of blood, and he teleported 10 kilometers away. Yu Yan grabbed Yu Tianling, and then blurred, and the 2 sisters appeared in Red Rock Fortress. Chapter 665. Only 5 of Yu Tianling's transcendent rank subordinates escaped back to the barrier of Red Rock Fortress. Within the barrier of Red Rock Fortress, all human warlocks looked at the 3 Infinity Warlock rank other race powerhouses in the sky with fear in their eyes. Once Yu Yan entered the Red Crag stronghold, the power of the Red Crag stronghold's defensive barrier immediately skyrocketed. A brand new defensive barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire stronghold. Antimo glanced at Red Rock Fortress and said with a cold smile, "Interesting. Marshal Yu, the barrier of Red Rock Fortress should be able to withstand the attacks of 5 Infinity Warlocks for 10 days without being destroyed. 10 days is enough time for Great Cloud Dynasty to mobilize enough powerful forces to encircle and annihilate us." Yu Yan said coldly, "That's right. Since you already know, it's not too late to leave now. I have already reported everything that happened here to the Imperial Court. Within 3 days, the Imperial Court's army will come here and kill you all." Antimo smiled and exposed the truth that Yu Yan is trying to hide. There's no need for 3 days. So long as the Heaven Watch Eye is used, powerhouses that can suppress us will arrive within an hour. Yu Yan frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up inside her. A cold ray flashed in Antimo's eyes, and he roared, "However, it won't take us 3 days to destroy the barrier of Red Rock Fortress. Barrier, break for me." The eyes of Zhang Tai, who has unknowingly moved behind Yang Feng and Jiang Mei, flashed fiercely, and he pressed with his hand, and a tremendous amount of life force entered the bracelets on his hands. 2 black blades shot out from Zhang Tai's bracelets and instantly slashed at the back of Yang Feng and Jiang Mei, killing them with one strike. Almost at the same time, Zhang Tai silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a magic ray entered the planar lighthouse. Countless runes lit up on the planar lighthouse, and a strange passage appeared in the void leading directly to the inside of Red Rock Fortress. "Damn it!" Yu Yan's pretty face flickered. Staring at Zhang Tai, she flicked a finger, and a resplendent black Fenghuang arrow shot towards Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai smiled coldly and stimulated the power of the planar lighthouse, and planar passageways formed in front of him leading to different places. The black Fenghuang arrow Yu Yan shot out entered the void and blasted into the deepest part of the planar passageway. The 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses smiled coldly, then their figures fluttered, and they entered the planar passageway and entered the boundary of Red Rock Fortress. If the 3 Infinity Warlocks joined forces to attack from the inside of Red Rock Fortress, they could directly break the barrier of Rock Fortress. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlocks entered the planar passageway, the planar lighthouse radiated strange light, and a terrifying force erupted in the planar passageway, and then the planar passageway split into 3, each leading to a different place. One of the planar passageways disappeared in an instant, and kindred Grand Duke Antimo appeared alone in Red Rock Fortress. Overjoyed, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling frantically urged their power to fight Antimo. Antimo's face fell, and he roared furiously, "Zhang Tai, what are you doing?" Overjoyed, the sisters Yu Yan and Yu Tianling frantically urged their power to fight Antimo. The situation where the non-humankind was sure to win was turned around in an unbelievable way. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tai was dumbfounded, hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything. I did it." A black light flashed and pierced Zhang Tai's head, causing it to explode. Red and white matter sputtered over the ground. Standing atop the planar lighthouse, Yang Feng, who should have died, chanted an incantation and freely operated the planar lighthouse. Antimo's whole body was covered in raging blood flames as he used all his strength to cast a charm spell and transmit his voice, "Xiaofan, let Fanad and Gasper come in. I can swear by the Styx oath that once we capture these 2 women and abolish their power, I will give them to you as your concubines. At the same time, I will consume my true blood to transform you into a greater aristocrat of the true blood race and make you the king of more than 1 billion humans." Yang Feng refused righteously, "I am a man of the imperial court in life and a ghost of the imperial court in death. Antimo, you lowly other races will never make me betray the imperial court." Yu Yan stabbed Antimo with her spear and opened a huge hole. At the same time, she shouted majestically, "Well said, Xiaofan, hold on. As long as you hold on, the Yu family will take care of all the resources you need to promote to a bright world warlock. This battle concerns the fate of the Yu family. If the two pillars of the Yu family, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, are wiped out here, then the status of the Yu family in the Great Cloud Dynasty will plummet. In contrast, although the resources consumed by a bright world warlock rank cultivator is a lot, but it is still within the range of the Infinity Warlock Yu Yan. Marshal Yu, don't worry, they're dead for sure." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and a beam of light entered the planar lighthouse, and planar passageways suddenly appeared and connected with Fanad and Gasper's planar passageways, forming a large maze leading to God Blood Plane. Fanad and Gasper are trapped in the planar passageway, unable to advance or retreat. With their Infinity Warlock rank strength, they can smash the planar passageway. However, when the planar passageway collapses, the spatial tearing force will tear them to pieces in an instant. Besieged by Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, Antimo is covered in surging blood flames, yet he still can't resist the stab of the Black Fenghuang spear. Every time he is stabbed, he utters a miserable scream, and his life origin is weakened by a fraction. Even though he keeps devouring blood essence, he is still on the verge of death, as if he may be engulfed by countless flames at any time and turn into ashes. Persevering for about half an hour, Antimo unleashed various escape secret methods in an attempt to escape. However, Red Rock Fortress has activated a powerful barrier. Whenever he is halfway through his escape, he will be blocked by the barrier, and then Yu Yan and Yu Tianling will catch up to him. Standing on the planar lighthouse, Yang Feng operated this large secret treasure to trap the two Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Fanad and Gasper. Outside the Red Rock Fort, the Blood Clan experts were frantically attacking the defensive boundary of the fort as if they had gone mad. However, they were unable to break through the terrifying defensive boundary. There's really an unexpected factor. Within Red Rock Fortress, a man hidden in the darkness frowned slightly, took out a communications box, and said coldly, "Do it." The Warlock Towers in Red Rock Fortress instantly erupted with world-shaking explosions, and the terrifying explosions blasted the Warlock Towers away. The barrier enveloping the Red Rock Fort was blasted into pieces. The energy required for a large secret treasure like the planar lighthouse comes from the Warlock Towers in Red Rock Fortress. Now that the Warlock Towers have been blown to pieces, unable to maintain the planar passageways released by the planar lighthouse, they collapsed one after another. Inside the planar passageway, the two Infinity Warlocks Fanad and Gasper showed ferocious smiles, their eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and they took a deep look at Yang Feng. Damn it! There's actually a mole. Who the hell wants to kill them? With a thought, Yang Feng recited an incantation and pointed at the planar lighthouse. A planar passageway appeared behind Yu Yan and Yu Tianling. Run! Without looking back, Yang Feng plunged into another planar passageway that appeared beside him and fled towards God Blood Plane. 3 Infinity Warlocks plus countless kindred powerhouses can kill Yu Yan and company before Great Cloud Dynasty's reinforcements arrive. Yang Feng didn't want this avatar to die here, so he promptly chose to escape. Yu Yan is worthy of being one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. She made a gesture, and then flew towards the planar passageway with Yu Tianling. God Blood Plane is the base of true blood kindred, and it is full of dangers. But even so, God Blood Plane is extremely vast. As long as Yu Yan, who is proficient in countless warlock secret methods, is determined to hide, she will be able to hide. Antimo, Fanad, and Gasper, the 3 other race Infinity Warlocks, are not the opponents of human warlocks in Zhangji Plain. Yet, they still hide because Zhangji Plain is too vast. As long as they don't act rashly, it will be difficult to find their traces. You want to leave? Not so easy. Antimo glared at Yu Yan and Yu Tianling with resentment, and then spat out a drop of true blood that he regards as important as his life. The drop of true blood suddenly flew out and turned into two blurry soul runes that appeared behind Yu Yen and Yu Tianling in an instant and imprinted themselves on them. Go to hell. At the moment when the planar passageway blurred, Fanad issued a sullen roar, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of a glorious Sun Warlock. With a wave of his hand, the head of the glorious Sun Warlock appeared in his hand. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a blurry soul aura flew out of the glorious Sun Warlock's body and entered his mouth. Gasper's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of another glorious Sun Warlock. With a wave of his right hand, a glorious Sun Core and a heart appeared in his hand. The eyes of the glorious Sun Warlock lost all light, and he turned into a corpse. Gasper tore the corpse to pieces, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. The demon clan loved to devour the strong among the humans the most. That way, they could obtain more power. This was also the reason why human warlocks were killing the Hellions everywhere. Chapter 666. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in a strange land. It seems like the whole world is full of a repulsive force, making him look out of place. If a transcendent rank powerhouse rashly enters another world, they will trigger the suppression of that world. The suppression of that world is the main reason why other transcendent rank powerhouses don't dare to rashly go to other worlds. Only great warlock rank powerhouses won't suffer any repulsive force or suppression when they enter a different world. That's because no matter how they fight, great warlock rank powerhouses can't harm a world's origin force. When Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and above fight, their power may harm a world's origin force. This is God Blood Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. This plane was once conquered by Tsangji Plane. I can simulate the fluctuations of this world's life forms and integrate into it. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and gold runes flew out, circled around him, and changed the fluctuations of power inside him into true blood-kindred fluctuations of power. The repulsive force of the world disappeared at once. Planes conquered by human warlocks have all kinds of information on how to integrate into that plane. This is one of the greatest advantages of human warlocks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he quickly analyzed, being able to come to God Blood Plane is a great harvest. Now that I'm here, all I need to do is find a place to settle down and install a top-grade warp gate. That way, I can open a path to the God Blood Plane. Next, I have to find a way to infiltrate the true blood kindred and become a part of them. Each of the 36 primary material planes has infinity warlocks or even stronger powerhouses. When the 8th Warlock dynasty collapsed, most of the planar passageways leading to the 36 primary material planes were destroyed by human warlocks. That's because once there is a stable planar passageway leading to the 36 primary material planes, the entire Tsangji plane may fall into the control of other races. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, countless human warlocks fought fiercely with the other races that invaded Tsangji plane, and both sides suffered losses. Countless other race powerhouses and human warlocks have died, which led to the decline of the Tsangji plane's powerhouses, with the strongest being only infinity warlocks. Relying on the power of several Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Tsangji plane's human warlocks barely managed to protect the Tsangji plane from being controlled by other races. If the other races mastered a stable planar passageway, they might become the rulers of the Tsangji plane. At that time, under the leadership of the Time Lord, humans killed, banished, sealed, and drove away countless archgods, and finally controlled the entire Tsangji plane. Then, under the leadership of the 7 Warlock Emperors, the worlds recognized the human race as one of the strongest races in the worlds. If humans can become the master of the Tsangji plane, then other powerful races may also become the master of the Tsangji plane. That was the reason why the 8 great warlock dynasties collapsed so quickly. Destiny algorithm. Under the guidance of fate, let me go to a place suitable for me to hide. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and cast the spell, Destiny Algorithm, and wisps of fate aura diffused from him and formed an arrow pointing northwest. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he walked northwest. After walking for about 4 kilometers, Yang Feng entered a dense forest. He had just entered the dense forest, when a level, for extraordinary life form fire demonic tiger pounced out of the tall underbrush and shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. In God Blood Plain, in addition to the cities where true blood kindred lived, there were also many powerful extraordinary life forms in the wilderness. Really? You're too weak. Get down. Yang Feng glanced at the fire demonic tiger with a frigid gaze, then released the true blood kindred innate spell, Superior Might, and glared at the fire demonic tiger. The fiery demonic tiger's body trembled slightly, and its eyes revealed a look of fear. It prostrated itself on the ground, shivering in submission. The true blood kindred innate spell, Superior Might, was the same as God's divine might and demons' demonic might. It was the suppression of superior life forms over inferior life forms. What Yang Feng imitated was the superior might of a true blood kindred viscount. It was comparable to the terrifying might of a transcendent rank powerhouse. The fire demonic tiger was just a trifling level, for extraordinary life form. It couldn't withstand the superior might of a kindred viscount rank kindred. Yang Feng jumped lightly, directly jumped onto the fire demonic tiger's back, and continued to ride the fire demonic tiger towards the northwest direction. After walking for about 50 kilometers, a huge city with a 30-meter-tall city wall appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. The city wall was extremely dilapidated, and it hadn't been blessed by any spells. Yang Feng swept the huge city with a glance and quickly made an assessment. Without warlock pagodas or spells, this city wall can at most defend against enemies below the level 1 warlock rank. It's meaningless against true experts. On the Cangji Plain, almost all of the slightly larger cities had warlock pagodas and countless spells blessed their city walls. Once the defensive barrier of the Red Rock Fortress was activated, it could withstand the siege of 3 infinity warlocks. From this, it could be seen how powerful the human cities on the Cangji Plain were. As soon as Yang Feng entered the huge city, he saw that there were people of various races in the city. There were humans, beast-men, elves, fiends, and even devils. The source of power of true blood kindred was the true blood inside them. By absorbing the blood of different experts, the true blood inside them could become stronger and more energetic. It was because of this that true blood kindred captured many beings of other races and brought them to God Blood Plain over a long period of time, forming a scene of many races living together. In fact, due to the frequent contact between the 36 primary material planes and the Cangji Plain's human warlocks, apart from the lofty Sandra Plain dominated by the High Elves, the rest of the plains more or less had species that weren't born on the plain. Yang Feng took a closer look and saw that the humans were dressed in rags, their eyes were lifeless, and they had collars around their necks representing their status as slaves. The beast men, elves, fiends, and devils, on the other hand, were the leaders. They often beat and cursed the humans at the slightest provocation. For true blood kindred, the stronger the master of the blood they drank, the more delicious the blood will be, and the faster their strength will increase. If humans didn't practice cultivation, their physique wouldn't compare to that of other races. Naturally, their status couldn't compare to that of beastmen, elves, fiends, devils, and other extraordinary life forms that were born with formidable strength. When the beastmen, elves, and fiends saw Yang Feng riding a fire demonic tiger, their eyes revealed apprehension and they retreated, not daring to approach him. In God Blood Plain, only bigwigs among true blood kindred were qualified to ride a powerful extraordinary life form like the fire demonic tiger. This is. When Yang Feng passed by an iron cage, his heart suddenly stirred slightly and he felt a trace of the power of fate throbbing. He stopped at once and looked towards the iron cage. Inside the iron cage was a human lowly of about 11 or 12 years old. The human lowly was dressed in a tattered jumpsuit and had a head full of beautiful, yet dusty, long silver hair. She was curled up in a corner of the iron cage, looking like a helpless cub. A foxman beast man squeezed a smile on his face, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, this is a human cub I've just caught. With a bit of nurturing, she'll be a top-notch virgin. Her blood is bound to be the most delicious virgin blood. She'll be yours for just one intermediate blood coin." Blood coins were the currency circulated among kindred. They were refined from the blood essence of life forms of Viscount rank true blood kindred from other races. Low-rank vampires could temper their blood meridians and evolve by absorbing blood coins. With enough blood coins, vampires would be able to break through the bottleneck and become blood kindred. And those blood kindred could only evolve into true blood kindred after absorbing enough blood coins of mid-level and above. In God blood plane, as long as a person of any race accumulated enough blood coins, they could ask a true blood kindred to transform them into a vampire. Then, step by step, they would eventually evolve into a true blood kindred. This was the only path of evolution for the many races of God blood plane. In the God blood plane, everyone was proud of being transformed into a vampire. But true blood kindred wouldn't easily transform people into vampires, because once everyone became a vampire, it would be very difficult for them to find food. "Lowly thing, it's your honor to offer her to me. Yet you still dare to ask me for blood coins, you're courting death." Yang Feng imitated the arrogant, indifferent, and cruel tone of Viscount rank true blood kindred and glared at the Foxman beast man. The face of the Foxman beast man suddenly twisted, and he bled from his facial orifices. A copious amount of blood flew out of his body, condensed in the void, and formed an intermediate blood coin. "This is a blood coin for you, take it." Yang Feng smiled coldly. A simulated blood energy flashed past, and the blood coin flew to the corpse of the Foxman beast man. The cage imprisoning the silver-haired lowly was opened. Yang Feng stared at the silver-haired lowly, and his voice was full of arrogance unique to true blood kindred. "Come out. From today on, I am your master." The silver-haired lowly slowly stood up. She had a pair of ruby-like beautiful eyes that gave her a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Chapter 667. Yang Feng took a closer look at the silver-haired lowly and praised, "What a beautiful embryo. Take care of her for a few years, and she will definitely become an outstanding beauty." The silver-haired Lolita had snow-white and delicate skin. She had a pair of beautiful ruby-like eyes. She was petite and slender, and her facial features were exquisite. Even though she was stained with a lot of dust, her beautiful outline could still be vaguely seen. The only pity was that she only had 2 small bumps in front of her body. Compared to many mature Western Lolitas, she was far inferior. Yang Feng stared at the silver-haired lowly and said in an arrogant tone, "From today on, you are called Regina, and you are mine. Do you understand?" With a numb look in her eyes, Regina responded in a tender and sweet voice, "Yes, sir. I will work hard to become Sir's food." In God blood plane, the only value ordinary humans have is to become food for vampires and kindred. This is how their children and grandchildren are educated. They are taught that becoming food and toys for vampires and kindred is their only mission. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and tapped Regina's forehead with his index finger, and a powerful soul force enveloped her. Intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's eyelids twitched, and the pride unique to true blood kindred on his face almost collapsed. Yang Feng has only seen one level, 8 soul aptitude genius, Shi Shui. Apart from her, Yang Feng has never seen another peerless genius born with a level 8 soul aptitude. Regina actually has an intermediate level 8 soul aptitude. Her soul aptitude is second only to Shi Shui. She is the most outstanding warlock genius Yang Feng has ever seen. If Regina was born in Cangji Plain, then once people learned that she has such a terrifying soul aptitude. Countless major forces will send experts to fight over her. If a genius with an intermediate level 8 soul aptitude doesn't form a virtual world and increase the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck, then as long as they have the right secret method and enough cultivation resources, they will have no problem promoting to a bright world warlock. Even the promotion to an infinity warlock will be far easier than other warlocks. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the two strongest geniuses of the battle demon sect who formed a virtual world, have been stuck in the quasi-infinity warlock realm, unable to break through. In the end, their soul aptitude advanced to inferior level 8, and they were able to break through with great difficulty and advance to the infinity warlock realm. The importance of soul aptitude was evident. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The fate algorithm is indeed a peerless secret method to grasp the power of fate. Just with it, I've made a fortune on this trip to God Blood Plain. Regina looked at the mysterious smile on Yang Feng's face, hesitated for a moment, and then extended her small hands, grabbed Yang Feng's big hands, and pressed them against her small chest. What's going on? Yang Feng was taken aback, and stormy waves set off in his heart. Blood energy surged, and his right hand was covered in a layer of grease, and he easily broke free from Regina's little hand. As if a helpless puppy about to be abandoned by its owner, Regina stared at Yang Feng with her beautiful ruby-like eyes and implored bitterly, "Master, did I not do enough? I will work hard in the future, please don't abandon me. I will study hard in the future." Yang Feng pinched Regina's chin and said with the arrogance of a true blood kindred, "Idiot, wait 7 years for this kind of thing. What you have to do now is to study hard, grow, and become more beautiful. In the future, I will consider making you my descendant." Regina nodded seriously, I will work hard." Following a series of afterimages, a 176 tall pure-blood kindred girl dressed in a black leather jacket, with long, golden hair coiled up, a sexy figure, twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, and a bewitching appearance exuding a strong charm appeared in front of Yang Feng. Behind the pure-blood kindred girl, there are more than 20 good-looking vampires of various races. Marina winked coquettishly at Yang Feng and said with a bewitching smile, "Your Highness Viscount, I am Marina, a subordinate of the great Viscount Duccio, the city master of Oran City. The great Viscount Duccio would like to invite you to our castle for a gathering." When Marina smiled, the beast men, elves, and fiends around her became slightly absent-minded. Captivated by her natural charm, they could hardly move their eyes away from her and revealed looks of infatuation. Kindred also possess the innate ability of natural charm, which is pure charm, not a spell, and cannot be broken. The charm of pure-blood kindred and above kindred girls is not inferior to that of succubi of the abyss. Yang Feng took a deep look at Marina and said with a smile, "Okay." In the center of Oran City, there is a vast manor with beautiful scenery. In the manor, vampires and kindred powerhouses called cannon fodder can be seen everywhere. In the manor, there are handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. There is not a single ordinary or ugly creature. In the center of the manor, there is a huge castle full of European medieval style. This huge castle is the residence of Viscount Duccio. As soon as he entered the huge castle, Yang Feng keenly sensed the powerful auras vaguely exuding from the huge castle. Yang Feng scanned with his soul force and quickly made an analysis: 2 kindred barons and 12 pure-blood kindred. Among God Blood Plains kindred, transcendent rank kindred were at the top of the food chain. They were very difficult to be born, and their numbers were small. The area where Oran City is located is very remote. It is already amazing to have a kindred viscount and 2 kindred barons here. Yang Feng vaguely guessed that all the resources in this area should be supplied to the kindred viscount, which is why his servants are so few and so weak. "Hello, I am Viscount Duccio, a descendant of the great 6th true ancestor. Viscount from afar, how do I address you?" Inside a beautiful palace, a handsome man with short blonde hair and a sunny appearance exuding a strong charm stood up from a dozen-plus beautiful women of different races, greeted Yang Feng enthusiastically, and introduced himself. Yang Feng responded gracefully and courteously, "I am Anderson, a descendant of the great seventh true ancestor. It's a pleasure to meet you, Viscount Duccio." Among kindred, true blood kindred with titles of nobility communicate with each other on an equal footing. They rarely reveal the arrogance inscribed in their bones. Viscount Duccio invited enthusiastically, "You came at the right time. I have just cultivated delicious blood food. How about we have a cup of afternoon tea and have a good chat?" Yang Feng showed a courteous smile, "Okay." Duccio clapped his hands, and a number of scantily clad vampire beauties appeared. They carried out a long table and served all kinds of delicious food and fruits of extraordinary plants. God blood plains true blood kindred can live without sucking the blood of intelligent life forms. However, true blood kindred who don't suck blood will be in a weak state for a long time, and it will be difficult for them to improve their strength. They will only be able to exert 30% of their full strength. Therefore, very few people don't suck blood. However, in addition to sucking blood, they can also enjoy other delicacies wantonly. Before long, 6 14 or 15-year-old beast man, elven, demon, human, dragonborn, and ogre girls walked in. The 6 girls still had a childish aura on their faces, but all of them had extremely sexy figures. Their breasts were bulging, as if they were about to burst out of their clothes. At the same time, their appearances were top-notch beauties, and they had a pure, sexy, and childish aura. Standing next to Yang Feng, Regina looked at the bulging chests of the 6 girls, and then looked at her barren chest, and her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly and clouded with a layer of haze. Duccio pointed towards the 6 girls and said with a proud smile, "These 6 girls are the best blood food I've recently cultivated. They're only 16 years old. Not only are they virgins, but each of them possess the strength of a level 2 warlock. Their blood is absolutely delicious. You are my honored guest, so pick 3 of them that you like first. Then I'll do as you say." Yang Feng pointed to the human, dragonborn, and elven girls and said arrogantly, "The 3 of you, come here." The 3 girls came over, a fragrance wafting from them. There is excitement and fear in their beautiful eyes. Duccio smiled slightly. He grabbed the beautiful Fox Clan girl beside him and held her in his arms. He opened his incomparably ferocious fangs and fiercely bit down on the beautiful Fox Clan girl's neck. The beautiful Foxman girl screamed, her eyes suddenly blurred, and she fell into a state of excitement. Next, her body twitched slightly, and as if all the water in her body disappeared, she turned into a mummy. Vampires would secrete a special liquid when they were feeding, causing the prey to feel as if they were in heaven and wanting to die. Many prey will even take the initiative to become the blood food of kindred for the feeling of ecstasy. The beautiful girls of the Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan shuddered as they stared at Duccio with fear in their eyes. Duccio tossed the mummy of the beautiful Foxman girl aside and showed a gentlemanly smile to Yang Feng, saying, "Oh no, it's too delicious. If I wasn't careful, I would have sucked her dry. The hot blood of beautiful virgins is really intoxicating. Viscount Anderson, why haven't you tasted it yet? Do you think they are not delicious enough?" Chapter 668. Yang Feng smiled and looked at the elven girl. There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the elven girl, and a fragrance wafted out from her. She hugged Yang Feng and tilted her head slightly, revealing her snow-white neck. Yang Feng opened his mouth, exposed his disguised fangs, bit the elven girl's neck, and injected a kindred-like hallucinogen into her body. The elven girl's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a trace of blurriness, her delicate body was dyed with a layer of red, and she fell into a state of ecstasy. After absorbing a portion of the elven girl's blood and storing it, Yang Feng put the elven girl down. She fell into Yang Feng's arms and gasped for air, her mind in a state of confusion. When the human and dragon-born girls saw this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Becoming a true blood kindred's blood feed doesn't necessarily mean death. It depends on who the true blood kindred is. If it is a cruel true blood kindred, then the blood feed will be tortured to death. Wuxia asked curiously, the great sixth true ancestor has issued a true ancestor decree ordering us to encircle the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Viscount Anderson, are you here to participate in the encirclement of the human warlocks as well? Yang Feng replied with a smile, the great seventh true ancestor has indeed issued a true ancestor decree. However, I know myself. The human warlocks from the Zhangji Plain are much stronger than me. Even if I find them, I'm not their opponent. I don't want to meet them at all. Wuxia's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he uttered unhurriedly, that's right, an Infinity Warlock and a Bright World Warlock are said to have seriously injured Grand Duke Antimo. If we go against such powerhouses, we'll just be throwing our lives away. However, true ancestor decrees cannot be violated. It is said that the sixth true ancestor likes the pair of sisters very much. Whoever can capture them alive will be given a drop of Grand Prince True Blood. When he heard that, Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he exclaimed in admiration, a drop of Grand Prince True Blood, how generous. True blood kindred Grand Princes are human warlock monarch rank existences. Every vampire prince only had 9 drops of true blood and a large amount of ordinary blood in their bodies. As long as there was enough blood energy, a vampire prince could produce an almost limitless amount of ordinary blood. However, there were only 9 drops of true blood, and no more. Each drop of true blood contained 1/9 of a vampire prince's power. Under normal circumstances, a vampire prince would need several thousand years to condense a second drop of true blood after losing 1 drop. That drop of kindred Grand Prince True Blood was enough to enable a kindred viscount like Wuxia to evolve into a kindred earl and possess glorious dawn warlock rank strength as well as the potential to advance to a kindred marquis. The true blood was the source of the vampire prince's power, and they would never hand over their true blood to others. Even the true ancestor of vampires didn't have many drops of the true blood of vampire princes. The true blood of a prince is naturally excellent. Unfortunately, the 2 human warlocks were too strong. We don't stand a chance at all. I think the blood of a viscount is a great tonic for me. It will make me stronger. Wuxia smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the dragonborn and the human girl. Countless blood-colored runes appeared on the dragonborn and the human girl. Their eyes lost their luster, they issued miserable screams, and their bodies exploded in an instant. A copious amount of blood condensed into blood-colored runes that barreled towards Yang Feng. The blood of the elven girl stored in Yang Feng's teeth trembled and turned into countless insect-like runes, trying to break through the vessel that sealed them. Runes diffused from Yang Feng, bound him like chains, and sealed his power. His face fell at once, and he cried out, Soul Lock Blood Poison, you used this most vicious spell developed by human warlocks to deal with your compatriots. You bastard! You're worse than a pig or a dog. How many of our compatriots have you killed with this vicious spell? Wuxia showed a ferocious smile, stared at Yang Feng as if he was staring at a tonic, and said with a ferocious smile, Compatriots? Anderson, you're really stupid. In this world, only you are the most important. The rest of them are just stepping stones for us to move forward. I was able to become a kindred viscount from an ordinary vampire in just 300 years because I devoured the blood of countless people. Only by devouring the blood of our compatriots is the fastest way for us kindred to evolve. This is the original sin of our race. Human warlocks need to practice various secret methods, use various elixirs to strengthen themselves, and use countless resources to evolve. Even though Yang Feng has the resources of the entire Ligui province, but he still needs to practice cultivation to continue to evolve. Kindred, on the other hand, are different. As long as they can devour the true blood of a higher-level kindred, they can evolve quickly. This also caused the blood breeds of the god blood plane to fight and kill each other. Of course, among kindred, a higher-level kindred of the same bloodline has absolute authority over a lower-level kindred. As Duccio is a kindred viscount of the 6th true ancestor bloodline, a kindred earl of the 6th true ancestor bloodline has absolute authority over him. He must obey an order from an earl of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. Only by promoting to a kindred Grand Duke can this absolute authority be greatly weakened. Although kindred Grand Princes of the same bloodline can also give orders to kindred Grand Dukes of the same bloodline, but the kindred Grand Dukes may not completely obey the orders. Yang Feng suddenly revealed an extremely strange smile. That makes sense. Thank you. I also want to catch a Viscount True Blood kindred and absorb his true blood. You're the one. The void distorted, and 5 Type 2 void assassins suddenly appeared and slashed at Duccio. An afterimage flashed, and Duccio's body disintegrated. A tremendous amount of blood energy suddenly gushed out, and his disintegrated body turned into countless bats that flew in all directions. 10 Type 3 frost manipulators suddenly flew out, and a copious amount of white frozen gas shot out from their freezing units and swept in all directions. Under the white freezing air, countless bats turned into ice cubes and were directly frozen by the freezing air. An incomparably powerful wave of blood energy erupted from the bats, causing the ice cubes to be blasted away. 6 Type 2 sealers suddenly flew out and fired countless sealing light that slammed into the bats, sealing and suppressing them one by one. In just a dozen plus breaths of time, the kindred Viscount Duccio, whose strength is infinitely close to that of a glorious Dawn Warlock, was suppressed and sealed by the battle robots. Streaks of afterimages flashed by as the void assassins silently hunted down the powerful pure-blooded kindred in the castle. In less than a day, the entire Oran city had changed to a new master without a sound. In a secret room in the deepest part of the castle, there is a top-grade warp gate installed. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's true body walked out of the top-grade warp gate. Yang Feng's flesh golem avatar quickly handed Duccio's sealed bats to his true body. Yang Feng took a look at Duccio and said regretfully, "A Viscount rank true blood kindred, what a pity. It would be great if it was a Grand Duke rank true blood kindred or above." Once the bloodline of a complete Viscount rank true blood kindred is extracted, it can create a Moonlight Warlock rank bloodline warlock family. For ordinary warlocks, their bloodline is an astronomical price. However, for Yang Feng, Duccio's Viscount rank bloodline is of little use in improving his strength. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and floated in the air. Chains formed from countless runes flew out of the true god Empyrean imprint and stabbed into the bats Duccio has transformed into. The bats that Duccio had turned into wriggled strangely, struggling desperately. In the end, they collapsed one by one, turning into blood-red mist that flew out of the seal, condensing into 5 drops of demonic true blood that gave off a blood-red light. Yang Feng used a lot of resources to refine another flesh golem and swallowed the 5 drops of bewitching true blood exuding bloody light. The flesh golem quickly twisted and turned into a Viscount rank true blood kindred identical to Duccio. The corners of Yang Feng's true body's mouth rose slightly. "Very well, from today on, I am the city master of Oran City, Viscount Duccio." Yang Feng's true body smiled at Regina standing behind his avatar and uttered, "Regina, follow me." Regina shrank back and looked at Yang Feng's avatar with a pleading look in her eyes. Yang Feng's avatar smiled, blurred, and changed back to Yang Feng's original appearance. "I am him, and he is me. To be precise, he is the real me. I am just an avatar of his. This is my true appearance. Regina, following him is the same as following me." Regina glanced at the 2 Yang Feng avatars, and then obediently walked towards Yang Feng's true body. "I understand." Yang Feng's Xiaofan avatar left together with Yang Feng's true body and Regina, leaving behind only a Viscount-rank true blood kindred avatar that looks exactly like Duchio and exudes Duchio's soul aura. Yang Feng sensed his new avatar, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The conversion rate is still too low. This body only has half of Duchio's fighting strength, which is only slightly stronger than that of a junior Moonlight Warlock. The strength of its soul is pitifully weak, only slightly stronger than that of a quasi-Moonlight Warlock. However, Duchio has always liked to play the pig to eat the tiger. The strength he displayed is only at the junior Moonlight Warlock rank, which is enough. Chapter 669. Viscount Duchio wasn't strong, and the flesh golem Yang Feng refined from 5 drops of his true blood was even weaker, only possessing junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. However, with the identity of Viscount Duchio as a cover, Yang Feng could walk freely in God Blood Plane and reap all kinds of benefits. Yang Feng mobilized a lot of resources and the blood of powerhouses from Ligui province and gave them to his kindred avatar to devour. After Yang Feng's kindred avatar absorbed countless resources and devoured the blood of powerhouses, its cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. It didn't take long for it to recover Viscount Duchio's strength in his heyday. One night, Yang Feng's kindred avatar was playing with dozens of gorgeous female vampires in the castle. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, saying, "Step down." The dozens of gorgeous female vampires quickly retreated. "Duchio, your toys are really good. How about giving me 20 of them?" A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes exuding charm smiled and walked out of the distorted void and came to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng showed an impeccable smile and said, "Pizzino, if you give me 2 drops of true blood, I can give you 20 of them." The handsome young man in front of Yang Feng was called Pizzino, and he was a viscount of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. Pizzino shook his head and uttered with a smile, "True blood? If you are willing to give me a drop of your true blood, I can give you 10,000 beautiful vampires, and all of them are virgins." Although God Blood Plane couldn't compare to Tsangji Plane, but it was still a huge plane. The number of intelligent life forms was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Yang Feng's avatar Viscount Duchio controlled 53 large cities with a population of more than 1 million and a population of more than 50 million. This way, he could easily cultivate 6 delicious, virgin blood food. Pizzino controlled more than 100 large cities with a population of more than 1 million and a population of more than 100 million. The resources he could mobilize were more than double that of Duchio. Naturally, he could easily get many beautiful vampires. Yang Feng said, "Pizzino, what are you doing here? Apart from some frozen virgin blood, I don't have anything else to entertain you." To vampires, steaming hot blood full of vitality and fragrance was the best delicacy. The low-level vampires could only drink the blood extracted from the blood eaters in advance. Drawing blood appropriately was not harmful to the human body, but beneficial instead. In order to have enough blood, the blood race would not excessively draw blood from their prey. They would only draw blood from different intelligent lifeforms at regular intervals. Pizzino licked his lips and revealed an excited smile. "Frozen virgin blood? You're really cold. I remember that you seem to have carefully cultivated a batch of delicious and delicate blood food. How about we have a good meal?" Duchio's ability to nurture blood food was top-notch even among the true blood race. That was why many vampires came because of its fame and were secretly eaten by it. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "True blood, or Grand Duke blood coins." Pizzino sighed slightly, and then revealed a serious look on his face. "What a miser. Grand Duke Gogno has summoned us to serve under him and search for the 2 human warlocks who have infiltrated our plane." Grand Duke Gogno was one of the 7 Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor as well as the lord directly under Duchio and Pizzino. They had to obey Grand Duke Gogno's summons. There was no room for refusal. Even if Grand Duke Gogno ordered Duccio and Pizzino to die, the two of them could not resist. They could only kill themselves. Unless they could practice cultivation until the Infinity Warlock rank, true blood kindred would be able to break the shackles of their bloodline and truly become masters of their own destiny. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "This is the worst news I've ever heard. By the way, since the two human warlocks came from the Tsangji Plain, they must have great hidden abilities. Isn't Grand Duke Gogno's order to search for them like looking for a needle in a haystack?" Pizzino sighed slightly. Reportedly, Grand Duke Antimo, who is lurking in the Tsangji Plain, used a drop of true blood to cast a blood-soul curse on them. As long as he used the blood-soul compass, he would be able to sense their presence within a 10,000-kilometer radius. Grand Duke Gogno has led people to fight them several times. Many people have died, and they have been seriously injured. However, they still managed to escape. Pizzino is well aware that Grand Duke Gogno is using them as cannon fodder. As long as they find traces of the Yu family sisters, they will be killed by the Yu family sisters immediately. Their deaths will be used by Grand Duke Gogno to hunt for information on the Yu family sisters. True blood kindred viscounts are much easier to be born than human moonlight warlocks. Only kindred marquises and kindred grand dukes are harder to be born than human bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks. As for kindred true ancestors, from the arch-god era to the present, only 9 have been born. In each era, the number of human Holy Spirit warlocks far exceeds 9. This is the biggest difference between the two races. For the sake of a drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood, Grand Duke Gogno is clearly desperate. He is even willing to use a precious fighting force like kindred viscounts as cannon fodder. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Didn't the other Grand Dukes and Grand Princes take action? If they did, the two human warlocks shouldn't be able to escape." Pizzino said meaningfully, "There is only one drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood. A drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood can even tempt kindred Grand Princes rank powerhouses. However, even the 6th true ancestor can only take out one drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood. The drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood has driven countless kindred powerhouses crazy. At the same time, the kindred Grand Dukes who have the ability to capture the Yu family sisters have different thoughts. Many kindred Grand Dukes have been stuck at a bottleneck since tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, unable to evolve into a kindred Grand Prince. A drop of kindred Grand Prince true blood can increase their chances of advancing by 5%. Naturally, they will go crazy for it. Yang Feng and Pizzino discussed for a while, but to no avail. They could only respond to Grand Duke Gogno's summon and go to Snow Night City. Snow Night City was the place where Grand Duke Gogno lived. It was not an ordinary city, but a star that Grand Duke Gogno had plucked and then refined into a star that floated in the god blood plane with great alchemy. Snow Night City has a population of 13.5 billion, of which all are handsome men and beautiful women. Once an ugly person is born, they will be directly banished from Snow Night City and thrown into the surface world. To the people of Grand Duke Gogno, Snow Night City was like heaven, a holy land that they yearned for even in their dreams. Everyone takes pride in being able to enter Snow Night City. God Blood Plains kindred aren't good at alchemy. Grand Duke Gogno was already a pinnacle kindred Grand Duke more than 100,000 years ago. During that long period of time, he captured a top alchemy grandmaster from Tsangji Plain and spent nearly 10,000 years to build Snow Night City. In Snow Night City, Grand Duke Gogno has a 30% chance of suppressing even a kindred Grand Prince. Even if he can't suppress the kindred Grand Prince, he can still defeat the kindred Grand Prince. This is the power of secret treasures and human alchemy. Kindred, fiends, dragons, elves, devils, and other races are born with formidable power. Their power is far superior to that of human warlocks of the same rank. Even if human warlocks are implanted with their bloodline, but compared to their true bodies, there is still a large gap in strength. It is thanks to the power of alchemy that human warlocks have developed all kinds of formidable secret treasures that they are able to defeat other powerful races one by one. Grand Duke Gogno was also unable to break through, so he took a different path and spent countless resources and energy to build that city of Snow Night. As soon as Yang Feng entered Snow Night City, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a beautiful city!" Snow Night City is a city with spacious streets and high-rise buildings full of artistic aura. Luxury magic sports cars can be seen everywhere on the streets. It is much more beautiful than many large human cities in Zhangji Plain. Snow Night City is filled with formidable life magic energy. Clearly, there is a special secret treasure to maintain the concentration of life magic energy in Snow Night City. On the streets of Snow Night City, there are countless handsome men and beautiful women. Their complexions are ruddy and their eyes are spirited, completely different from the people in other cities in God Blood Plain. Pizzino uttered with a smile, His Majesty the Grand Duke spent 10,000 years to build Snow Night City. The Grand Princes are very envious of this Snow Night City. Yang Feng smiled, and countless nano-robots as fine as dust particles flew out of his hand and disappeared into Snow Night City. At the same time, he quietly followed Pizzino towards the center of Snow Night City. In the center of Snow Night City, there is a huge castle. The huge castle is the center of Snow Night City, the residence of Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng entered the huge castle, came to a hall, and saw hundreds of kindred viscounts gathered in the hall. Yang Feng mused, hundreds of kindred viscounts, the number of moonlight warlocks subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno is much greater than that of Battle Demon Sect. Chapter 670. Not long after, a tall, handsome man walked out from the side of the hall. He looked very young, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. He sat directly on the throne in the hall. From Ducio's memories, Yang Feng learned that the handsome man is Grand Duke Gogno, who has 3 kindred marquises, 13 kindred earls, and hundreds of kindred viscounts under his command. You should already be aware of the reason why I summoned you here. Now I order you to go to the Magadan region immediately and search for traces of the 2 human warlocks. After you find them, do your best to send an alarm signal, and then do your best to stop them. Grand Duke Gogno glanced coldly at the many kindred powerhouses below, and his eyes radiated bewitching red bloody light, and strange blood energy spread from all directions and enveloped Yang Feng and company. Yes. Your Majesty. Swept by the bloody red light, the true blood inside the hundreds of moonlight warlock rank kindred viscounts trembled, and they lowered their heads and responded respectfully. Even Yang Feng, who has been prepared for this, couldn't resist the control of the true blood inside him, and couldn't help but respond respectfully. Grand Duke Gogno uttered coldly, "Go." Yes. Your Majesty. Along with flashes of bloody light, Yang Feng and the other kindred viscounts turned into streams of light and flew out of Snow Night City towards the Magadan region. The nanomachines scattered by Yang Feng in Snow Night City are absorbing Snow Night City's energy and proliferating quietly. 100 level, 4 optical computers performed frantic calculations and analyzed the structure and runes of Snow Night City. The computing power of a level 4 optical computer is already comparable to that of a bright world warlock. The computing power and analytical ability of 100 level 4 optical computers has already surpassed that of an ordinary infinity warlock. As Yang Feng continued to enrich the Shizu database and load all kinds of warlock knowledge into the database, the level 4 optical computers could carry out all kinds of analysis and deductions just like warlocks. They were equivalent to transcendent rank warlock brains that had warlock knowledge but never needed to rest. Now let's test how powerful the Order of the Kindred Grand Duke is. Disobedience. As soon as Yang Feng flew out of Snow Night City, he began to experiment. His first choice was to fly outside the Magadan region. Yang Feng had just moved when his expression turned absent-minded. When he came to his senses, he found that he had already flown a long distance towards the Magadan region. I can't disobey orders. The true blood in my body will make me automatically obey his orders. What about overtly complying but covertly opposing? I can slow down my flying speed. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and his speed became as slow as a snail. By the time he reached the Magadan region, it would be a few months later. After flying at a slow speed for a dozen seconds, Yang Feng suddenly became absent-minded. When he woke up, he found that his speed had increased by a large margin. According to his self-assessment, he could maintain the most powerful speed when he reached the Magadan region. As expected, his orders cannot be disobeyed. This is the shackles of true blood. The greatest curse of the true blood race. Powerful existences were always difficult to restrain. The true blood race possessed the true blood shackles that allowed them to form a blood race world with distinct ranks. With the 9 true ancestors as the source of the bloodlines, there were a total of 9 bloodlines in God blood plane. Thanks to the true blood shackles, the true blood race powerhouses of the 9 bloodlines formed a powerful and fearless kindred army. They fought with Zhangji Plains human warlocks countless times and defeated them many times. If it weren't for the true blood shackles, God blood plains kindred would have been defeated by humans God knows how many times. After all, the true blood race powerhouses with transcendent rank strength are also afraid of death. Without an absolute order, they won't attack humans fearlessly. Instead, they will scatter in disarray when they are defeated. After experimenting for a while, Yang Feng came to a conclusion. However, there are limitations to this order. I only need to do my best to complete the order. I don't have to risk my life to complete the mission. As soon as Yang Feng flew to the Magadan region, he lazily took out the blood-soul compass and activated it, and 3 specks of light appeared on the blood-soul compass. One of the specks of light represents Yang Feng, while the other 2 specks of light radiate dazzling bloody light. They clearly represent the 2 powerhouses Yu Tianling and Yu Yen. Yang Feng frowned slightly and revealed a bitter smile. Damn it, I hit the jackpot. The blood-soul compass searches for the enemy by receiving the fluctuations released by the true blood imprint of the target. While locking onto the enemy's position, the enemy will also perceive it. When Yang Feng sensed a fearsome aura, he immediately shouted, "Don't kill me. I'm friends with Xiaofan. I'm here to save you." The void distorted, and Yu Tianling suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and patted him with her lily-white hand, and countless runes entered Yang Feng's body and sealed his power. Yang Feng hurriedly said, "You can't destroy the blood-soul compass. Once the blood-soul compass is destroyed, Grand Duke Gogno will notice anything unusual. His true body will come to this place and continue to hunt you down." Yu Tianling stopped destroying the blood-soul compass. Looking at Yang Feng with a vigilant expression, she silently recited an incantation and pointed at him, and a series of detection spells fell on Yang Feng, proving that he is telling the truth. Unless he has a special like God armament or secret treasure, a mere kindred viscount cannot resist the detection spells of the Bright World Warlock rank Yu Tianling. Yu Tianling frowned slightly and asked, "Xiaofan, why did he help us?" Apart from close friends and partners, few warlocks will help others for no reason. Most warlocks believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he fabricated a lie, because he fell in love with you at first sight. When he first saw you, he was deeply fascinated by you. It is for this reason that he contacted me to help you regardless of everything. Yu Tianling frowned slightly. Yang Feng's appearance flashed in her mind, and she uttered coldly, "But I don't like him." Yu Tianling likes battle warlocks who fight on the front lines and have formidable battle prowess. As for alchemists like Xiaofan who fight in the rear, she looks down on them. Although all battle warlocks understand that without the support of alchemists, their strength will be reduced by at least half. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, you can tell him that to his face. I just want to know, do you need my help? No, it should be mutual help. I also need your help. Let's hear it. An incomparably sweet voice sounded from behind Yang Feng. He suddenly felt a chill welling up inside him. He looked back and saw Yu Yan standing behind him with a smile on her face. He didn't notice her at all. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with dignity. Amazing, so this is an infinity warlock. If I was her enemy, I would have been killed by her before I could sense her presence. Alexia isn't her opponent either. That's one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals for you. Although the strength of Yang Feng's kindred avatar is far inferior to that of his true body, but it is still a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, and its perception is far superior to that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. For someone as tyrannical as him not to perceive Yu Yan's existence, he once again experienced the strength of Infinity Warlocks. In the west of Magadan region, a kindred viscount took out the blood soul compass and operated it. His face fell at once, and he roared, "They are here." That vampire viscount had just let out a furious roar when the space around him began to warp and isolate all sound. Yu Yan appeared behind the kindred viscount in a flash and easily stabbed the black Fenghuang spear in her hand into his body, and violent black Fenghuang flames gushed out and engulfed the kindred viscount. At the same time, the black Fenghuang flames burned the blood soul compass in the kindred viscount's hand to ashes. Found you. Countless sanguine lights flew out from the blood soul compass in the hands of the vampire viscounts in the Magadan district. They flickered in the void and condensed into a blood-colored teleportation door. From the blood-colored teleportation door came Grand Duke Gogno's malevolent and tyrannical laughter. Marquis Levon, Marquis Rania, and Marquis Ricullo, subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno, flew to in front of the bloody portal. Bloody threads flew out of the hundreds of kindred viscounts and poured into the 3 marquises, enabling them to exude wisps of kindred Grand Duke fluctuations of power. Even if Yu Yan and Yu Tianling go all out, they won't be able to break the formation formed by the 3 marquises and the hundreds of kindred viscounts in a short time. Yu Yan condensed a pair of black Fenghuang wings, flapped them wildly, and fled into the distance, accompanied by violent black Fenghuang flames. Yu Tianling's figure fluttered, and she followed Yu Yan and flew towards Viscount Duccio's territory. A fearsome aura gushed out of the bloody portal. Grand Duke Gogno's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the bloody portal and locked his eyes on Yu Yan and her sister thousands of kilometers away. Marshal Yu, since you've come to our god-blood plane, let me properly entertain you. Grand Duke Gogno smiled ferociously, then spread the bat wings behind him, blurred into motion, and turned into a terrifying bloody ray flying towards the sisters. As soon as Yu Yan entered God-blood plane, she went through a series of battles. Although she didn't seem to be injured on the surface, but in fact, she has suffered countless injuries. Besides, she didn't have time to heal her injuries here. Although she operated a secret method, but her flying speed was still far slower than that of Grand Duke Gogno. Chapter 671. Yu Yan scanned him with her soul force, and then her face sank at once. So fast. How can he be so fast? As expected of one of the 3 kindred Grand Dukes most likely to be promoted to Grand Prince. Just as there are strong and weak human infinity warlocks, kindred Grand Dukes are also divided into grades. Grand Duke Gogno is the most powerful kindred Grand Duke. At her peak, Yu Yan with 2 monarch-grade secret treasures may be able to defeat Grand Duke Gogno. After several fierce battles, Yu Yan, who hasn't recovered at all, is not a match for Grand Duke Gogno. Damn it, we can't go on like this. We'll be killed before we even reach our destination. Now, I can only trust him. Yu Yan gritted her teeth, silently recited an incantation, and spewed out a mouthful of blood essence. Black flames rose from her body and turned into a pair of burning black Fenghuang wings. Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she spewed out a mouthful of blood essence that turned into a pair of Fenghuang wings. The black Fenghuang wings and the Fenghuang wings intertwined and triggered a resonance. Countless flames instantly enveloped Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, and the flames around them formed a lifelike Fenghuang. The Fenghuang flapped its wings, and countless flames surged. In an instant, it has already flown 10,000 kilometers away. Amazing, as expected of one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Marshal Yu. No wonder the great sixth true ancestor was tempted by them. Unfortunately, this is God Blood Plain. Since you've come here, you can only surrender. Grand Duke Gogno glanced at the fire Fenghuang, smiled slightly, and then turned into a stream of bloody light and flew towards Yu Yan and them. He is well aware that the secret method Yu Yan and Yu Tianling cast together consumes a lot of energy, and can't be used for long. By the time the secret method disappears, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling's flying speed will only be slower. Although Yu Yan and Yu Tianling have studied the law of space, but infinity warlocks can easily affect space. Only infinity warlocks who have evolved the essence of space with the law of space as their path can use the law of space in front of a powerhouse like Grand Duke Gogno to freely travel through space and teleport far away. If Yu Yan and Yu Tianling used space magic in front of Grand Duke Gogno and teleported far away, they would be easily injured by Grand Duke Gogno's space power and might even be teleported to him. When facing old freak rank infinity warlocks, no one will use spatial spells to escape. Only when used to deal with some astral beasts with low intelligence and infinity warlock rank monsters among fierce beasts will people use spatial spells to escape. Those existences with low intelligence simply did not know how to use the power of space to attack and defend. The 3 powerhouses quickly flew out of the Magadan region. After passing through the territories of several kindred viscounts, they entered the territory of Viscount Duccio. Grand Duke Gogno and the Yu sisters were getting closer and closer. An uninterrupted Thunder Dragon mountain range appeared before the 3 of them. The Yu sisters plunged into the Thunder Dragon mountain range without hesitation, where countless dangerous extraordinary creatures lived. Seeing through the intentions of the Yu sisters at a glance, Grand Duke Gogno said with a cold smile, "How foolish. It's no use. Although those extraordinary life forms are extremely dangerous to others, but for powerhouses of our rank, they are nothing but ants. There are countless powerful extraordinary life forms living in the Thunder Dragon mountain range. Even kindred earls are in danger of dying if they enter the Thunder Dragon mountain range. But Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke, an infinity warlock rank existence. Given time, he can slaughter all the life forms in the Thunder Dragon mountain range by himself. Even the most powerful extraordinary life form in the Thunder Dragon mountain range, the Aurora Thunder Dragon, can easily kill it. The Yu sisters' figures flashed, and they went into a cave at once. Break! Grand Duke Gogno roared and pointed at the cave. A red beam of light smashed into the huge cave like a divine punishment, turning the 1,000-meter-tall mountain into dust. 2 rays of light flashed past. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Yu sisters flew towards another mountain range. There are countless caves in the Thunder Dragon mountain range. Like gophers, the Yu sisters drilled into any hole they saw. When Grand Duke Gogno attacked, he blasted a mountain range into pieces. Rumbling sounds echoed incessantly in the Thunder Dragon mountain range. Sensing Grand Duke Gogno's terrifying aura, countless extraordinary life forms fled into the distance. There are also some fearless extraordinary life forms that attacked Grand Duke Gogno. But as soon as they appeared, their blood was completely extracted and absorbed by Grand Duke Gogno, becoming his nutrients. True blood kindred powerhouses have a terrifying talent, that is, blood manipulation. Without the protection of secret treasures or spells, low-level creatures with insufficient strength would have all of their blood sucked dry once they got close to the true blood vampire, becoming nutrients for the true blood vampire. In front of Grand Duke Gogno, as long as extraordinary life forms below the Starry Sky Warlock rank appear, they will have their blood drained. For him, group battles don't have much effect. Grand Duke Gogno looked at the Yu sisters fleeing in the distance and frowned. How annoying. Are they trying to consume my power? I've indeed consumed 5% of my power. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. The density of objects on this plane is very high and very solid. Even with Grand Duke Gogno's strength, it takes a lot of blood energy to destroy a mountain range. Such an attack is too inefficient. Grand Duke Gogno's heart stirred, and he changed his fighting style. He turned into a bloody ray and flew towards the Yu sisters like a shadow. Within a dozen breaths of time, Grand Duke Gogno strangely appeared behind Yu Yen, pointed with a finger, and a blood arrow stabbed towards Yu Yen. Yu Yen turned around and stabbed out with her spear. Like a poisonous dragon, it stabbed into the blood flame arrow. Two violent forces erupted in a flash. Yu Yen was sent flying, spewed a mouthful of blood, and fell towards a cave. Grand Duke Gogno's body swayed slightly, and he turned into a bloody light that shot towards Yu Yen. He was locked in a fierce battle with Yu Yen. Both sides fought and fled at the same time. Yu Yan's injuries increased little by little, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Grand Duke Gogno's fighting style is extremely ruthless. He doesn't give Yu Yen a chance to go all out. Instead, he keeps moving around, entangling Yu Yen with his frightening mobility. At the same time, he uses his frightening recovery ability to consume Yu Yan's life force. Yu Yen is a peerless powerhouse ranked in the top 3 of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If she goes all out, even a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse will be seriously injured by her. Grand Duke Gogno doesn't want to perish together with Yu Yen. Therefore, his fighting style is to exchange injury for injury. Under Grand Duke Gogno's shameless attacks, Yu Yan's injuries are getting more and more serious, and her aura is getting weaker and weaker. After fighting for hundreds of rounds and piercing through dozens of mountains, Yu Yen forced Grand Duke Gogno to retreat with her spear, and then her figure blurred, and she jumped into a cave. Grand Duke Gogno smiled coldly. His figure flickered, and he flew into the cave like a shadow. She finally took the bait. Open fire. Yang Feng, who is hiding in a corner and watching silently, showed a smile and ordered coldly. The blazing sun battlestar's main artillery hidden in the cave flashed, and a resplendent beam shot out and engulfed Grand Duke Gogno in an instant. Damn it! I fell into a trap. Feeling the threat of death, Grand Duke Gogno's blood energy gushed out and formed one blood-colored barrier after another in front of him. When the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery beam slammed into the blood-colored barrier, the barrier collapsed in an instant, and Grand Duke Gogno was engulfed by the fearsome beam in an instant. After the light from the main cannon of the scorching sun interstellar battleship disappeared, Grand Duke Gogno also disappeared. Only 8 drops of bright red blood were left floating in the void, forming a small defensive barrier. A black silhouette flashed. Blazing Angel Alexia descended from the sky, wielding the blazing angel sword as she slashed down on the barrier. Terrifying fallen angel flames burned the barrier. Kindred Grand Duke True Blood, it's mine. Yang Feng's true body, who has been hiding in the incarnation of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, took a step forward, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. The true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains flew out and stabbed towards the barrier. Zhan Hongtao and Yang Feng's Bright World Warlock subordinates in Ligui province attacked one after another and bombarded Grand Duke Gogno's final barrier with various spells. Under the bombardment, the barrier of Grand Duke Gogno's 8 drops of true blood shattered, and the countless chains that emerged from the true god Empyrean imprint stabbed into the 8 drops of true blood and sealed them one by one. Kindred Grand Duke True Blood is an ingredient for refining the best elixirs, and it is a top material that can only be found by chance. After absorbing and refining the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, Alexia, Zhan Hongtao, and many other pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses can break through and promote to Infinity Warlocks in one fell swoop. If Yang Feng absorbs the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's true blood and refines them into a top elixir, he can break through the bottleneck and promote to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop. Yang Feng put away the 8 drops of true blood and said to the Yu sisters with a smile, "Hello, Marshal Yu, I am Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 672. Yu Yan didn't disarm herself and remained vigilant. She calmly looked at the Ligui province's experts and said with a smile, "I'm Yu Yan, this is my younger sister, Yu Tianling. It's nice to meet you, young master of Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. Every Infinity Warlock is a moving treasure trove. Once human warlocks practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would be transcendent rank powerhouses. Every part of their body was a most precious alchemy material." Yu Yan and her sister were already seriously injured. They were very worried that Yang Feng would hit them while they were down and turn hostile. "We shouldn't stay here for long. We'll take our leave first. We'll meet again if fate allows it." Yang Feng took a deep look at the Yu sisters, smiled slightly, turned around, and retreated into the crowd of powerhouses. Yu Yan is one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, and her combat power is astonishing. If she goes all out, more than half of the Bright World Warlocks Yang Feng brought from the Ligui province will die. Yang Feng doesn't want to lose all the Bright World Warlocks he subdued in the Ligui province in order to kill an Infinity Warlock. Grand Duke Gogno had taken the full brunt of the blast from the main cannon of the Scorching Sun battleship, but he was still alive. Yang Feng mobilized the entire Ligui province's experts to besiege him, and only then was he able to suppress him. Even though Yu Yan was seriously injured, Yang Feng wasn't willing to fight her to the death without a conflict of interest. Yu Yan's eyes flickered. "Please wait a moment, we need your help, young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Then, what price are you willing to pay? We have already helped you deal with Duke Gogno, otherwise you would have fallen into his hands. Now, you owe us a big favor." Yu Yan's eyes flickered with a shrewd light. She smiled and said, "No, even if you don't make a move. We can also escape from his hands. Of course, he would have to pay a certain price. I acted as bait to help you ambush and kill him, allowing you to obtain 8 drops of true blood from a vampire Grand Duke. In fact, you owe me a favor." Yang Feng smiled and took a few steps back. "Marshal Yu, if you say that, it's too insincere. If you insist on your opinion, we have nothing to talk about." Alexia, who is equipped with the ruler armor, blocked in front of Yang Feng. But now that Yu Yan has been seriously injured, even with Yu Tianling by her side, the two of them are not the opponents of Yang Feng's subordinates. However, now that Yu Yan has been seriously injured one after another, even with Yu Tianling by her side, the two of them together are not the opponents of Yang Feng's subordinates. Yu Tianling bowed slightly and said, "We indeed owe you a big favor this time. Thank you for saving me." Yu Tianling said, "Please help us leave God Blood Plain. We can pay you the godhead of a mid-level divine power rank god. The godhead contains the law of contracts." Yang Yu's Yan Feng said, "Shan and Feng Yu Zhu is I Yu, You and Yu, Yang God, Yu is." In Feisua Plain, Yang Feng's god clone has grasped the divine authority of war, massacre, death, and shadow. He doesn't need the law of Yan Feng's Yan Feng. For gods, it's not that the more laws they master, the better, but the purer the law, the better. In Feisua Plain, strong divine force rank gods often only master 1 or 2 laws and 1 or 2 divine authorities. Yu Yan took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I hope that the two of you can join Undying Mountain, become my subordinates, and serve me." There was a flash of contempt in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she sneered, "You're just a glorious dawn warlock, yet you want to recruit us as your subordinates. Do you think that's possible?" Yu Yan is an infinity warlock, standing at the apex of Zhangji Plain's human warlocks. She is also a proud and arrogant female warlock. If a Holy Spirit warlock came to recruit her, she might be happy to serve the other party. But Yang Feng is just a glorious dawn warlock. He isn't on the list of people she is willing to serve. If you change your mind and want to serve me, then crush this crystal. If that's the case, crush this crystal and I'll come and save you. However, be careful. If you are captured by a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse or above, then you won't be able to be saved. Crush the crystal, and don't expect me to come and save you. In that case, goodbye. Yang Feng smiled, threw a crystal towards Yu Yan, and then flew towards a cave with the Ligui province's powerhouses. Inside the cave, there is a top-grade warp gate. It is through the top-grade warp gate that Yang Feng can easily mobilize the Ligui province's top powerhouses to besiege Grand Duke Gogno. Their auras have disappeared. What's going on? A wisp of curiosity and fear flashed past Yu Yan's beautiful eyes as she looked at the strange cave. She wanted to fly into the cave that was set up with a defensive barrier to take a closer look, but when she thought of the might of the boundless main cannon of the Blazing Sun interstellar battleship, a trace of a chill surged in her heart. The power of the Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery can seriously injure an infinity warlock. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse is hit, they will be injured. With Yu Yan's current strength, once she is hit by the Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery, she will most likely be killed. Even if she isn't killed, she will be crippled. The Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery that ambushed Grand Duke Gogno only brushed past Yu Yan, but she already sensed its terrifying power. Yu Tianling frowned slightly and said, "Big sister, let's go." Since he left without any worries, there must be some other means. Even if we go, it won't work. We'll offend him for nothing. There was a flash of anger in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she clenched her white teeth and said solemnly, "That guy is the most abominable man I have ever seen. When I return to the Zhangji Plain, I must teach him a lesson. Let's go." Yu Yan took out a dozen-plus bottles of top elixirs, drank them, and recovered a trace of her vitality. Then, she cast a secret method and took Yu Tianling away. Ligui Province, in a secret room, Yang Feng's true body holding the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's true blood sank into his thoughts. These 8 drops of kindred true blood are indeed rare treasures. But it's still a bit difficult for me to break through to the Infinity Warlock realm. If I give them to my kindred avatar, I can give birth to a kindred Grand Duke. Let my kindred avatar use them to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's inheritance. Yang Feng's true body is a human warlock, and the core secret method he cultivates is the secret method Primal Chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord in his later years. The essence of the law he condenses is the essence of Devour, which has nothing to do with blood energy. His kindred avatar, on the other hand, is a true blood kindred, and can perfectly absorb most of Grand Duke Gogno's power. If Yang Feng's true body uses the kindred true blood, it will waste a lot of power. Originally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but Grand Duke Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke with a huge territory and countless people. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng chose to let his kindred avatar absorb the power of the kindred Grand Duke's true blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the 8 drops of kindred true blood, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out from the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed towards the drop of kindred true blood. The drop of kindred true blood struggled and vaguely revealed Grand Duke Gogno's soul. Grand Duke Gogno said in a tempting voice, "Human warlock, I am Grand Duke Gogno. I have more than 1 trillion people and endless resources under my command. Please let me live. I am willing to give you endless resources so that you can smoothly promote to an infinity warlock. Your words are indeed very tempting. Unfortunately, I don't have a method to control infinity warlocks. I can only ask you to go die. Yang Feng smiled coldly and poked Grand Duke Gogno with his finger, and countless runes erupted and erased Grand Duke Gogno's remnant soul. Then, he flicked his finger and flicked the drop of true blood into the mouth of his kindred avatar. When Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed the drop of Grand Duke rank true blood, the blood in his body boiled, endless power seeped out of him, and he evolved into a kindred earl with ease. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar enviously, and then continued to purify the second drop of true blood. The evolution of these other races is really fast. Compared to human warlocks, it's much faster. After Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed the second drop of true blood, it broke through and promoted to a kindred marquis in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed another 5 drops of true blood, and then broke through and promoted to a kindred Grand Duke in one fell swoop. After devouring the last drop of true blood, Yang Feng's kindred avatar became a kindred Grand Duke comparable to an intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse. The evolution speed of the kindred avatar makes Yang Feng jealous. This is the fearsomeness of kindred evolution. As long as they had the powerful true blood of the upper-class blood race, they would be able to evolve rapidly and reach the heavens in a single step. This is one of their strongest racial talents. Yang Feng looked at the kindred avatar with intermediate infinity warlock rank strength and sighed regretfully. Even if it is a kindred body, it still wastes a lot of true blood's power. Grand Duke Gogno's power isn't limited to this. What a pity. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Without using any secret treasures, he can already rival Yu Yan. If Yu Yan didn't have the 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she wouldn't be his opponent. Chapter 673. Although Yang Feng's kindred avatar possesses intermediate infinity warlock rank strength, but its fighting strength is only slightly higher than that of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar and raised the corners of his mouth. However, as long as I create a powerful enough secret treasure for this kindred avatar, it should be able to become the most outstanding among kindred Grand Dukes in terms of fighting strength. Now it's time to carry out the next step of the plan. Yang Feng's kindred avatar showed an excited smile and stepped into the top-grade warp gate. Snow Night City Center. Snow Night Castle is the center that controls the entire Snow Night City as well as the residence of Grand Duke Gogno. A blood-colored ray flew into Snow Night City and flew towards Snow Night Castle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A series of alarms resounded in the Snow Night Castle. Powerful barriers suddenly rose and enveloped the entire Snow Night Castle. A beautiful kindred countess with blonde hair, blue eyes, and big breasts stood on the other side of the barrier, saluted Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Sir, I am Pina. This is Grand Duke Gogno's Snow Night City. Grand Duke Gogno is not here at the moment. Please leave. If you have anything to say to the Grand Duke, we can convey it to him for you. As long as a kindred Grand Duke is willing to part with the power of his blood, he can easily create a kindred family. Although the kindred countess is the most favored woman of Grand Duke Gogno, but she doesn't dare to slight another kindred Grand Duke. Grand Duke Gogno has died. From today on, I, Duccio, am the new master of Snow Night City. Open the barrier and welcome your new master. This is an order." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and Grand Duke rank berserk blood energy seeped out of him and shrouded Snow Night Castle. He took a deep look at Pina and launched the kindred innate bloodline command. When Pina was glared at by Yang Feng, the true blood inside her manipulated her to shout loudly, "Open the gate, open the barrier and welcome our new master." When Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, he would cast a spell and leave a blood imprint in the bodies of his subordinates. This way, Other Grand Dukes of the same bloodline would not be able to order their subordinates. Now that Grand Duke Gogno was devoured by Yang Feng's kindred avatar, the bloodline brand inside Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates collapsed. His subordinates cannot resist the orders of Yang Feng, who is also a bloodline descendant of the sixth true ancestor. The magic barrier around Snow Knight Castle collapsed at once, and transcendent rank auras flew out and knelt in front of Yang Feng, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Great Grand Duke Duccio." "Very good. From now on, you are my, Duccio's, subordinates." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a ball of blood condensed in his hand and suddenly bloomed, turned into bloody rays of light, flew towards Pina and the other subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno, and branded them with Yang Feng's blood brand. Unless Yang Feng is killed, or a true ancestor rank kindred takes action, it is impossible to erase the blood brand of the kindred subordinates. After Yang Feng subdued Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates, he issued an order for all true blood kindred in Snow Knight City to come to Snow Knight Castle and swear allegiance to him. Then, he openly branded them with a bloodline brand. After taking control of Snow Knight City, Yang Feng went directly to Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Snow Knight City is a secret treasure that Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources to refine. Once Snow Knight City's magic restrictions are fully activated, even kindred Grand Princes can be defeated. This is the safest place, so Grand Duke Gogno's treasury is located in Snow Knight City. This is Grand Duke Gogno's treasury? Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. As soon as Yang Feng entered Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, he saw that there are countless treasures from different planes, which radiate dazzling light. Suddenly attracted by divine force fluctuations, Yang Feng looked in that direction, and was slightly startled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Godhead, 1 strong divine force rank Godhead, 2 intermediate divine force rank Godheads, 10 weak divine force rank Godheads, 30 feeble divine force rank Godheads, and 100 demigod rank Godheads. Did this old freak slaughter a pantheon's god? On the Fesua plane, the elves only have 1 strong divine force rank and 2 intermediate divine force rank gods. The fact that Grand Duke Gogno had so many godhoods here was simply shocking. Fortunately, I brought the powerhouses of the Ligui province. Otherwise, if I hadn't killed him, I would have been the one to die. Yang Feng looked at the corpses and treasures of devils, dragons, giants, high elves, and other races in the treasury, and felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He rejoiced. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. He is an old freak who has lived for more than 100,000 years. During that long period of time, who knows how many troublesome enemies he has killed. This time, he didn't expect Yang Feng to be eyeing him covetously, which is why he was plotted against by Yang Feng. Before he could display his strength, he was killed. In a head-on confrontation, even if all of Yang Feng's subordinates join forces with the Yu sisters, they may not be Grand Duke Gogno's opponent. When Yang Feng saw a black heart engraved with countless mysterious runes, his eyes lit up at once, and he revealed a look of excitement. This is a fallen angel heart, an infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart. With this fallen angel heart and enough dark force, I can create an infinity warlock rank fallen angel. A fallen angel that belongs to me. The life center of human warlocks is located in the core of their soul. The life center of kindred is located in the true blood inside them. The life center of fallen angels is located in the heart of fallen angels. It is easy to kill a fallen angel, but it is extremely difficult to obtain a complete fallen angel heart. Fallen angels often self-destruct and they are at a disadvantage in battle. An infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart is extremely rare. Yang Feng quickly regained his calm. However, to create an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, I need to create a fallen angel pool first. Moreover, a fallen angel pool that can give birth to infinity warlock rank fallen angels. The resources required are too much. The fallen angel pool is a treasure that gives birth to fallen angels. At the same time, it is a place where fallen angels, who have fought until only a fallen angel heart remains, can restore their fleshly body. Even if an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel only has a fallen angel heart left, as long as the fallen angel heart returns to the fallen angel pool, they can quickly restore their fleshly body and restore their full fighting strength. This is the terror of a fallen angel legion. If the fallen angel pool isn't destroyed, fallen angels are like cockroaches that can't be killed. If they are seriously injured and roll into the fallen angel pool, they can restore their full strength. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said indifferently through a communications box, "Alexia, come here." Shortly after, with a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Yang Feng. "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng tossed the fallen angel heart in his hand and said lightly, "If you devour this fallen angel heart, can you advance to an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel?" Alexia, who has always been indifferent, looked at the fallen angel heart in Yang Feng's hand with a scorching shade in her beautiful eyes, and her breathing became a little short. "I can." Yang Feng tossed the fallen angel heart to Alexia. "Then it's yours." There was a flash of excitement in Alexia's beautiful eyes, and she suppressed her excitement and uttered, "My lord, if you build a fallen angel pool, inject enough dark force, and use this fallen angel heart, you can get an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Are you sure that you want to give me this fallen angel heart?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "I know. However, you have followed me for so long and made great contributions. A mere fallen angel's heart was nothing at all. As long as you are willing to serve me wholeheartedly, I won't treat you unfairly." Alexia knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, a solemn expression on her face, and made an oath, "Yes. Alexia hereby swears that I will dedicate my body and mind to you, my lord." Prior to this, Alexia only obeyed and served Yang Feng because she couldn't resist the shackles of the soul brand. But after accepting the fallen angel heart, she truly recognized Yang Feng as her master. Alexia swallowed the fallen angel's heart without hesitation, and a powerful devouring force spread from her body. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless high-grade magic crystals suddenly flew out and released a copious amount of life magic energy that entered Alexia. Countless threads formed from dark force suddenly flew out and formed a dark cocoon around Alexia. Wisps of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power pulsed slowly inside the dark cocoon. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Giving up on absorbing true blood is really the right choice. In this way, I will soon have 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses at my command. If Yang Feng absorbed the elixir made from Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, he would at most speed up his breakthrough to the Bright World Warlock realm. But if he let his avatar absorb Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, Yang Feng would get 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, the huge resources in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can bring Yang Feng's power to a higher level. Chapter 674. Yang Feng looked at Grand Duke Gogno's treasury with admiration in his eyes. What a huge treasury! If the resources here can be fully utilized, then a warlock group comparable to the Zhangji Plains 10 great sects can be created. Grand Duke Gogno was a quasi-great Grand Duke rank kindred Grand Duke. Tens of thousands of years ago, he reached a bottleneck and was shackled by bloodline, unable to advance any further. He had no intention of nurturing another Grand Duke either. As such, he had accumulated countless resources in his treasury, all of which were the spoils of war he had fought all over the place. Kindred Grand Dukes were equal beings. They only obeyed the true ancestor of the same bloodline. Even kindred Grand Princes couldn't order them. It was for this reason that Grand Duke Gogno didn't cultivate another kindred Grand Duke. This is a monarch-grade secret treasure. In the deepest part of the treasury, there is a huge pool of blood covering an area of thousands of square kilometers. In the center of the huge pool of blood, there is a sword engraved with countless blood-colored runes suspended in the air, and wisps of blood energy diffuse from the blood-colored sword. As soon as Yang Feng saw the sword, his heart stirred, and he made a judgment. Yang Feng looked at the sword suspended in the blood pool with a dignified look in his eyes. Kindred experts aren't good at forging. This sword should be a secret treasure refined by a human grandmaster alchemist of the Zhangji plane using their alchemy knowledge to help Grand Duke Gogno refine it. Fortunately, this secret treasure hasn't taken shape yet. Otherwise, it would be a joke to besiege him. The blood energy of kindred, the darkness force of fallen angels, and the life energy of human warlocks were completely different types of energy. Except for some secret treasures that could be used for energy, kindred couldn't use the secret treasures developed by human warlocks. Without the use of secret treasures, kindred experts could contend against human warlocks. They looked down on human alchemy, and there was no atmosphere of studying alchemy among kindred. Therefore, God Blood Plane's True Blood kindred had very few alchemists exclusive to kindred, and very few secret treasures that kindred could use. Most of the alchemy created by humans targeted the life energy inside human warlocks to strengthen and resonate with them. The blood energy of True Blood kindred was completely different from the life energy of human warlocks. If one wanted to study the exclusive secret treasure of the vampires, they would need countless alchemists to conduct deductions. Although Gogno's strength was world-shaking, his talent in alchemy was mediocre. He could use countless precious materials to refine a level 8 secret treasure exclusive to the Blood Clan, but it was useless. He could destroy a level 8 treasure with a wave of his hand. The Monarch-grade secret treasure was obviously far beyond Grand Duke Gogno's ability. It was a Monarch-grade secret treasure embryo that he captured from the Zhangji plane and spent countless materials and time to refine under the guidance of an alchemist grandmaster. Once Grand Duke Gogno possessed a king-grade secret treasure, his combat power would be comparable to a weaker vampire prince. That king-grade secret treasure could also be his final trump card. God's blood, devil's blood, angel's blood, dragon's blood. Ancient God's blood. For the sake of refining this king-grade secret treasure, Gogno really went all out. Unfortunately, even after his death, the Monarch-grade secret treasure wasn't successfully refined. Now that the materials are here, immediately deduce and analyze the secret treasure's refinement method. Let's see if we can refine the Monarch-grade secret treasure as soon as possible. Yang Feng gave an order, and 100 level 4 optical computers quickly set up models and began to analyze the Monarch-grade secret treasure using the knowledge in the database. The Monarch-grade secret treasure had no effect on Yang Feng's true body, but Yang Feng's kindred avatar was a kindred Grand Duke. He could fully exert the terrifying power of the Monarch-grade secret treasure. Secret Treasure City number 5765 has a kindred bloodline warlock who once refined a kindred secret treasure exclusive to the Blood Clan. 7-star Tower number 3476 has a theoretical conjecture on the refinement of kindred secret treasures. Countless pieces of information related to kindred secret treasures quickly flashed in the level 4 optical computers, and then combined with Shizu technology to model and analyze them. With the current data, it is impossible to analyze this Monarch-grade secret treasure using the Zhangji plane's alchemy. However, with Shizu technology, without changing the blood energy strengthening method, a brand new Monarch-grade secret treasure can be refined. Here is the list of materials. A few hours later, a line of information jumped out from an optical computer. Yang Feng looked at the list of materials, and his eyelids twitched. The brand new Monarch-grade secret treasure required almost half of the rare resources, godheads, dragon crystals, devil cores, and so on in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he said decisively, "Then take the plan. Refine the Monarch-grade secret treasure for me at once." Grand Duke Gogno's territory has more than 1 trillion people, which is much more than the number of humans ruled by the Feisua Plains human gods. At the same time, although the resources provided by the territory are far inferior to those of a greater province, but they are still amazing. Besides, they are full of kindred characteristics, and are more than enough to support the cultivation of 3 infinity warlocks. The reason why Grand Duke Gogno can occupy such a huge territory is that he is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Even kindred grand princes are somewhat apprehensive of him. Without enough strength, Yang Feng would not be able to hold such a large territory. Not long after, all kinds of robots swarmed in and entered the treasury. Like transformers, they quickly transformed into all kinds of instruments. A machine covered with countless tentacles suddenly flew out. The tentacles had countless tiny probes on them. They quickly approached the blood-red sword and began to analyze it further. In the world of warlocks, there are countless strange phenomena. Secret treasures with spirituality may even evolve into extraordinary life forms, and they can even practice cultivation and evolve independently. That scarlet sword was the embryo of a king-grade secret treasure. Even so, Xiao Chen needed to be extremely careful to successfully refine it. 10 days later, the news that Yang Feng's avatar Duchio occupied Snow Night City spread throughout God Blood Plain. Countless kindred bigwigs learned that a minor kindred viscount subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno got lucky and became a kindred Grand Duke in a single bound. Grand Duke Gogno, however, died. God Blood Plain, in an ancient and vicissitudes of life castle, a very young man dressed in aristocratic attire with kindred unique looks is holding a beautiful elven girl in his arms, forming a very beautiful picture. The only thing that spoiled this beautiful scene was the 2 bloody holes on the elven girl's neck. Blood was slowly flowing out of the 2 bloody holes. Grand Duke Gogno died, and then Grand Duke Duchio appeared. What a coincidence. This Duchio isn't simple, to be able to devour Grand Duke Gogno. This scheming is really amazing. However, such a guy who rose to the top in a single bound is not qualified to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's territory. The corners of the beautiful man's mouth rose into a sinister smile, and fluctuations of blood energy, which are only slightly inferior to those of Grand Duke Gogno, diffused from him. In a manner in the God Blood Plain, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a sexy figure was wearing a swimsuit and sunglasses as she reclined on a beach chair. In front of her, there is a boundless sea. The boundless sea strangely superimposed on the manor that covers an area of hundreds of square kilometers, forming a strange scene that ordinary people cannot imagine. A bloody ray entered the body of the beautiful blonde woman. The corners of her mouth rose into a smile, and she said in a low voice, "Grand Duke Duchio?" Interesting, a trifling kindred viscount was able to become a kindred Grand Duke in a single bound and occupy the treasury of that old fellow Gogno. His scheming is really amazing. I just don't know if he can really defend his own territory. Snow Night City, in the Snow Night Castle, in a luxurious palace. A fragrance wafting from her, Pina stepped into the palace. At a glance, she saw Yang Feng's kindred avatar sitting on the throne, with a dozen-plus beautiful women on his left and right, playing and flirting with him. As soon as Pina entered the palace, she saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng handed a beautiful dragon-born girl a fruit 100 times sweeter than lychees to him, and then asked casually, "What's the matter? Speak." Pina replied with a bitter expression, "Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania have sided with Grand Duke Charlie. Marquis Riccolo's attitude is unclear. Of the remaining 13 earls, 10 have been roped in by Grand Duke Charlie. The attitude of the other 3 earls is unclear. The 382 kindred viscounts who originally belonged to Grand Duke Gogno have also been roped in by the other Grand Dukes. Now we can only control Snow Night City. A fine bird chose a good tree to nest in. Most Grand Dukes evolved step by step to become a vampire duke. After becoming a Grand Duke, they would have countless experts at their disposal and occupy a large territory. At the same time, Pina glanced at Yang Feng, and there was an obscure flash of dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes. At the beginning, after Yang Feng occupied Snow Night City, he was like a mouse that jumped into a rice jar. Every day, he flirted and played with the beautiful women of different races in Snow Night City, never taking a step out of Snow Night City. This gave the other kindred Grand Dukes the opportunity to recruit the kindred powerhouses who belonged to Grand Duke Gogno. If it weren't for Yang Feng's bloodline brand, Pina and the other kindred in Snow Night City would have already sided with other Grand Dukes. Chapter 675. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I see. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." There was a flash of disappointment in Pina's eyes, and she sighed faintly and said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." At this moment, a beautiful human girl kneeling in front of Yang Feng clenched her silver teeth, looked up at Yang Feng, and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Speak." The beautiful human girl said respectfully, "Your Majesty, it is our great honor that you dote on us. However, Your Majesty, please put the state first. Only when the state is at peace and you are healthy can we live a good life. Your Majesty, please spare some of your attention and consider the affairs of the country. In God Blood Plain, a force controlled by a kindred Grand Duke is a kindred kingdom. Kindred Grand Dukes are aloof kings who dominate everything. Kindred Marquises, kindred Earls, and kindred Viscounts are greater aristocrats in the kingdom. Every year, kindred Marquises, Earls, and Viscounts must offer a large amount of resources to kindred Grand Dukes. The wealth in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can produce several infinity warlocks. It is a tremendous amount of wealth provided by the kindred Marquises, kindred Earls, and kindred Viscounts for tens of thousands of years. If it wasn't for the secret treasure Snow Night City, Grand Duke Gogno's wealth would only be greater. The stronger a kindred kingdom is, the more dignity the kindred kingdom has in front of people of other states. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The beautiful human girl replied, "My name is Carrie." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Not bad. Have you learned how to manage a state?" Carrie replied confidently, "Yes. I have not only learned all kinds of dance, singing, and the common language of the 7 plains, but also learned how to manage a state." Carrie and the dozen-plus beautiful young girls of different races around Yang Feng are top blood food that Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates have spent countless resources to cultivate. For existences like Grand Duke Gogno, their taste is very picky. The blood food must not only be beautiful virgins, but also have outstanding temperament and knowledge. It was just like when human nobles ate, not only did they want the food to be delicious, but they also had strict requirements for the food's aesthetics. Carrie and the other beautiful virgins were the cream of the crop chosen from 100 million beauties, and had received the best training. If they were placed on earth, each of them would be the cream of the crop. Yet such a beauty is just food for Grand Duke Gogno. This is the top enjoyment of an infinity warlock rank existence. Interesting. This is a drop of my blood. Drink it and you will become my descendant. Yang Feng extended the finger of his left hand, and a drop of captivating red blood emerged on the finger. The dozen-plus beautiful women of different races beside Yang Feng looked at the drop of bright red blood on Yang Feng's finger and revealed looks of envy and jealousy. In this God Blood Plain, only by becoming a true blood breed could one be considered a true elite. As for the beautiful women of different races, no matter how beautiful and outstanding they are, as long as they haven't become a true blood breed, they are just playthings and blood food, not the ruling class of this world. In this God Blood Plain, countless handsome men and beautiful women are willing to take the initiative to participate in the various blood food competitions held by true blood kindred in order to become the blood food of a high-level kindred. They do their best to curry favor with the other party, hoping that the other party will transform them into true blood kindred and become a bigwig in God Blood Plain. Many true blood kindred are beings who transformed from the blood food of kindred greater aristocrats. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Carrie's beautiful eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and she took Yang Feng's finger and greedily absorbed the drop of blood. Yang Feng's clone is a kindred Grand Duke. Even if the drop of blood isn't a true blood kindred, but it still possesses power far beyond that of ordinary true blood kindred. After Carrie swallowed the drop of blood in one gulp, an incomparably huge blood energy enveloped her delicate body. Her beautiful eyes turned crimson, and blood-sucking fangs grew in her mouth. A true blood kindred aura containing a bewitching aura diffused from her delicate body. Feeling the powerful blood energy permeating her body, Carrie wept tears of joy. She knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Thank you for transforming Carrie into a noble true blood kindred, Your Majesty. Carrie will dedicate everything to Your Majesty." Yang Feng was about to say something, when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Since you're here, then come in. It seems that your perception is pretty good, Viscount Duccio." "Oh, no, I should call you Duke Duccio now." Accompanied by a chuckle, an incomparably handsome blood-clanned Grand Duke in formal attire, exuding a rich noble temperament from head to toe, and eyes that revealed a sense of vicissitudes of life slowly walked in. Two people followed behind the kindred Grand Duke. They are Marquis Levan and Marquis Rania, subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng glanced at the kindred Grand Duke and said coldly, "You are Grand Duke Charlie? Are you the one who stole my subordinates and annexed my territory?" Marquis Levan snorted coldly and said loudly, "Your territory? That's the territory of Grand Duke Gogno, it doesn't belong to you. Now that Grand Duke Gogno is dead, his territory belongs to the real powerhouses. Grand Duke Charlie is the real master of these territories." Yang Feng said coldly, "Grand Duke Charlie, I'm talking to you. Since when is a dog qualified to participate in a conversation between Grand Dukes?" The eyes of Marquis Levan and Marquis Rania shimmered with anger at once, and they stared at Yang Feng. In the Tsangji Plain, although there is a huge gap between Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. However, in front of Infinity Warlocks, Bright World Warlocks still have a very high status. In many sects, Bright World Warlocks are great elders. In the theology plane, kindred Grand Dukes have the power to kill the kindred Marquises subordinated to them. A kindred Grand Duke can make a kindred Marquis commit suicide with an order. Therefore, among true blood kindred, the status of kindred Marquises and kindred Grand Dukes are not on the same level. A kindred Grand Duke is the king of a state, while a kindred Marquis is just a subject of the state. A subject with a slightly higher status is not qualified to participate in a conversation between kings. Charlie uttered with a smile, "Levan's words are my words. Besides, they are not my dogs, but my most loyal subjects, my closest confidants, and my friends." After listening to Charlie's words, the eyes of Marquis Levan and Marquis Rania shimmered with emotion, and their loyalty to him increased by a notch. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked coldly, "Charlie, what brings you here? Speak." Charlie glanced at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he sneered, "I came to ask you to hand over Grand Duke Gogno's treasury and hand over Snow Night City. This is not a place you can covet. Grand Duke Charlie is only slightly inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. Even among God Blood Plains Infinity Warlocks, he ranks in the top 20. When they heard this, Pina and the other beautiful women of Snow Night City turned pale, and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of fear and despair. Once Yang Feng is defeated and leaves Snow Night City, the status of the beautiful women of Snow Night City will instantly fall to the bottom of society. As if a god overlooking mortals, Yang Feng glanced at Charlie and said indifferently, "Charlie, this is Snow Night City. I'm curious, why did you choose to challenge me here? Don't you know that Snow Night City is the strongest secret treasure refined by Grand Duke Gogno?" Charlie said with a cold smile, "That's right. If Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, Snow Night City would be a terrifying secret treasure. Therefore, when he was still alive, except for a few of his friends and the great sixth true ancestor, no Grand Duke or Grand Prince dared to step into Snow Night City. However, Duccio, how many days have you been in Snow Night City? How much of Snow Night City's power can you control? Of course it's, Yang Feng smiled, delayed for a while, and then uttered coldly, 100%. When Yang Feng's words fell, countless runes suddenly appeared in Snow Night City, and an ancient beast that seems to have been sleeping for countless years slowly woke up. In the hall, countless runes suddenly shone with dazzling light. 2 silver rays shot out from the hall and shot towards Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania. In an instant, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania were hit by the 2 silver rays, and countless runes appeared on their bodies and eroded them frantically. A look of horror on their faces, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania roared wildly, and tremendous blood energy surged in an attempt to dispel the runes. However, the strange runes eroded them and devoured their power frantically. Marquis Levon screamed in horror, "Your Majesty Grand Duke Charlie, save us!" Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania can imagine that once they fall into Yang Feng's hands, they will die without a doubt. Grand Duke Charlie erupted with fearsome blood energy and formed a sea of blood flames that burned and purified the dozens of silver rays barreling towards him. "Not bad, Grand Duke Charlie, you're really strong. I'm right here. As long as you can defeat me, Snow Night City will be yours." Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng smiled coldly and flicked his finger, and a silver ray shone. Marquis Levon exploded in an instant, and 7 drops of Marquis true blood flew towards Yang Feng and fell into his hand. Chapter 676. Seeing this scene, Marquis Rania screamed in horror, "Grand Duke Charlie, save me!" Marquis Rania has a bloodline brand set up by Grand Duke Charlie inside him. Even if he wants to betray Grand Duke Charlie, it is impossible. He can only beg Grand Duke Charlie to save him. Grand Duke Charlie urged blood flames to burn the silver beams and stared at Yang Feng with incredulity in his eyes. "Damn it, how is this possible? How can he take control of Snow Night City in such a short period of time? What's going on?" Snow Night City is a defensive secret treasure that Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources and wealth to refine. Even kindred grand princes will be defeated or even quelled and they enter Snow Night City. However, Snow Night City is Grand Duke Gogno's most important trump card. Except for Grand Duke Gogno, even his confidants, the 3 kindred marquises, don't know the mysteries of Snow Night City. For a large secret treasure like Snow Night City, even a kindred Grand Duke will need decades or even 100 years to fully master it. This is why Grand Duke Charlie dared to break into Snow Night City and threaten the newly promoted kindred Grand Duke Yang Feng. Yang Feng has mastered top alchemy in Cangji Plain. The alchemy data of the warlock groups in Ligui province are in his database. Additionally, he has analyzed the alchemy data of the Golem celestial relic site of the Golem lords suppressed by Golem dynasty. His control over various secret treasures far exceeds that of God Blood Plains kindred Grand Dukes. After Yang Feng occupied Snow Night City, he didn't seem to do anything. But in fact, he sent countless battle robots to occupy key locations and take control of Snow Night City. Die. As if a god overlooking the secular world, Yang Feng glanced at Marquis Rania and barked coldly. With a flash of resplendent silver light, Marquis Rania's body exploded in an instant, and 7 drops of true blood Marquis rank true blood flew towards Yang Feng. Without creasing his eyebrows, Grand Duke Charlie stared at Yang Feng's kindred avatar and said solemnly, "Duccio, I admit defeat this time. I will erase the bloodline brand on Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates and return them to you. I'll return all their territories to you. Let me go." Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Sorry. I feel that the true blood in your body is even more attractive to me. There's one thing that you're right about. Only the truly strong could own the territory of Gogno. My strength is still very weak, but as long as I absorb your true blood, I will be able to rival Grand Duke Gogno. So, please fall in this Snow Night City. Pina took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. So that's how it is. He wanted to show weakness and use this opportunity to lure the other dukes into Snowy Night City. Then, he would use Snowy Night City to suppress and devour them. What a powerful scheme, what a powerful means. If it's him, he might become a greater existence than Grand Duke Gogno. Excitement also flashed in the eyes of the dozen or so beauties from various races beside the throne. In the God Blood Plane, the strong were respected. Compared to the Zhangji Plane, the law of the jungle was crueler and clearer. As the ruler of a kingdom, the stronger Yang Feng was, the more brilliant his means would be. The better the people under his command would live and the more advantageous they would be when interacting with other kingdoms. You want to keep me here with just you? That's impossible. Grand Duke Charlie roared furiously, and countless blood flames surged and formed a blood-colored flame within a meter of him. When the silver rays that could easily suppress a kindred marquis slammed into the blood-colored flame, they collapsed, unable to harm Grand Duke Charlie in the slightest. Sitting still on the throne, Yang Feng uttered with a proud smile, "Blood Flame Origin Realm. Amazing! Grand Duke Charlie, you're indeed much stronger than me. Come on, let's fight fair and square. As long as you can kill me, everything will belong to you." When Grand Duke Charlie heard this, his lungs were about to explode. In this hall, he had to resist the countless silver rays. Every breath he took consumed a tremendous amount of blood energy. To fight Yang Feng in this place was simply courting death. Grand Duke Charlie was an ambitious and ruthless person for no reason. After he quickly made a judgment, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a bloody stream of light that shot towards the outside. When the countless silver rays slammed into Grand Duke Charlie, they were completely blocked by the Blood Flame Origin Realm, unable to harm him in the slightest. To be able to escape from my Snow Night Castle, that's Grand Duke Charlie for you. Unfortunately, this is Snow Night City, a place that can suppress Grand Prince powerhouses. So, die for me. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with countless bloody runes, and a tremendous amount of blood energy entered Snow Night Castle. Above Snow Night City, a tremendous amount of power surged and formed 9 huge bloody pillars in the blink of an eye. The 9 huge bloody pillars intertwined with each other and released endless blood energy that frantically extracted the life force of the more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Night City. The life force of the more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Night City connected with the 9 huge bloody pillars and formed a bloody catalogue engraved with countless runes that seems to contain the power of a world. In the center of the bloody catalogue, there is the eye of an unknown existence. According to legend, the unknown existence from another universe slowly opened its eye, and a green beam shot out from the eye and instantly slammed into Grand Duke Charlie. Under the illumination of the cyan beam of light, Grand Duke Charlie was like a bug stuck in a spider's web, struggling frantically. Under the green beam, the Blood Flame Origin Realm, which has an astonishing defensive power, collapsed inch by inch. Grand Duke Charlie roared wildly, "Duccio, Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor are not allowed to kill each other. You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the 6th true ancestor's punishment? Let me go and spare my life. I'll give you enough compensation." Let you go? How is that possible? Go to hell. Yang Feng smiled ferociously, and Infinity Warlock rank blood energy boiled and compressed into a 20-meter-long bloody blade that slashed towards Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie, who was doing his best to resist the cyan beam of light falling from the sky, had no power to resist the bloody blade. He could only watch helplessly as the bloody blade cut his body in two. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green beam broke through Grand Duke Charlie's defenses and engulfed him completely. After the cyan pillar of light disappeared, only 8 drops of captivating Grand Duke true blood were left in its place. The 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood trembled slightly, and then suddenly flew towards the huge eyeball in the catalogue. The offering I offer you is only 1 drop of Grand Duke True Blood. Don't go too far. Yang Feng snorted coldly and extended his hand, and a big hand passed through the void and grabbed the 7 drops of Grand Duke True Blood. Yang Feng stared coldly at the huge eyeball from another universe in the huge catalogue. The huge eyeball emitted bursts of fury, furious that Yang Feng robbed it of its spoils of war. Shrouded by the anger of the huge eyeball, all existences below the True Blood kindred in Snow Night City knelt on the ground and shivered in fear. Yang Feng smiled coldly, opened his mouth, and inhaled the 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's True Blood. With his intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength, he can already devour Grand Duke Charlie's True Blood by himself. When Grand Duke Charlie's True Blood was devoured by Yang Feng, a tremendous amount of blood energy entered his body and nourished him, allowing his life essence to evolve and become stronger and stronger. That huge eyeball came from another universe, and it was a strange and incomparably powerful existence. If it came with its true body, it would be able to squish Yang Feng with a finger. However, it only appeared with the help of Snow Night City's power projection. No matter how furious it is, it can only devour the drop of Grand Duke True Blood, and then slowly disappear. The 9 incomparably large blood pillars collapsed one by one, and the terrifying power that enveloped Snow Night City also disappeared in an instant. Charlie was killed by him. He took control of Snow Night City. What's going on? Was it a trap set up by that old fox Grand Duke Gogno? Grand Duke True Blood has no effect on Grand Duke Gogno. It shouldn't be a scheme of Grand Duke Gogno. This Duccio is really insidious. Powerful existences hiding tens of thousands of kilometers away are watching everything that happened here through various extraordinary forces. When they saw Charlie being killed by Yang Feng, these powerful existences felt their hearts shake, and they are full of apprehension towards Yang Feng. Kindred Grand Dukes are comparable to Infinity Warlocks and possess undying bodies. As long as their true blood isn't extinguished, they can quickly regenerate. When 2 Kindred Grand Dukes fight, at most, one side will be defeated, while the other side won't be able to kill them. Yu Yan is far stronger than God Blood Plains Kindred Grand Dukes, yet she was still seriously injured by the attacks of the Kindred Grand Dukes. The Kindred Grand Dukes didn't die either. From this, it can be seen how strong the Kindred Grand Dukes are. Since Charlie was killed by Yang Feng, the Kindred Grand Dukes are filled with apprehension and dread towards him, and most of their thoughts of dealing with him dissipated. Convey my order. Attack at once. The territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie are mine. Anyone who blocks my way will die. TSK TSK. After Yang Feng devoured Grand Duke Charlie's true blood, a terrifying blood energy not inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno soared into the sky and formed a fearsome pillar of blood energy. Chapter 677. My Lord. You are truly the greatest existence. My Lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. In Snow Night City, when the more than 10 billion life forms of different races sensed the terrifying blood energy Yang Feng emitted, they prostrated themselves on the ground and praised Yang Feng excitedly, their hearts surging with emotions. In God Blood Plain, the strong are revered. As the ruler of a state, Yang Feng possesses blood energy not inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno. His power is enough to make everyone revere him. With an order from Yang Feng, he mobilized 300,000 true blood kindred from Snow Night City and formed a kindred army. However, among the 300,000 true blood kindred, there isn't even a single Viscount rank true blood kindred. Viscount rank true blood kindred are transcendent rank powerhouses. They are the power hub that maintains Snow Night City's array that can suppress Infinity Warlocks. They can't be dispatched lightly. Yang Feng's kindred avatar turned into a stream of light and flew towards Scarlet Thorn City, where Grand Duke Charlie lives. Scarlet Thorn City is the center of Scarlet Thorn's principality. Unlike Snow Knight City, which is a secret treasure refined from a celestial body, it is just an ordinary ancient castle. However, no one dares to behave atrociously here. That's because Scarlet Thorn City is the residence of Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie is extremely powerful, only slightly inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. Moreover, he is slick and cunning, and has friendly relations with more than a dozen kindred Grand Dukes. His sphere of influence is broader than that of Grand Duke Gogno. A fearsome aura suddenly pervaded above Scarlet Thorn City, and a handsome young man walked out of a distorted space, hovered in the void, and said unhurriedly, "I am Grand Duke Figo, a good friend of Grand Duke Charlie." Grand Duke Charlie died at the hands of Grand Duke Duccio. Now, come out. Kindred Grand Duke rank blood energy erupted from Grand Duke Figo's body and enveloped the Scarlet Thorn City. Tyrannical auras flew out of Scarlet Thorn City, and a total of 9 kindred marquises, 23 kindred earls, and 215 kindred viscounts flew out of Scarlet Thorn City and formed a small group. When the transcendent rank powerhouses in Scarlet Thorn City join forces, they can contend against a kindred Grand Duke for a short period of time. However, only when all the transcendent rank powerhouses act together can they contend against a kindred Grand Duke. A kindred Grand Duke, on the other hand, could cast spells and kill all the God-fiend experts one by one. A young man in the lead with the pinnacle kindred Marquis rank gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Figo, if we all join you, can you help us kill Duccio?" Figo slightly frowned, bitterly smiled, and slowly sighed, "Charlemagne, Duccio absorbed your father's true blood. He is already stronger than I am." Among the Grand Dukes of the vampires, only Grand Duke Lanner, who was under the 3rd true ancestor, and Grand Duke Acunia, who was under the 7th true ancestor, could rival him. "I can only protect your safety, but it's hard to kill him." Charlemagne was a vampire expert born from the natural union of Grand Duke Charlie and another vampire marquise. He possessed the power of a vampire count after coming of age, and now, he possessed the power of a peak vampire marquis. He could condense the 8th drop of true blood at any moment and become a Grand Duke. In Scarlet Thorn City, apart from Grand Duke Charlie, Marquis Charman was the strongest, and he controlled all the armed forces of Scarlet Thorn City. Figo suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see a blood-red light flashing in the distance. An incomparably handsome middle-aged man appeared here. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, and a terrifying aura of a kindred Grand Duke spread out, and made an overbearing declaration, "Charlemagne, from today onwards, all of you are under the command of Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo. Grand Duke Figo, let's divide it in half." Charlemagne looked up at Figo with a pleading look in his eyes, "Uncle Figo. Once Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo divide up the troops, the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie would also be divided up by the 2 Grand Dukes. Without the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie, no matter how talented Charlemagne was, it would be difficult for him to break through and promote to a new kindred Grand Duke. Moreover, it was very likely that he would die strangely before becoming a kindred Grand Duke. Figo glanced at Charlemagne, his face indifferent, and he remained silent. Charlemagne's heart sank slightly. He understood Figo's attitude. The wealth left by Grand Duke Charlie was too attractive, and Figo and Ramos had a good relationship with Charlie before. But as soon as he fell, all the friendships vanished into thin air. Moreover, the friendship between them was not enough for them to give up the huge wealth in Scarlet Thorn City. "I don't agree." A ray of blood-red light flashed, and a beautiful woman with a sexy and fiery figure and long golden hair appeared with a sweet smile. As soon as the stunning woman appeared in the void, she faintly confronted Figo and Ramos. She smiled sweetly, and the terrifying aura of a kindred Grand Duke pervaded the air. "The 3 of us will take 1/3 each." Ramos's pupils constricted slightly, and he revealed a graceful smile, "So it's Grand Duke Monia." If it's you, then you are indeed qualified to share it with us. Why don't the three of us form an alliance? If someone else comes, then the three of us will join forces to defeat him. Grand Duke Charlie's wealth is just right for the three of us. If more people come, then there won't be enough. Grand Duke Monia said decisively, "All right." Grand Duke Figo nodded and agreed with Ramos's proposal. "I don't agree with this proposal." With a flash of bloody light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the three kindred Grand Dukes and looked loftily at them. When Charmant saw Yang Feng, his eyes turned bloodshot, he issued a beast-like growl, and a berserk-killing intent seeped out of him, "Duccio." Without giving Charmant a glance, Yang Feng's gaze wandered around the three kindred Grand Dukes, a leisurely expression on his face. The three kindred Grand Dukes, however, had dignified expressions as they stared at Yang Feng. Originally, when Yang Feng evolved into a kindred Grand Duke and seized the opportunity to occupy Snow Night City, he was just a scheming person in the eyes of the kindred Grand Dukes. But Grand Duke Charlie also died at Yang Feng's hands. Furthermore, Yang Feng devoured 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's true blood. Now that Yang Feng's cultivation base was comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, no one would despise him anymore. Ramos looked at Yang Feng apprehensively and said, "Since you are here, Grand Duke Duccio, then let's divide the resources equally." The two Grand Dukes Figo and Monia nodded and agreed to the proposal. In terms of cultivation base alone, Yang Feng was the strongest here. Ramos and the other two Grand Dukes didn't want things to go back and forth, which was why they made such a proposal. Charmant's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes filled with bitterness and anger. The three kindred Grand Dukes Ramos, Figo, and Monia were Charlie's allies when he was alive, and the 4 of them formed an alliance against Grand Duke Gogno. Charlie has just died, yet the 3 former allies have already joined forces with the person who killed him, leaving Charmant bitterly disappointed. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with red light, and he said with a smile, "No, since I killed Grand Duke Charlie. Then all of his wealth will belong to me alone." As soon as he said that, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. The auras of Figo and the other 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses resonated subtly. Clearly, they were ready to join forces. Figo's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "Duccio, even if you devoured Charlie's true blood, your blood energy is still stronger than ours. But after all, you have just promoted to a Grand Duke. Do you really want to be enemies with us? This isn't Snow Night City." Kindred Grand Dukes who rose to the top by devouring the true blood of other kindred Grand Dukes are the weakest existences for a period of time. In God Blood Plane, there was a true blood kindred who was lucky enough to obtain a drop of true blood from a true ancestor and rose to the top in a single bound. Within a short 10 days, he evolved into a kindred Grand Duke. However, shortly after the lucky one was promoted, he was sneak attacked and killed by a true blood kindred Marquis. This made kindred realize that although devouring the true blood of a powerful kindred can give you tremendous power in a short period of time, but it takes a lot of time to control that tremendous power. In our race, the strong are respected. Since no one can convince the other, then let's fight. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with red light, and he drew a monarch-grade secret treasure god blood sword engraved with countless powerful magic cores and dragon crystals, smiled slightly, and slashed out. Berserk blood energy surged out of the king-grade secret treasure, the god's blood sword. It condensed into a terrifying blade that seemed to contain the blood energy of countless races and descended from the sky. The world was dyed blood red. Endless power was devoured by the fearsome blade, which suppressed the void and exuded a tyrannical aura. Monarch-grade secret treasure. Damn it! This is a monarch-grade secret treasure from Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Figo's complexion changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. Suddenly, a copious amount of violent blood energy erupted and formed a bloody enneagram barrier. Monia, Ramos, and the other 2 kindred Grand Dukes gritted their teeth, spewed out blood energy, and pointed with their fingers, and 2 bloody Enneagram barriers suddenly appeared. The terrifying sword blade, which seemed to be able to cut through a world, slashed at the 3 Enneagram blood-colored defensive boundaries. One by one, the 3 Enneagram defensive boundaries shattered into pieces. Figo and the other 2 were instantly swallowed by the fearsome blade. Chapter 678. Blood-colored rays shone, and Figo and the other 2 kindred Grand Dukes escaped from the blood-colored sword rays in an instant and fled into the distance. Damn it! Duccio, I'll remember this. Duccio, today's matter isn't over. As the 3 kindred Grand Dukes fled, they uttered vicious words. The power of a monarch-grade secret treasure is too terrifying. Since the 3 kindred Grand Dukes don't have the slightest confidence in defeating Yang Feng, they wisely chose to flee. In God Blood Plane, it is very difficult for kindred Grand Dukes to die, because if they see that the situation is unfavorable, they will choose to flee. Yang Feng watched the 3 kindred Grand Dukes flee, but didn't pursue them. The 3 kindred Grand Dukes are old freaks who have lived for tens of thousands of years and are proficient in various escape methods. While it is easy to defeat them, it is extremely difficult to kill them. Grand Duke Charlie entered Snow Night City, and was then killed by Yang Feng, who controls Snow Night City, using the power of Snow Night City's secret treasure. In the outside world, even a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse would find it difficult to kill a kindred Grand Duke. Marquis Charman's face fell, and he barked, "Run!" The figures of Charlie's kindred transcendent rank powerhouses fluttered, and they turned into streaks of bloody light and flew in different directions. I order everyone to stop at once. Don't move. Yang Feng's eyes radiated blood-red light, and Grand Duke rank fluctuations of blood energy enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius like a sea. The true blood of the kindred viscounts boiled, and they couldn't budge, looks of despair on their faces. The faces of the 23 kindred earls shimmered with a look of struggle, but they still gritted their teeth and flew into the distance. The 9 kindred marquises trembled slightly, and their speed slowed down a little. The more powerful a vampire was, the more resistant they would be to bloodline commands. Marquis rank true blood vampires could resist even Grand Duke rank commands unless they had been branded with a bloodline imprint. Charman, you are indeed Charlie's most outstanding son and the most promising powerhouse to evolve into a kindred Grand Duke. Unfortunately, since we are enemies, then you all have to die. You can be proud of dying to this king-grade secret treasure, the divine blood sword. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and pinnacle Grand Duke rank blood energy poured into the god blood sword and swung it. In an instant, the entire world changed, as if it had turned into an endless hell made of divine blood. High elves, devils, angels, demons, giants, dragons, and all sorts of other powerful beings walked out of the theological hell with broken bodies and dripping blood. They carried a thick stench of blood as they pounced on the 9 true blood kindred marquises. The expressions of the 9 true blood marquises changed drastically. They frantically activated all sorts of secret arts to attack the powerful beings. Blood blade. A kindred marquis roared and waved his hands, and 2 bloody blades condensed from compressed blood energy that can even wound infinity warlocks turned into 2 bloody rays that slashed towards a giant. The blood blade is a powerful offensive secret method grasped by kindred. Every time an enemy is slain, all the blood essence of the enemy will be extracted and fed back to the caster. Those true blood race experts could use this technique to fight weaker enemies and become stronger as they fought. They were not afraid of group attacks. When the 50-meter-tall giant was slashed by the blood blade, it was instantly split in 2. Got it. There was just a flash of joy in the eyes of the true blood kindred marquis, when the upper body of the 50-meter-tall giant suddenly flew out, appeared in front of him, and grabbed him with its huge right hand covered in blood energy and stuffed him into its mouth. Miserable screams came from the giant's mouth, and the fluctuations of power of the True Blood Kindred Marquis disappeared in an instant. After the True Blood Kindred Marquis was killed, the other 7 True Blood Kindred Marquises screamed one after another, and were killed by the strange beings that crawled out of the hell of divine blood. Duccio! I curse you! Charlemagne lasted 3 breaths longer than the last True Blood Marquis before he was devoured by the hell of divine blood amidst an incomparably shrill scream of agony. Yang Feng shook the god blood sword in his hand, and drops of true blood flew out of the god blood sword and fell into a jade box engraved with countless runes in his hand. Each drop of true blood is priceless. If it is sold in the Great Cloud Dynasty, it will surely cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. A drop of True Blood Kindred Marquis has the potential to turn a warlock into a Bright World Warlock rank Kindred Warlock. This kind of treasure was definitely a treasure that could not be bought with money. Of course, a drop of True Blood Kindred Marquis naturally can't turn a warlock into a Bright World Warlock rank Kindred Warlock in a single bound. However, it can give a warlock the potential to evolve into a Bright World Warlock, which is already a treasure that countless warlocks dream of. After Yang Feng killed the 9 True Blood Kindred Marquises, he smiled coldly at the 23 Kindred Earls who fled 100 kilometers away, and then inserted the God Blood Sword into its sheath. Then, he spread the fingers of a hand, and bloody light suddenly swept the 23 Kindred Earls. With a slight tremble, the 23 Kindred Earls were shattered and turned into drops of true blood. Infinity Warlocks are so powerful and fearsome. There is a world of difference between them and Glorious Sun Warlocks. Yang Feng's Kindred Avatar already possesses Quasi-Warlock Monarch rank cultivation base. As such, there is no suspense in dealing with the Kindred Earls who are restrained by him. Yang Feng swept the 215 Transcendent rank Kindred Viscounts with his gaze, used a bloodline command, and said coldly, "As for you, go to hell." "No. Spare me." The 215 Kindred Viscounts exploded, and drops of Viscount rank Kindred True Blood flew out of them and entered Yang Feng's hand. These Transcendent rank Kindred powerhouses were carefully cultivated by Grand Duke Charlie. They are extremely loyal to Grand Duke Charlie and have a sense of belonging. Even if Yang Feng left a kindred brand inside these Transcendent rank Kindred powerhouses, he can only make them obey his orders. Outside of the command period, these blood-breed powerhouses who hated him must have disobeyed him on the surface but disobeyed him in secret. That was why he chose to kill them all. In any case, with the true blood of the Blood Tribe, he could easily nurture a group of loyal and devoted subordinates. Yang Feng waved his hand, and thousands of strengthened Undyings, Void Assassins, Sealers, and other battle robots flew into the Scarlet Thorn City and occupied various key places. At the same time, countless nano-robots flew into the Scarlet Thorn City as well. Yang Feng used Snow Knight City to kill Grand Duke Charlie. Now, he is worried that others will use this trick on him. Before entering the Scarlet Thorn City, he must confirm whether the Scarlet Thorn City is a powerful defensive secret treasure. As soon as the thousands of 4th-generation battle robots entered the Scarlet Thorn City, they easily wiped out the resistance in the Scarlet Thorn City like a hot knife through butter. After analysis, although the Scarlet Thorn City also has some restrictions unique to Kindred, but they cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Snow Knight City. After confirming that the Scarlet Thorn City poses no threat to him, Yang Feng entered the Scarlet Thorn City and went to Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into Grand Duke Charlie's treasury, he saw countless rare resources placed randomly in the treasury, dazzling him. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock, they will be very excited when they see the wealth in the treasury. Yang Feng took a look at the treasury and said regretfully, "Grand Duke Charlie is far inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. There are countless rare treasures in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. However, there are no Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Hearts, Strong Divine Force rank Godheads, and other top treasures that are also top treasures for Infinity Warlocks. In terms of the quantity of resources, the resources in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury may be 3 times that of Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, but the quality of the treasures is less than 1/10 of that of Grand Duke Gogno. This is because in order to achieve a breakthrough, Grand Duke Gogno has participated in many wars, and even participated in the war that destroyed the 8th Warlock dynasty. He fought with the powerhouses of countless races and accumulated countless rare treasures. Grand Duke Charlie is a cunning person and unwilling to take risks in top planar wars, which is why he has accumulated so many resources in his treasury. Top treasures, on the other hand, are very rare. No matter what plane it is, peerless treasures such as Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Hearts and Strong Divine Force rank Godheads cannot be bought with ordinary magic crystals. Only by bartering with peerless treasures of the same rank can it be possible to exchange for other peerless treasures of the same rank. This is the Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool. It's really surprising that Grand Duke Charlie has such a good treasure. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of a silver pool. The silver pool seems to have a radius of less than 20 meters. But if you look carefully, you can see that the pool seems to be boundless, with countless specks of starlight shining and forming stars. This is one of the most important secret treasures of the Magic Note dynasty, the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool. This Myriad Transformation Star Source Pool did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. Its only function was to absorb enough resources to give birth to a complete plane seed. In the Magic Note dynasty era, with the Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool, the most confident warlock geniuses implanted a plane seed inside them and embarked on the strongest warlock path. Chapter 679. The Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool is a peerless secret treasure that human warlocks can only dream of. Who knows how many warlock geniuses have to struggle in the astral boundary in order to obtain a plane seed. However, this plane seed isn't of much use to kindred powerhouses. Kindred practice cultivation based entirely on blood energy. Only by constantly absorbing the blood of powerful beings and purifying their true blood can they evolve continuously. Yang Feng mused, the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool can allow the most outstanding geniuses under my command to form a small world. However, the number of such geniuses is bound to be limited. Even in the Magic Note dynasty era, the number of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them wasn't too high. That's because every warlock who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them consumed a huge amount of resources to step on the strongest warlock path. Additionally, 99% of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them stopped at the Bright World Warlock realm, finding it very difficult to break through and promote to the Infinity Warlock realm. There is a huge hurdle for human warlocks from the Bright World Warlock realm to the Infinity Warlock realm, also known as the Life and Death hurdle. Countless Bright World warlocks are stuck at this hurdle, and eventually die of old age. It is 1,000 times more difficult for Bright World warlocks who have formed a small world to transform into an Infinity Warlock than ordinary Bright World warlocks. It is because of this that the number of Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world is so small. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals are all outstanding talents among Infinity Warlocks, but none of them has formed a virtual world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. This treasure can be used by Shui, and Regina to cultivate them. The resources provided by the Ligui province, the Andrak plain, the Fuso subcontinent, the Feisua plain, and the Tarandit subcontinent can support the cultivation of about 30 Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world. Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled an illusion. Wait a minute, with the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool, I can form more small worlds inside me. I remember that the 9 Realms Lord defeated the Star Lord several times. If the Star Lord wasn't proficient in prophecy and didn't get the opportunity to become an emperor, the 9 Realms Lord of the 4th Warlock dynasty would have ruled the world. After the collapse of the 3rd Warlock dynasty and before the establishment of the 4th Warlock dynasty, During that time, the Cangji Plains human warlocks had produced countless powerful freakish geniuses. Countless geniuses competed for the position of warlock emperor. Among the countless geniuses, the one most favored wasn't the Star Lord, but a peerless genius called the Nine Realms Lord. The Lord of the Nine Realms had condensed 9 worlds within his body. The path he walked was the sublimation of the laws of power. As soon as he made his move, the power of 9 complete worlds instantly erupted with the profound meaning of power, suppressing everything. The Lord of the Stars and the Lord of the Nine Realms had fought several times in the past, but he had always been defeated by the Lord of the Nine Realms. In the end, the Star Lord used the power of prophecy to seize the opportunity to proclaim himself an emperor, promote to a warlock emperor, and quell the Nine Realms Lord in one fell swoop. According to legend, when the Lord of the Nine Realms fought against the Lord of the Stars, the Lord of the Nine Realms once had the upper hand. However, in the end, he was still no match for the Lord of the Stars and was brutally suppressed. The Nine Realms Lord was recognized by everyone as a junior warlock emperor rank powerhouse with battle prowess. Of course, it was only when the Star Lord had just promoted to a warlock emperor that the Nine Realms Lord fought the Star Lord and achieved such a result. After the Star Lord reached his peak age, just like other strongest human warlock emperors, wherever he went, transcendence and transcendence retreated, no one daring to face him head-on. He was recognized as one of the 7 strongest human warlock emperors. Yang Feng willed, check the cultivation method of the Nine Realms Lord. Countless streams of data surged in the optical computer, and all kinds of information in the database were quickly consulted. Soon, a message was sent back. The secret method Nine Realms text cultivated by the Nine Realms Lord is currently in the database. There are only complete volumes 5, 6, and 7, as well as incomplete volumes 4 and 8. The secret method to condense and absorb the 9 worlds is recorded in the 6th volume. The Nine Realms Lord was a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. The Nine Realms text he created could be regarded as an Empyrean grade text. In the Cangji Plain, there are inheritances, but very few people practice them. The 9 semi-plain seeds of the Nine Realms treasure book were already rare treasures in the world. Moreover, once 9 small worlds were condensed in his body, the consumption of the 9 small worlds would be unbearable even for one of the top 10 sects like the Battle Demon sect. At the time, the Nine Realms Lord was born in the Cangji Plains No. 1 sect. In order to obtain resources, he destroyed countless sects and plundered the resources of countless plains to cultivate the 9 worlds. The 9 worlds circulate with each other and absorb the surrounding force at all times, which makes him invincible in the same rank and rarely fails. Yang Feng ordered, very well, conduct modeling and analysis. Analyze how the true body should practice cultivation in order to cultivate to perfection, 1000 level, for optical computers operated frantically at once and began to perform deductions. This is equivalent to 10 infinity warlocks performing deductions and analysis day and night. After Yang Feng took over the Scarlet Thorn City, the 300,000 kindred army left Snow Knight City and headed for the territory of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie. Wherever Yang Feng went, not a single kindred dared to contend against him. They all surrendered and became his subordinates. He also annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie. The kindred Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor kept silent. No one came out to interfere. Yang Feng's kindred avatar not only possesses a cultivation base comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, but also wields the monarch-grade secret treasure God Blood Sword, an exclusive kindred secret treasure. Ordinary kindred Grand Dukes cannot contend with him. After Yang Feng annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie, he stopped expanding and began to stabilize the rule of the 2 territories. When the kindred Grand Dukes saw that Yang Feng knew his limits, they heaved a sigh of relief. Each kindred Grand Duke is an infinity warlock rank existence. Moreover, their recovery ability is extremely tyrannical, and their speed is far superior to that of human warlocks. If such a powerhouse is determined to avoid fighting and specializes in slaughtering the weak, even kindred grand princes will find it difficult to stop them. Therefore, the struggles between kindred grand dukes are basically limited to a small scale, with very few fights to the death. After Grand Duke Charlie was quelled by Yang Feng in Snow Night City, his territory has become ownerless. The kindred Grand Dukes are unwilling to clash with Yang Feng over this ownerless territory. If Yang Feng continues to attack the territories of other Grand Dukes, it will definitely cause a backlash. In God Blood Plain, although the 9 true ancestors are hiding, but they are still alive, and there are kindred Grand Princes among them. Even though Yang Feng is bold, but he doesn't want to court death and anger the 6th true ancestor. The 6th true ancestor is a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence. If he personally takes action, then even though Yang Feng has Grand Duke Gogno's strength, only death will await him. After Yang Feng annexed the territories of the 2 Grand Dukes, peace was restored in God Blood Plain. 10 days after Yang Feng unified the territories of the 2 Grand Dukes, in Snow Night Castle's reception hall, the palm of Yang Feng's kindred avatar, who is playing with beautiful women of different races, suddenly heated up, and a scarlet rune appeared. The corners of Yang Feng's kindred avatar's mouth rose into a smile. You finally can't take it anymore? In the sky above a mountain range, 3 figures entangled and collided with each other. In the midst of the collision, endless flames and blood flames fell from the sky and sprinkled on the mountain range below. When the drop of flames fell to the ground, it turned into raging flames that spread in all directions. In the wake of the flames, everything was burned. In the wake of the blood flames, the blood of countless intelligent life forms gushed out and turned into rays of blood light that entered the body of a kindred Grand Duke in the sky. Kindred powerhouses are one of the races in the world that are least afraid of group battles. In battle, they can absorb the blood of low-level intelligent life forms and turn it into pure blood energy that can be used to attack, defend, and recover. They are extremely difficult to deal with. An extremely handsome young man manipulated the incomparably violent blood energy to bombard the Yu sisters in waves. At the same time, he said in an extremely elegant manner, "Yu Yan, you should surrender. The great true ancestor has promised that as long as you are willing to surrender, he will spend his power to transform you and your sister into existences on the same level as us. If you continue to resist, then I can only kill you and your sister." 2 holy grade secret treasures, 2 monarch grade secret treasures, plus an infinity warlock and a bright world warlock corpse. For me, Grand Duke Toli, this is not a small fortune. At this time, Yu Tianling is covered in wounds, her face is haggard, and she has lost the charm of a peerless beauty. Her aura is extremely weak, and she only exudes junior bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. On the other side, Yu Yan exudes a burnt smell, her eyes are lifeless, but she still clenches her teeth, holds the black Feng Huang spear in her hand tightly, and urges the black Feng Huang fire to burn the blood flames. Yu Yan is well aware that once she and her sister fall into the hands of the kindred true ancestor, their fate will be miserable. Of the 9 true ancestors of the kindred, the 6th true ancestor is a pervert who likes to torture and kill powerful women. Once countless foreign women fell into his hands, they would beg for their lives, but they could neither die nor live. At the time, the 6th true ancestor was seriously injured by a female Holy Spirit warlock in the Zhangji Plain, and his male organs were destroyed by a terrifying weapon of the law of karma. Even the 1st true ancestor has no way to heal him, which turned him into a terrifying pervert. Moreover, he likes to torture and kill female warlocks of the Zhangji Plain the most. Yu Yan is well aware of this, which is why she gritted her teeth and asked Yang Feng for help. Chapter 680. Grand Duke Toli frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with anxiety. How stubborn. None of God Blood Plain's kindred Grand Dukes are willing to go all out against an infinity warlock like Yu Yan. This is why Yu Yan and Yu Tianling have been able to escape again and again. True Blood Flame Transformation. Grand Duke Toli took a deep look at Yu Yan, and countless blood-colored runes suddenly appeared on his body. The sky changed color, and an area 1,000 kilometers in radius was enveloped by blood. The bodies of all life forms within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius shook slightly, and then blood essence was extracted from them, turned into specks of bloody light, and entered Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! He's going all out. Yu Yan was startled, and a dignified look streaked past her beautiful eyes. True Blood Flame Transformation is a secret method of kindred. It is triggered by burning the power of one's true blood, and with the kindred as the center, a domain similar to divine domain is formed. Within this domain, all existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank will have their blood essence extracted in an instant and turned into a source of power for the true blood kindred. Within this domain, the strength of the true blood kindred will increase by a level. Black Fenghuang Absolute Thrust. Yu Yan gritted her teeth and held the Black Phoenix Spear in her hand. She used a secret technique to squeeze out the power in her body. Her fit and beautiful body suddenly swelled up, and countless black flames enveloped her Black Phoenix Spear, causing it to hum continuously. Yu Yan took a step forward, the void rippled, and a black ray appeared in front of Grand Duke Toli, and the spear stabbed towards him lightning fast. Grand Duke Toli clasped his hands together, and violent blood energy gushed out, condensing into a strange, twisted, bloody vortex. When Yu Yan's spear stabbed into the bloody vortex, it pierced through 3/4 of the vortex in an instant. Just as Yu Yan's Black Phoenix Spear was about to pierce through the blood-colored vortex, her body swayed slightly, and she turned into a meteor that fell from the sky. She slammed into the ground and created a terrifying hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Yu Yan fell into the center of the huge hole, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out from all over her and dyed her body red. She trembled, unable to budge. Sis! Yu Tianling issued a mournful cry, countless flames burned in her body, turned into a flaming phoenix, and stabbed towards Grand Duke Toli. You're too weak. Grand Duke Toli glanced at Yu Tianling and sneered. He spread his hand and countless rays of bloody light seemingly transformed into a world of endless blood that enveloped Yu Tianling. When Yu Tianling was swept by the endless scarlet world, all the flames on her body were extinguished. A copious amount of strange blood poured into her eyes, ears, throat, and every pore, forming strange scarlet runes. Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes turned white, her delicate body trembled, and her facial features twisted. Strange runes spread on her delicate body. Yu Yan struggled to turn her head and looked towards the void, shouting, "Lei Ming, save my sister. Please. I'll promise you anything." Thunder. Grand Duke Toli was slightly startled and turned to look at the void that Yu Yan was looking at. "No, it's behind me." A warning sign rose in Grand Duke Toli's heart. He turned around and saw a black ray flash in the distance, appear in front of him in the blink of an eye, and slash towards him with a sword shrouded in fallen angel fire. Blood Realm Shield. Runes rose around Grand Duke Toli's body, condensing into a huge blood shield that blocked in front of him. When the sword ray containing fallen angel fire slashed into the huge blood shield, it burned, corroded, and destroyed everything. The huge blood shield was split open, and then the sword ray slashed open a huge wound on Grand Duke Toli. Fallen Angel. A pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel. No, she's even stronger. Is that a secret treasure that human warlocks developed for the Fallen Angel? Wretched human alchemist. Grand Duke Toli's figure fluttered, and he retreated by tens of kilometers. At the same time, he scanned the area with his formidable soul force, and then discovered that the person who attacked him was Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. His face fell at once. After Alexia devoured the Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel heart, she evolved into an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel in one fell swoop. After equipping the ruler armor, her battle prowess is comparable to that of a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. When Grand Duke Toli saw this, he suddenly felt that the situation is far from good. Just as Grand Duke Toli was about to speak, a series of black shadows appeared in front of him, and 7 sword lights stabbed at him from different directions. A look of anger on his face, Grand Duke Toli summoned countless runes and formed a blood shield. When the sword rays pierced through the blood shield, they stabbed into Grand Duke Toli, and violent fallen angel fire enveloped Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! I'll remember you. Damned fallen angel, you're dead. Grand Duke Toli let out a furious roar, then his figure blurred, and he split into 9 blood specks shooting into the distance. Unfortunately, these Infinity Warlocks are all cunning fellows. Unless I can severely wound them at once, it's really difficult to kill them. With a sigh, the void twisted, and Yang Feng's true body walked out of the void and looked in the direction Grand Duke Toli escaped with some regret. Yang Feng and Alexia, who have already come to the vicinity, quietly watched the fight between Yu Yan and Grand Duke Toli. Originally, Yang Feng planned to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack another kindred Grand Duke if Yu Yan and Grand Duke Toli are both injured. However, Yu Yan is too heavily injured. Even though she went all out, she only consumed a bit of Grand Duke Toli's vitality. Although a fallen angel like Alexia has amazing battle prowess, but she doesn't have a powerful enough spell to keep a kindred Grand Duke rank powerhouse here. Yang Feng glanced at Yu Yan and said with a smile, "Marshal Yu, I'm here to save you. According to the agreement, open your soul and let me brand a soul brand." Yu Yan took a deep look at Yang Feng and suddenly asked, "Do you have a planar passageway that can freely travel to and from God Blood Plane?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right. As long as you leave God Blood Plane, you'll be safe." The reason why Yu Yan and Yu Tianling are in such a sorry state is that they were hit by the tracing mark released by the kindred Grand Duke by burning his true blood. Originally, with Yu Yan and Yu Tianling's strength, it would only take them 2 to 3 months to completely purify the tracing mark released by a kindred Grand Duke. However, after they were forced into God Blood Plane, they were chased by kindred Grand Dukes and even kindred Grand Princes. After countless fierce battles, they are in such a sorry state. Yu Yan uttered decisively, "Okay, I can sign a soul contract with you. Moreover, I can tell you the secret of the Archgod's treasure trove. However, you have to let my little sister leave safely." Yu Tianling's pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Big sister. No. Lei Ming, I can sign a soul contract with you. I beg you, let my big sister go." Yu Yan glared at Yu Tianling and shouted sternly, "Shut up." Yu Tianling grew up under Yu Yan's wing. The age gap between the two is more than 100 years. Yu Tianling was practically raised by Yu Yan. The two are somewhat like sisters, but also like mother and daughter. Not daring to resist Yu Yan, Yu Tianling fell silent at once. Yang Feng asked, "What rank is the Archgod's treasure trove?" "It's a treasure trove below the Infinity Warlock rank, needless to say." Yu Yan wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and said lightly, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove, is this treasure trove enough?" Yang Feng's eyes burst out with scorching light, and he uttered solemnly, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove. If it's true, then it's enough." The Black Emperor was a Warlock Emperor rank existence in the Archgod Age. Like the human 7 Warlock Emperors, he once dominated the Zhangji Plane and suppressed countless powerhouses. Archgods are existences far stronger than humans. According to legend, Archgods are descendants of Eternals and possess Eternals' bloodline. The human race will only give birth to 1 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in each era. In the Archgod Age, however, there will be several Warlock Emperor rank Archgods at the same time. In the Black Emperor's era, a total of 13 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods were born in the Zhangji Plane. After the rise of the Black Emperor, he slayed 5 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods in a row, subdued the other 8 Warlock Emperor rank archgods, and founded the Black Emperor court. The Black Emperor is definitely a terrifying existence on the same level as the human 7 Warlock Emperors. Yu Yan suddenly asked, "Can the Black Emperor's treasure trove be exchanged for our safety?" The scorching light in Yang Feng's eyes converged, and he said flatly, "Even if there is a Black Emperor's treasure trove, it will be extremely dangerous. I may not be able to get my hands on the treasures inside. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, I think a pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is more valuable." Yang Feng's true body currently only has a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Emperor is a peerless overlord who dominated an era. His treasure trove won't be that easy to get his hands on. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, which is full of dangers and whose benefits are unknown, he is more interested in Yu Yan, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If Yu Yan surrenders, then Yang Feng will have 3 Infinity Warlocks at his disposal, and his power will surpass that of some of the 10 great sects. Yu Yan sighed lightly. With a command in her heart, the soul core that was like a star appeared amidst the extremely dazzling seals, and then all the defenses were removed. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger on Yu Yan's soul, and countless soul runes flew out, coiled around Yu Yan's soul core, slowly penetrated into it, and finally engraved a brand belonging to him inside. Chapter 681. Let's go. Yang Feng pressed a finger on Yu Tianling's head, and grey light shone, and she fainted. After Yu Yan drank a vial of elixir, her strength recovered a little, and she hugged Yu Tianling in her arms. In a valley. Following flashes of light, Yang Feng and company flew to the deepest cave in the valley. Yu Yan looked at the top-grade warp gate, and her eyes flashed with shock. She asked, "What is that?" Yang Feng answered proudly, "This is a warp gate, a top-secret treasure that can traverse 2 planes. The Shizu's warp gate technology is far superior to the Zhangji plane's planar teleportation array technology. Not only can the Shizu's warp gates be mass-produced, but the top warp gates can even freely traverse 2 planes. They are much stronger than the Zhangji plane's planar passageways." Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she saw the value of the top warp gate at once, a secret treasure that can easily traverse 2 planes. Has the Undying Mountain's alchemy reached this level? No wonder your Undying Mountain can develop so fast. With this heaven-defying secret treasure, your Undying Mountain will become one of the most powerful forces in the future. The existence of the warp gates connected the territories ruled by the Shi clan. Moreover, it could easily mobilize all kinds of combat forces to attack the enemy. And most importantly, each top warp gate that can traverse many planes is equivalent to a stable planar passageway. Yang Feng can resell supplies between several planes and earn huge amounts of resources. Along with flashes of light, the top warp gate set off ripples. Yang Feng and Alexia passed through the warp gate. Yu Yan took a deep look at the warp gate, and then stepped into the warp gate. "We're back in the Zhangji plane." As soon as Yu Yan stepped out of the warp gate, her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she inhaled. Countless life magic energy gathered in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius and formed a huge tornado that rushed towards Yu Yan's cherry lips. Within a dozen breaths of time, Yu Yan, who was on the verge of death, regained her vigor, and her aura quickly became stronger. Yang Feng said, "By the way, Xiaofan and I are friends. If possible, try to help him climb higher in Secret Treasure Division." Yu Yan casually said, "I understand." Yu Yan is one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty. She has many friends in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Helping a trifling Moonlight Warlock climb higher in Secret Treasure Division wasn't a problem. Unless Yang Feng seeks the position of Deputy Division Chief or Division Chief of Secret Treasure Division, she will be powerless. The headquarters of the Secret Treasure Division in Yunjing City. As soon as Yang Feng's avatar Xiaofan stepped into Secret Treasure Division's headquarters, he attracted countless gazes. Zhou Lan, a beautiful woman wearing a pair of eye-like secret treasures and exuding a scholarly aura, walked up to Yang Feng. "Xiaofan, Sir Director General invites you over." "The Director General invites you in. That kid is really lucky. To be invited by the Director General, what a lucky guy." Envious comments came from the Secret Treasure Division. Secret Treasure Division has a Director General, 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 36 Bureau Chiefs, and 288 Deputy Bureau Chiefs. Among them, the Division Chief Forging Hammer is an Infinity Warlock, one of the strongest Infinity Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If Forging Hammer isn't practicing cultivation, he is forging secret treasures, carrying out all kinds of experiments, and forging all kinds of powerful secret treasures. In fact, it is the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs and 36 Bureau Chiefs who maintain the operation of Secret Treasure Division. However, in Secret Treasure Division, Forging Hammer is a bigwig whose words carry enormous weight. Of the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 3 are his disciples, and the other 3 have received a lot of help and guidance from him. Yang Feng nodded and followed Zhou Lan to the depths of Secret Treasure Division. After passing through numerous winding corridors and being verified by countless secret treasures, a huge egg-like hall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in front of Yang Feng. "Is this another world?" As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the huge bird egg hall, he found himself in another world. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. Yang Feng's Xiaofan avatar is currently a Moonlight Warlock, a transcendent rank powerhouse. He can easily see scenes thousands of kilometers away. With no end in sight, this means that this world has a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. A spatial spell was used to transform a star into this shape. To be precise, this should be a virtual divine country. A voice sounded in Yang Feng's ears. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a huge laboratory. In the huge laboratory, there are alchemists, who are rarely seen in the outside world. Each of these alchemists is busy conducting various research and experiments. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, without the demeanor of a powerhouse, is sitting on a sofa and sizing up Yang Feng leisurely. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, all of Yang Feng's secrets were exposed, making his blood run cold. This person is definitely an Infinity Warlock. Moonlight Warlocks are already transcendent rank powerhouses, but in front of an Infinity Warlock, they are still vulnerable. Many Infinity Warlocks can kill a Moonlight Warlock with a spell fired from thousands of kilometers away. The majority of female warlocks would choose to use secret methods to make their appearance even more beautiful when practicing cultivation. Male warlocks, on the other hand, will pursue secret methods that are more powerful and can prolong their life. Therefore, beautiful warlocks can be seen everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty. Male warlocks, like in the ordinary world, have both beautiful and ugly warlocks, and there are also many ordinary-looking warlocks. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. "I am Forging Hammer. I owe you yen a favor. Xiaofan, you helped them this time, you did a good job. From today onward, you are my 36th Bureau Chief." When the alchemists who are engaged in various research heard this, their eyes focused on Yang Feng and revealed looks of envy. One of the 36 Bureau Chiefs of Secret Treasure Division, that is to step into the upper echelons of Secret Treasure Division and become one of the core figures of the division. Secret Treasure Division is a holy land that all alchemists in Great Cloud Dynasty dream of. In Secret Treasure Division, there are more than 1,000 alchemists above the Moonlight Warlock rank, most of which aren't even Deputy Bureau Chiefs. Most of the Bureau Chiefs of Secret Treasure Division are Glorious Sun Warlocks. For a trifling Moonlight Warlock like Yang Feng to become a Bureau Chief of Secret Treasure Division naturally makes everyone envious. Forging Hammer waved his hand carelessly, and his gaze fell on a sphere in his hand. "This is the core of Secret Treasure Division. All the most advanced alchemy is developed here. You can enter most of the places with your identity jade card. Okay, you can leave now. Yang Feng looked at the sphere in Forging Hammer's hand, and his heart stirred. This is a third-generation battle robot. Great Cloud Dynasty, what a fast reaction. The Undying Mountain rose to power in the Ligui province, and in a short period of time, it occupied the entire province. Naturally, Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't just ignore this. On the one hand, they sent people to summon the Ligui province, and on the other hand, they naturally studied the secret treasures of the Ligui province. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy, they should be able to research a lot of things. Unfortunately, they can't research the most crucial thing, the matter and energy converter. As long as they can't research it, then they are just doing useless work. One of the core technologies of the Shizu is the super-large matter and energy converter. As long as there is enough energy, you can convert all kinds of precious and rare materials and refine all kinds of powerful weapons. Great Cloud Dynasty inherited part of Magic Note Dynasty's legacy, and its alchemy is extremely brilliant. With Great Cloud Dynasty's power, it can create more powerful golem secret treasures. However, the resources it requires are tremendous, and it cannot be mass-produced. Yang Feng left the Dome World and returned to the office of the Bureau Chief of Secret Treasure Division's headquarters. A beautiful woman with short black hair and a sexy and elegant aura dressed in black came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Director Xiaofan, I am your secretary, Hirui. Greetings, please give me some pointers." Yang Feng said lightly, "Tell Shintu Xiong to come see me." Hirui replied, "Yes. Bureau Chief." Before long, Shintu Xiong entered the room and looked at Yang Feng sitting in the bureau chief's seat with envy in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at Shintu Xiong and said lightly, "Shintu Xiong, I have a special task for you. There is a problem with the ice field plane's large barrier generator, and it needs to be maintained. Within 3 days, you must go there and maintain the large barrier generator for 100 years. Are there any other questions?" There was a flash of bitterness in Shintu Xiong's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saluted, and responded loudly, "Yes. Sir Bureau Chief, I promise to complete the task." The ice field plane was a grade 8 plane with extremely barren resources. It was impossible to even break through to the Moonlight Warlock realm. Yang Feng throwing the quasi-Moonlight Warlock Shintu Xiong to the ice field plane was equivalent to exiling him, preventing him from breaking through to the Moonlight Warlock realm within 100 years. Moreover, there were no humanoid life forms in the ice field plane. In other words, Shintu Xiong would have to spend 100 years alone there. Shintu Xiong understood that this was Yang Feng's retaliation, but he didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, his identity as a member of Secret Treasure Division would be stripped. Chapter 682. Secret Treasure Division was one of the most important departments of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Every year, Secret Treasure Division would produce countless powerful offensive secret treasures. Like the 10 great sects, the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families had their own planes, and they constantly explored the astral boundary and colonized other planes. In battles with the aboriginals of other planes, the consumption of secret treasures was enormous. Although the 8 great families also cultivated their own alchemists, but they still lacked secret treasures. They had to purchase secret treasures from Secret Treasure Division in large quantities. Moreover, new alchemy techniques emerged in Secret Treasure Division every year. In order to obtain the latest alchemy techniques from Secret Treasure Division, the 8 great families had to place their own people in Secret Treasure Division. Shintu Xiong was the most talented alchemist of the Shintu family of the 8 great families. With only a quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, he could already refine level 6 secret treasures. Such an alchemist genius was rare in Secret Treasure Division. Only a place like Secret Treasure Division could give him the nourishment to grow quickly. Once Shintu Xiong disobeyed Yang Feng and was deprived of his identity in Secret Treasure Division, his alchemist path would be severed, and one of the Shintu family's tentacles in Secret Treasure Division would be severed. The reason why the 10 great sects and 8 great families were so powerful was that the descendants they cultivated could be found all over the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Secret Treasure Division was the department most valued by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. It was extremely difficult for people from the 8 great families to enter Secret Treasure Division. Shintu Xiong brazenly entered Secret Treasure Division with indisputable strength. Even if Yang Feng retaliated, he could only endure it. Shintu Xiong took a deep look at Yang Feng, resentment flashed in the abyss of his eyes, and he mused, "Xiaofan, remember this. I will repay you 100-fold for today's humiliation in the future." Yang Feng glanced at Shintu Xiong, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. After cultivating the demonic divine text, Yang Feng could clearly capture the negative force emitted by the human body. As Shintu Xiong was just a quasi-moonlight warlock who hadn't promoted to an official moonlight warlock, the malice in his heart naturally couldn't escape Yang Feng's notice. A few days later, on a huge airship, Shintu Xiong sat in the luxurious cabin of the airship with 2 foreign race beauties in his arms. His eyes flickered with a venomous light. "Xiaofan, we must kill him. Otherwise, with him around, even if I return from the ice domain plane, he would still make things difficult for me and banish me to another plane. The Bai clan has already made a move against the 8 great clans. They will definitely be more than happy to see Xiaofan make a move against me. There is another important reason why Shintu Xiong is so well behaved, that is, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Bai family is getting stronger and stronger, and is attacking the 8 great families from all aspects, eliminating the influence of the 8 great families on the Great Cloud Dynasty. If it was before the 10 great sects were suppressed, Shintu Xiong wouldn't have paid attention to Yang Feng, a puny moonlight warlock with no background. A hint of killing intent flashed past Shintu Xiong's eyes, and he made up his mind. After I stay in the ice domain dimension for a year or 2, I'll apply to the clan to mobilize the experts of the Magic Shadow Hall to get rid of him. The Magic Shadow Hall is a formidable force of the Shintu family that specializes in assassinations, and it is controlled by the Shintu family's patriarch. Even 2 bright world warlocks have fallen at the hands of the Magic Shadow Hall's assassins. The Magic Shadow Hall is a formidable force of the Shintu family in the dark. Suddenly, the huge airship trembled slightly, and a strange force spread inside the huge airship in an instant. The huge airship seems to have come to a standstill, and everyone on board maintained the same posture. A gray aura swept Shintu Xiong, and then all his blood essence disappeared, and he turned into a mummy with a look of horror and despair on his face. The strange force disappeared in an instant, and the airship returned to normal. Ah! Help! When the 2 foreign race slaves Shintu Xiong bought from the slave market saw the mummy of Shintu Xiong, their complexion changed dramatically, and they issued ear-piercing screams of horror. Along with flashes of light, dozens of great warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the airship. A starry sky warlock took a look at Shintu Xiong, his complexion changed dramatically, and he trembled and said, "This is Sir Shintu Xiong." He was insta-killed. The other starry sky warlock said with a bitter expression, "That's too scary." He had actually killed Lord Shintu Xiong without a sound. The person who killed him is definitely a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. This isn't something we can handle. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. A moonlight warlock was enough to kill everyone on the airship. When the warlocks thought of this, a chill welled up inside them. If the person who insta-killed Shintu Xiong had any killing intent, then all the warlocks on the airship would die tragically at his hands. The Shintu family's headquarters. The Shintu family's patriarch, Shintu Mingyao, sat in a study and listened to the report with a gloomy expression. A gloomy expression on his face, Shintu Mingyao uttered coldly, Who the hell dared to kill 163 direct bloodline descendants of the Shinto family? Have you found out? Shinto Mingyao's confidant replied respectfully, Sir Patriarch, the other party did it very cleanly. He killed them almost silently. Furthermore, they acted at the same time. The assassins are all Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. There was a flash of killing intent in Shinto Mingyao's eyes, and he said solemnly, no clue is the biggest clue. There are only a few families that can mobilize so many Moonlight Warlocks in such a short period of time. However, they have no reason to act against us. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, there weren't many forces that could mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court and the 8 great families could mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. The 8 great families were behemoths. If there was any conflict between them, they would resolve it through negotiations and spells. They wouldn't resort to extreme warlike means. This was a blood feud that wouldn't end until one side was dead. All of a sudden, Shinto Mingyao's heart stirred, and he thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that they acted just to stir up hatred and suspicion between us? A frigid killing intent suddenly rose in Shinto Mingyao's eyes, and he made a decision. Very well, since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Shinto Mingyao didn't suspect Yang Feng at all, because in his opinion, a trifling bureau chief of Secret Treasure Division doesn't have the power to mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. After all, even if he was the patriarch of the Shinto family, if he wanted to mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks for a big operation, he would need to report it to the Great Elder and let the Great Elder make a decision. In the Ligui Province's Undying Mountain, in a spacious cultivation room, Yang Feng's true body floated in the air and shone with light, looking like 9 bright suns. A dense swarm of high-grade magic crystals flew into Yang Feng's body and poured into the 9 small worlds inside him. Using the resources of the Ligui province and the treasury of the 2 kindred dukes, Yang Feng has successfully formed 9 small worlds. With 1 small world as the core, the other 8 small worlds revolve around it. The 9 small worlds are frantically devouring massive amounts of power and growing. If Yang Feng hadn't controlled the Ligui province and the 2 kindred dukes' territories, the consumption of the 9 small worlds inside him would have given him a headache. Ding dong. A crisp sound rang, and Yang Feng, who is practicing cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock. Only 1 step away from the quasi-bright world Warlock realm. The 9 realms lord is really extraordinary, worthy of being an almost invincible existence who ran amok in the world at the time. If I hadn't met the Star Lord, that era would have been the era of the 9 realms lord. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power welling up inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. To form the 9 small worlds, Yang Feng needs to consume hundreds of times more resources than ordinary Glorious Sun Warlocks. However, his strength is far greater than that of ordinary Glorious Sun Warlocks. With the support of sufficient resources, the cultivation speed of the 9 realms lord's secret method is much faster than that of other secret methods. For Yang Feng, who has evolved to superior level 8 soul aptitude, the other condition of the 9 realms lord's secret method isn't a problem at all. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, for the current me, the Black Emperor's treasure trove is still too dangerous. The urgent matter at hand is to go to Sun God Shrine and accept the baptism of Sun Force. Sun God Shrine is the place where the Sun God race lived in the Arch-God era. Before the Arch-God era and the Black Emperor era, it was the era of the Sun God. The Sun God race gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the Sun Emperor. He wielded Sun Force and gave birth to descendants. After they grew up, each of them became a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse and exuded endless light and heat like the sun. The Solar Divine Palace was the residence of the Solar Emperor, and it was also the place where the Solar Emperor trained his descendants. When the Time Lord rose to power, the human Warlock cultivation system was imperfect. After he promoted to a moonlight warlock, he was almost unable to break through. In the end, he entered Sun God's shrine, absorbed Sun Force, and finally advanced to a glorious Sun Warlock. Therefore, the next realm after the Moonlight Warlock realm is named Glorious Sun Warlock. Once a human warlock enters Sun God's shrine, they can absorb the endless Sun Force contained in Sun God's shrine and form small suns in the small world inside them, making their world more perfect and real. Although human warlocks can use other treasures to replace this process, but for Yang Feng, entering Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun Force is his best choice. Chapter 683. Sun God Shrine is located in the crack between the astral boundary and the Zhangji plane in a place called the Blazing Sun Space, which is filled with powerful flames. Once a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse enters the Blazing Sun Space, they will easily be burned to ashes. Sun God Shrine is the former residence of the Sun Emperor. It is protected by a powerful magic barrier. Only powerhouses with a special token can enter Sun God Shrine through special channels. The powerful barrier in Sun God Shrine will suppress the power of those who enter below the glorious Sun Warlock rank. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be suppressed to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. The Solar Divine Palace would open once every 100 years. After a while, it would be the opening day of the Solar Divine Palace. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has a special channel and token to enter Sun God Shrine. By Yuxian, I want to enter Sun God Shrine. Is my token ready? Yang Feng clicked on the magic phone he developed, found by Yuxian's number, and pressed a button. Blue light shone, and the blue light flying out of the magic phone intertwined and formed by Yuxian, looking as if she has descended here in person. Bai Yuxian spoke worriedly, I have prepared the token you want. However, are you sure you want to enter Sun God Shrine? Sun God Shrine is connected to many planes. Every time it appears, there will be many freakish geniuses from other planes who will enter. According to the Bai family's intelligence, many hidden freakish geniuses from other planes will enter Sun God Shrine. Among them, there is no lack of freakish geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Sun 7 stars. Human warlocks have been exploring the astral boundary for countless years. When a warlock dynasty is at its peak, it will discover countless planes. When a warlock dynasty collapses, there will be many powerful warlock groups that, like the Battle Demon sect, will flee to other planes and hide. After countless years of development, some warlock groups will decline because the planes they migrated to weren't strong enough, while some warlock groups will develop into behemoths whose strength is not inferior to that of the Zhangji plane's human warlocks. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, you don't have to worry about this. Bai Yuxian responded, okay. When you arrive in the cloud capital, I will give you the token. Alright. Yunjing City's glorious Dragon Airship Yard. Almost the entire airship yard had been emptied. Countless staff could be seen busily cleaning the yard. In a corner of the huge airship port, there were 5 girls. Each of them was tender and charming. They were full of vigor and looked extremely beautiful. Any one of them would be an unrivaled beauty if they were on Earth. Poina, a peerless beauty with long blonde hair, black eyes, snow-white skin, and an extremely hot figure, asked curiously, what's going on? What kind of big shot are they welcoming? Why did they summon all of us here? Luo Bingbing, a beautiful woman with a single ponytail, a tall and slender figure, and a gorgeous appearance that exuded a heroic temperament, looked around. She smiled sweetly and said with slight arrogance, I don't know, but someone who can gather us, the 5 fairies, is definitely not simple. There were 5 stunning beauties sitting in this corner, they were Cloud Province's 5 most famous warlock idols. There were countless ordinary people and low-level warlocks in the entire Cloud Province who were their admirers. The pretty face of the beautiful girl Shenyu, who was only 1.43 meters tall, had a pair of breasts, a small and pure face, and exuded a pure and lovely feeling, flickered, and she pointed into the distance and said, "Look. That's the Minister of Rights. The legendary Infinity Warlock. Why did he come in person?" Zhou Qin, who had a head of wavy chestnut-colored hair and wore a white dress with a butterfly hairpin on her head, exuding a youthful beauty, was shocked. She looked in the direction that Shen Yu was pointing at and said, "The Minister of Rights? How is that possible? He is an Infinity Warlock. Even Infinity Warlocks may not be welcomed by him in person. Only the emperors of the Western world's 3 dynasties or important ministers of the imperial court may be welcomed by him in person." The beautiful eyes of Murong Yuling, the most famous of the 5 fairies, flashed with curiosity, and she looked in the direction Shen Yu pointed. She saw a middle-aged man dressed in the official robe of the Minister of Right standing quietly on the airship port. Standing there quietly, as if he is the center of the universe, everyone's attention is deeply attracted by him. If such peerless beauties like the 5 immortal concubines were anywhere else, they would definitely attract the attention of countless people and become the center of attention. But in the airship port, as if he is the center of the universe, he attracted the attention of countless people. His sense of existence overwhelms everything else. Poina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she sighed lightly. So this is an Infinity Warlock, a true powerhouse. How great would it be if my man was such a powerhouse in the future? The 5 fairies are famous figures in the entertainment circle of the world of warlocks. But in the eyes of transcendent rank powerhouses, they are just ordinary beautiful warlocks. Bright world warlocks and Infinity Warlocks are either immersed in cultivation or roaming the astral boundary in search of opportunities. That's why they don't pay attention to them. Otherwise, if a bright world warlock exerts a little pressure, the companies they belong to won't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure. Poina and the others are well aware that although they are unreachable superstars in front of ordinary people, but in front of true transcendent rank powerhouses, they are nothing. Generally, transcendent rank powerhouses will only marry other transcendent rank powerhouses as their wives. This way, it will be easier for the 2 parties to produce offspring, and the offspring will be far stronger than ordinary people. It is very difficult for transcendent rank powerhouses to produce offspring with ordinary people. Even if they do produce offspring, the soul aptitude of the offspring won't be very high. Besides, if they are careless, the power of the fetus inside the body of the ordinary person may even be sucked away and turned into a corpse. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, it was very difficult for the strongest human warlocks to reproduce. But after generations of human warlocks combined with ordinary people, the mortality rate of ordinary people giving birth to offspring has been reduced by a lot. However, after using this secret method, the offspring of ordinary people will be much weaker. Therefore, transcendent rank powerhouses generally look for transcendent rank powerhouses as their partners. Shen Yu asked curiously, "Big Sister Yuling, I heard that your boyfriend is a moonlight warlock, right?" As soon as she said this, the gazes of the other 3 immortal fairies focused on Murong Yuling, and they revealed looks of anticipation and envy. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. To be able to find a moonlight warlock as a husband is the most ideal outcome for them. Above moonlight warlocks are glorious sun warlocks. Glorious sun warlocks are even the leaders of forces, or the great elders of many forces. They are not existences they can aspire to. Murong Yuling smiled proudly and said, "Yes, he is a moonlight warlock." Shen Yu's big beautiful eyes twinkled, and she said with a lovely smile, "That's great. By the way, Big Sister Yuling, when will you introduce him to us? Let's talk about it when we have the chance." There was a flash of vigilance in Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes, but her smile was still bright. She made up her mind not to introduce Yang Feng to these good sisters whose looks and temperaments are not inferior to hers. Poina looked up and said, "He's here." The 5 immortal fairies looked up and saw a huge flying vessel flying over from afar and slowly landing on the huge berthing apron. The door of the huge flying vessel opened, and Yang Feng, escorted by Zhan Ing, Xiaofan, Alexia, 6 Moonlight Warlocks, and 14 fourth-generation battle robots, alighted. Chen Yunhai's gaze swept Alexia, and then he constricted slightly, showed a warm smile on his face, and stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Chen Yunhai, the Minister of Rites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must be Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. To possess a glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base before the age of 100, that's really amazing." Yang Feng smiled and flattered, "Hello, Minister Chen. How can my achievements compare to yours? You are an Infinity Warlock, the Minister of Rites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. My achievements are all due to the protection of my father's generation. Compared to you, I'm really far behind. Chen Yunhai is the Minister of Rites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Besides, he is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. For him to come here and greet Yang Feng is already giving Yang Feng a lot of face. Naturally, Yang Feng won't rashly offend this Infinity Warlock." Chen Yunhai said with a smile, "I have set up a welcoming banquet for you and invited all the 5 fairies of the Cloud Province. Their singing and dancing are indeed much better than that of ordinary people, and even the goddesses of many planes can't compare to them." Yang Feng uttered, "The 5 fairies? That's great. I like listening to Murong Yuling's songs very much." Chen Yunhai smiled and waved his hand, saying, "She's right there. Since you like it, let her accompany you." A starry sky warlock in a military uniform with a grim expression came to the 5 fairies' seats and said, "Sir Minister has summoned Murong Yuling, please come with me. The young master of the Undying Mountain Lei Ming likes your songs very much." There was a flash of jealousy in Poina's beautiful eyes, and she stared at Murong Yuling. "Damn it, why not me? Why Murong Yuling?" The other 3 fairies also stared at Murong Yuling with envy in their beautiful eyes. Chapter 684. Murong Yuling frowned slightly. Unwilling, but unable to refuse the summons of the Board of Rites Minister, she could only get up and walk towards Chen Yunhai and company. Although Murong Yuling is a famous celebrity in Cloud Province, but she is only a level 3 warlock. With her identity, she can at most refuse an invitation from a Moonlight Warlock. A trifling level 3 warlock doesn't even have the qualifications to refuse an invitation from an Infinity Warlock. "Hello, Murong Yuling, I am Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, a fan of yours. I'm glad to meet you." As soon as Murong Yuling came to in front of Yang Feng said cordially. Murong Yuling smiled slightly, and there was a trace of alienation in her politeness. "Hello, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, your reputation is really resounding. Even Nangong Wumi of the glorious Sun 7 Stars was defeated by you. You're really amazing." Nangong Wumi is one of Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Sun 7 Stars. He is known as one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 7 strongest glorious Sun Warlocks and a peerless genius most likely to promote to a Bright World Warlock. For such a powerhouse to be defeated by Yang Feng caused a small sensation in the circle of Great Cloud Dynasty's transcendent rank powerhouses. Although Murong Yuling is a figure in the entertainment circle, but since Yang Feng's clone Xiaofan advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, she began to learn about what happened in the circle of transcendent rank powerhouses. Yang Feng responded politely, "It was just a fluke." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng, escorted by Undying Mountain's powerhouses in a luxurious magic chariot, headed for the most luxurious manor in Cloud Capital, the Holy Light Manor, in a luxurious magic chariot. Sitting in a luxurious magic chariot, Chen Yunhai closed his eyes and said unhurriedly, "An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is willing to serve as his guard. Undying Mountain's underlying strength is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming's status in Undying Mountain is probably much higher than we imagined. That's the Blazing Angel Alexia, a blazing angel subdued by Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. When she was subdued by Lei Ming, she only had a bright world warlock rank cultivation base. Now that he has evolved into an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, it is clear that Undying Mountain has provided him with resources to evolve him into an infinity warlock rank blazing angel. The Undying Mountain is truly a terrifying force with unfathomable depths. A voice came from the luxurious sports car, but the driver in the front didn't seem to hear anything. A glint flashed across Chen Yunhai's eyes as he replied solemnly, "That's right. To be able to evolve a bright world warlock rank blazing angel into an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, it must be at least a force on the level of the 10 great sects. The Undying Mountain is worth roping in. Go and make the arrangements. I want the 5 immortal concubines." The voice replied, "Yes, my lord." At this time, the 5 immortal concubines are famous stars in the Cloud Province. But for infinity warlocks, they only have to pay a small price if they want them. Furthermore, the replacement of celebrities was extremely fast. After the 5 immortal concubines retired, there would soon be new idols who would be sought after and become new superstars. The Light Saint Manor was located in the noble area of Yunjing City, where every inch of land was expensive. It was a top manor that was refined by a top alchemist using space alchemy. From the outside, the Light Saint Manor only covers an area of several hundred acres. But inside, there is another world. It is a luxurious manor that covers an area of hundreds of square kilometers. The scenery is picturesque, the lake is green, and the white clouds are blooming. In the garden of the luxurious manor, there was an incomparably wide round table. On the table, there were dragon livers, phoenix marrow, and various other delicacies that were rarely seen in the outside world. Many of the delicacies are full of life magic energy. When ordinary people eat them, they will strengthen their body, prolong their lifespan, and change their soul aptitude. After Yang Feng, Murong Yuling, Chen Yunhai, and Alexia took their seats, they tasted the delicacies while watching the song and dance performance of the 4 immortal concubines. After watching the song and dance of the 4 immortal concubines, Yang Feng praised, as expected of the Cloud Province's 4 immortal concubines, their song and dance are really outstanding. There are no such excellent dancers in the Ligui province. Chen Yunhai uttered with a smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, since you like it, then take the 5 immortal concubines back." Sitting aside, Murong Yuling's pretty face turned ashen, and she clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Oh, can I really?" "They are not slaves. The laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty are very strict. Only slaves or concubines cultivated by big families can be transferred freely. The 5 immortal concubines are famous idols of the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are popular in the Cloud Province, and even Moonlight Warlocks cannot force them." Chen Yunhai uttered with a smile, "The 5 immortal concubines colluded with Hellions. The evidence is conclusive, and they have been deprived of their citizenship and reduced to slaves. I have already bought them. If you like them, then I will give them to you." Murong Yuling's delicate body trembled slightly. As if she fell into an ice cave, her whole body turned ice cold, and her face turned pale. It was only today that she truly felt how powerful and terrifying those with true power were. With just a few words, the other party deprived her of all her rights and reduced her to a slave. No matter how popular she is in the Cloud Province, in the eyes of the other party, she is not worth mentioning. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank have status in the Imperial Court. They won't be reduced to slaves at will. As for Murong Yuling, she is a level 3 warlock. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Okay. I like their singing and dancing very much, so I won't stand on ceremony." With a few words, Yang Feng and Chen Yunhai decided the fate of the 5 immortal concubines, who are popular in the Cloud Province. This is the power of power. Young Master Lei Ming, I have a secret to discuss with you. Please dismiss your attendants. Chen Yunhai waved his hand, and the surrounding guards and attendants quickly retreated. Yang Feng also waved his hand and had Zhan Ing, Murong Yuling, and them leave, leaving only the Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel Alexia beside him. As an Infinity Warlock, Chen Yunhai's every move exudes a powerful aura. He is proficient in countless secret methods. Yang Feng doesn't dare to stay alone with such an old monster. Even if the two were to negotiate, with Alexia around, Yang Feng would have more confidence. Chen Yunhai drained a glass of fine wine and said with a smile, "The Great Cloud Dynasty intends to give the Undying Mountain a big gift. It's the coordinates of a Grade 3 plane. As long as the Undying Mountain suppresses the Grade 3 plane and gives 60% of the plane's resources to the Great Cloud Dynasty every year, the Grade 3 plane will belong to the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard that, Grade 3 plane. Grade 3 planes are powerful planes that can give birth to mighty divine force rank powerhouses, that is, warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Even the Battle Demons sect has only mastered the coordinates of 2 Grade 4 planes. The coordinates of a Grade 3 plane are enough for many powerful forces to fight over. Among the planes that have been explored by human warlocks, the Zhangji plane is a Super Grade 1 plane, the 36 primary material planes are Super Grade 2 planes, and below them are Secondary Grade 2 planes and Grade 3 planes. There are very few Secondary Grade 2 planes, and they are basically occupied by human warlocks who have fled. Although Secondary Grade 2 planes can never give birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, but they have the possibility of giving birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grade 3 planes are extremely important territories. After all, they are planes that can give birth to Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng asked, "What does the Imperial Court want the Undying Mountain to do?" Chen Yunhai responded with a smile, "The Imperial Court hopes that the Undying Mountain can send an Infinity Warlock to serve the Imperial Court." The Great Cloud Dynasty eradicated the 10 great sects one by one and took back the 10 greater provinces occupied by the 10 great sects, obtaining tremendous resources. However, the disappearance of the 10 great sects, the death of the Marshal Jing, the death of the 13th Grand Prince, and the death of several Bright World Warlocks have left the Great Cloud Dynasty in a somewhat unstable state. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but they are stationed in different areas to guard the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. This is why Chen Yunhai came to greet Yang Feng and rope in the Undying Mountain as the Minister of the Board of Rights. Yang Feng responded calmly, "An Infinity Warlock cannot be mentioned in the same breath as a Grade 3 plane. As long as one had a godhead and an enormous amount of resources, it was very easy to nurture a group of powerful gods in a Tier 3 plane. Godheads and god positions can also be used to recruit rogue cultivators in the Great Cloud Dynasty. A Grade 3 plane can accommodate 1,000 gods. The Great Cloud Dynasty can use that plane to recruit countless experts to serve them." Chen Yunhai played it down. The Grade 3 plane originally belonged to the Imperial Court, but it was taken away by the Hellion Army 3 years ago. But in that plane, there are 136 gods conferred by my Great Cloud Dynasty fighting against it. As long as the Undying Mountain sends their troops, we can easily annihilate that plane's demon army with a pincer attack. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and he speculated in his heart, "This old fellow isn't telling the truth. The Grade 3 plane must be in imminent danger. It may have already fallen. That's why he's asking me for help." The Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division is so powerful, yet it can't suppress the Hellion Army. The Hellion Army must be very tyrannical. They want to deceive me into serving as cannon fodder. At the same time, they want to weaken me and the Hellion Army. Yang Feng said with a smile, "This matter is of great importance. I must report it to the Mountain Master and let him make a decision. Please prepare all kinds of information so that the Undying Mountain's Mountain Master can take a look. This little guy isn't a simple guy. When Chen Yunhai heard that, he took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a smile, saying, "Okay." However, the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families also intend to serve the state. Chapter 685. In the next few days, Yang Feng began to mobilize his connections in the cloud capital and began to collect information on the Grade 3 plane that Chen Yunhai spoke of. Yang Feng bought a lot of chess pieces in Yunjing City, but most of the chess pieces were not strong and their status was not high, so they could not get such top-level information. However, Yang Feng's other identity as Secret Treasure Division's Bureau Chief Xiaofan heard some information from Secret Treasure Division. That Grade 3 plane was called Moon Crow Plane. Under the siege of the Demon Race Army, it was in imminent danger. In the Moon Crow Plane, the gods conferred titles by the Great Cloud Dynasty are forced into their divine countries and rely on the divine legions in their divine countries to support themselves. The other Plane Development Division once sent an army to attack Moon Crow Plane's Hellion Army, but they were ambushed by Moon Crow Plane's Hellion Army. The main force was annihilated, and the Great Cloud Dynasty's 48th prince who commanded the army was killed by Moon Crow Plane's Hellion Army. Due to the Great Cloud Dynasty's purge of the powerhouses of the 10 great sects, there are not enough experts to suppress the underground demonic realm. In recent years, many battles have broken out in the underground demonic realm, and there have even been battles between infinity warlocks. Countless experts of the Great Cloud Dynasty died in the demonic realm, Moon Crow Plane, and other battlefields. Since the planar passageway in the Red Rock subcontinent was taken away, Great Cloud Dynasty had no choice but to send Martial Eagle and Martial Dragon to suppress it. Although the interior of the Great Cloud Dynasty looks calm and prosperous, but fierce battles are taking place in many aspects. The powerful forces are well aware that after the Great Cloud Dynasty raised the 10 great sects, if it is given some time to recover, then its strength will skyrocket again. Taking advantage of the weakness of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the formidable forces launched a joint attack from various directions to weaken the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. For the Great Cloud Dynasty, the death of a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse was nothing. With the Great Cloud Dynasty's underlying strength, as long as it was supplied with resources, it could quickly produce a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks. However, every death of a transcendent rank powerhouse above the Moonlight Warlock rank was a slight injury to the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, even with sufficient resources, it would take hundreds of years to cultivate a Moonlight Warlock. The Great Cloud Dynasty is facing enemies on many sides. The 8 great families are sitting on top of a mountain and watching the tigers fight as if they are dead. Their top powerhouses have disappeared without a trace. This is why Chen Yunhai, with his status as the Minister of the Board of Rights, condescended and took the initiative to greet Yang Feng. In the past, Bai Wuxia had uprooted the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 greater provinces in one fell swoop. If the Great Cloud Dynasty is given time to recover, then the new Great Cloud Dynasty will become more powerful than before. But the other forces didn't give the Great Cloud Dynasty time to recover. They took advantage of the Great Cloud Dynasty's weakness to launch an attack. The 8 great families are at odds with the Great Cloud Dynasty, which led to the current predicament. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Now is the best time to annex the Great Cloud Dynasty. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough at the moment. We still have to wait. Many munitions factories under Yang Feng's command began to manufacture 4th-generation battle robots and began to strengthen the already manufactured 3rd-generation battle robots. However, time is still short, and the 4th-generation battle robots have yet to take shape. With his current strength, it is impossible to annex the Great Cloud Dynasty. After Yang Feng issued an order to continue the infiltration of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he began to prepare for his trip to the Sun God Shrine. A few days later, in the Cloud Capital's glorious Dragon Airship Yard, there is a 3,000-meter-long giant airship engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Yang Feng slowly boarded the giant airship and saw 70+ people form a small circle on the giant airship. Each of them exudes faint glorious sun warlock fluctuations of power. Clearly, they are all glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses. Lei Ming, you really came. Aboard the giant airship, when Nangong Wumi saw Yang Feng coming, his eyes lit up, and he walked towards him with a smile. Yang Feng said with a smile, Nangong Wumi, you are stronger than before. Bai Yuxian also walked over with a smile, a fragrance wafting from her. Young Master Lei, after we enter the Sun God Shrine, please take care of me. Yang Feng asked curiously, the Moonlight 7 stars are really extraordinary. Bai Yuxian, apart from you, have the other Moonlight 7 stars promoted to glorious sun warlocks? Bai Yuxian replied with a sweet smile, that's right. For the sake of the Sun God Shrine, all of us Moonlight 7 stars have broken through and promoted to glorious sun warlocks. After all, the Sun God Shrine only opens once every 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait for another 100 years before we can enter. Bai Yuxian pointed into the distance and said, those two groups of people are the freaks of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars. On the giant airship, there are two groups of people exuding powerful auras different from those of other glorious sun warlocks. Each group has 6 people. The 12 warlocks are freak-level warlock geniuses of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars. These 12 warlocks have basically formed a virtual world inside them. Even if they haven't formed a virtual world, they still have other powerful means, and their battle prowess is far greater than that of experts of the same rank. Nangong Wumi pointed at a man dressed in a white warlock robe, who has an ordinary appearance, but whose eyes shine like stars, and exudes a strong sense of existence, and said with a dignified look in his eyes, although the other members of the former Moonlight 7 stars are very strong, but they have promoted to the glorious Sun Warlock rank 2 recently, and the gap in strength between them and the glorious Sun 7 stars is huge. Only the Dubhe star Ba Sun is a freak among freaks. Even if I face him, I'm not sure if I can win. There was a dignified glint in Yang Feng's eyes. Oh. If that's the case, then he's really a freak among freaks. Each of the glorious Sun 7 stars is a freak-level genius. Each of them has cultivated for decades or even 100 years in the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Each of them possesses the strength to contend against the weakest Bright World Warlock. Ba Sun has promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock for less than 10 years, yet he already possesses strength comparable to that of the glorious Sun 7 stars. His talent can be imagined. Nangong Wumi pointed to another group of people and said, among the current glorious Sun 7 stars, the Dubhe star Lan Ba and the Merak star Jiang Qi are also powerhouses that I'm not sure if I can defeat. The Dubhe star Lan Ba is a handsome young man dressed in a blue warlock robe, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, an imposing bearing, and a domineering aura. Jiang Qi is a tall but thin man with a strange rune engraved on his face, 10 earrings in his ears, a cold expression on his face, and a queer aura. Standing beside Lan Ba is a beautiful woman with black hair. She is slender and exudes an otherworldly temperament. She is even more beautiful than the 5 fairies who are popular in Cloud Province. The glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars are very arrogant. They formed a small circle with each other and exuded an aura of rejection. As soon as Yang Feng boarded the giant vessel, the glorious Sun Warlocks noticed him. Except for Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian, the other members of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars didn't take the initiative to come in contact with Yang Feng. A middle-aged man dressed in a green warlock robe and exuding a scholarly aura slowly walked onto the dais. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived on the dais, he exuded infinity warlock rank aura. Everyone aboard the giant vessel quieted down, and their eyes were attracted by the middle-aged man. Yang Feng instinctively felt a fearsome danger coming from the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but stare at the Infinity Warlock. The middle-aged man swept the 70-plus glorious Sun Warlocks with his gaze and said with a grin, "I am Enlai. I am the guardian responsible for taking you to Sun God Shrine. I will take you to the passage leading to Sun God Shrine. Here, I would like to remind you that Sun God Shrine is very dangerous. There will be powerhouses from countless planes going in to compete for Sun God Fire. Every time someone enters Sun God Shrine, less than 10% of them can come back alive. If you don't want to die, it's not too late to leave now. Sun God Shrine is very dangerous, and there will be powerhouses from countless planes entering Sun God Shrine for different purposes. It is for this reason that only 70-plus glorious Sun Warlocks have entered Sun God Shrine. On one hand, Great Cloud Dynasty limits the number of glorious Sun Warlocks who can enter Sun God Shrine. On the other hand, many glorious Sun Warlocks are unwilling to risk their lives to enter Sun God Shrine. In fact, without entering Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God Fire, with the various secret methods developed by human warlocks, you can still practice cultivation until the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank. In Great Cloud Dynasty, more than 90% of Infinity Warlocks have advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank without absorbing Sun God Fire. The glorious Sun Warlocks who chose to enter Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God Fire are peerless geniuses who are very confident in themselves in order to obtain a chance to promote to a Warlock Emperor. It is extremely difficult to promote to a Warlock Emperor. You must be perfect in virtually every realm and have a solid foundation. Enlai grinned and said, "Since no one has chosen to leave, then let's go." Runes lit up on the huge airship, and countless rays of light shone. The huge airship shook slightly, turned into a bright ray, and flew into the sky. The huge airship sped up, suddenly blurred, and flew into a twisted and blurry orbit. Yang Feng looked at the twisted and blurry orbit and said unhurriedly, "This is the legendary astral orbit. With the help of the astral boundaries power that runs through countless planes, you can find a special orbit that allows you to travel freely in the vast sea of stars." Chapter 686. After flying in the distorted and blurry orbit for a day and a night, a huge cave appeared at the end of the orbit. The giant airship flew out of the cave, and a huge celestial body appeared in front of everyone. The giant airship flashed, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the huge celestial body. There is a powerful barrier around the huge celestial body that shrouds the celestial body like a membrane. When the giant airship slammed into the powerful barrier, countless runes shone, pierced through the barrier, and landed on a berth on the huge celestial body. Not far from the airship dock, there is a 1,000-meter-tall crimson gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Around the crimson gate, there are 9 9-story-tall warlock towers built. The 9 warlock towers have powerful barriers that protect the entire star. Enlai led all the glorious Sun Warlocks to the Scarlet Gate and said flatly, "You all have a token to enter Sun God Shrine. Now go in. Remember, you can stay in there for 48 days. After 48 days, the tokens in your hands will bring you back here. The token must not be destroyed. Otherwise, you can only stay in Sun God Shrine and wait for the next time it opens." The more than 70 glorious Sun geniuses from various forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty took out a palm-sized token, Sun Jade. The Sun Jade engraved with 9 sun seals shone brightly, and they turned into streams of light that entered the Crimson Gate. The Scarlet Gate set off ripples, and a vast aura that seems capable of burning everything diffused from the gate. Wisps of the law of space revolved and engulfed the glorious Sun Warlocks. A burst of dizziness, as if the world was spinning, flashed past. When Yang Feng regained consciousness, he discovered that he was already in a strange space. In this strange space, there are fire elemental particles everywhere. The temperature of the space is above 3,000 degrees Celsius, there is flowing lava, burning flames, and poisonous smoke pervading the surroundings. Yang Feng glanced at Sun God Shrine and frowned. So this is Sun God Shrine. This is not a place where humans can live. Only the Sun God race can live in this kind of damned place. With a temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius, even if it was a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, they would rarely be able to stay in such an area for a long time without the help of secret treasures. Even if it was a glorious Sun Warlock, except for those proficient in the law of fire, other warlocks would feel uncomfortable in such an environment. After all, in such an environment, their protective life force field was constantly being consumed. Along with flashes of light, the glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and flew towards the depths of Sun God Shrine. Nangong Wumi smiled at Yang Feng, cast a secret method, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Lei Ming, I'll go first. Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, then turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Young Master Lei, I'm leaving too. Each glorious Sun Warlock who entered Sun God Shrine was a genius among geniuses, and they were very confident in themselves. In the Sun Divine Palace, apart from the Sun Divine Flame, there were also countless natural treasures that could only be born in the Sun Divine Palace. Legend has it that in the deepest part of Sun God Shrine, there were ancient secret treasures left behind by the Sun Emperor. In the Arch-God era, there were many powerful secret treasures among the Arch-Gods. These secret treasures weren't refined by the Arch-Gods, but miraculous treasures with extraordinary powers naturally born in heaven and earth. Because of the materials used by the Arch-Gods, the ancient secret treasures used by the Arch-Gods were infinitely powerful, far superior to ordinary warlock secret treasures. Moreover, many ancient secret treasures themselves were top alchemy materials, which was why they were sought after by countless people. In the modern era, ancient secret treasures from the Arch-God era were very rare. Once ancient secret treasures appeared, they would be fought over by major forces, and then processed by top alchemists. In the world of human warlocks, the main materials of many Empyrean-grade secret treasures were ancient secret treasures from the Arch-God era. It was because of these legends that countless glorious Sun Warlocks entered Sun God Shrine in search of various treasures. Since these glorious Sun Warlocks were geniuses and extremely confident in themselves, they naturally weren't willing to share the treasures they found with others, which was why they acted alone. Yang Feng looked around, then his figure fluttered, and he flew 10,000 kilometers away and landed in a valley. After setting up a powerful barrier, he took out a top-grade warp gate, set it up, and activated it. With a flash of distorted light, the top-grade warp gate set off ripples, and then opened. A number of fourth-generation battle robots appeared from the other side of the warp gate. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of excitement. It's a success. My deduction was right. Sun God Shrine is usually closed. When it is closed, the entire shrine is completely sealed, and the warp gate cannot be opened. However, since Sun God Shrine is now open, it means that my mechanical legion can be transported over through the warp gate. As long as the mechanical legion is transported over, no matter which plane the freakish glorious Sun Warlocks are from, they will be killed by Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng believes that his strength is at the very top among warlocks of the same rank, but he is cautious by nature. However, he was cautious by nature. If he could guarantee his victory, he would not mind using the power of the main battle robots. The glorious Sun Warlocks who entered Sun God Shrine are all freakish geniuses from different planes. No one knows what trump cards or spells they have. If you are careless, you will die. At the time when the Lord of the Nine Realms rampaged through the world, he didn't care about the Star Lord. As a result, it was the Star Lord who had the last laugh, while the Lord of the Nine Realms was suppressed. This is the fate of those who are careless. Countless robots walked out of the warp gate and quickly transformed into power plants, munitions factories, optical computers, and other equipment. The small valley was quickly transformed into a large base. A swarm of micro-reconnaissance planes with extremely high fire resistance flew out of the large base and flew in all directions of Sun God Shrine. In the large base, the Level 4 optical computer flashed and performed modeling analysis. Wherever the micro-reconnaissance planes flew past, everything turned into a holographic projection and was restored in front of Yang Feng. Inside the Solar Divine Palace, one could see balls of light that looked like suns every 1,000 miles. These spheres of light are Sun God fire formed from the surrounding fire elemental particles that Sun God Shrine has absorbed. In the Archgod era, after Sun God powerhouses reached adulthood, they would enter Sun God Shrine to look for Sun God fire to absorb and gain more power. The surface temperature of Sun God fire is more than 7,000 degrees Celsius, and the internal temperature is more than 10 million degrees Celsius. Even glorious dawn warlocks need to use special secret methods to absorb the Sun God fire and turn it into their own. If they are careless, then once Sun God fire breaks out, even bright world warlock rank powerhouses can be burned to ashes. These Sun God fires aren't good enough. Since I came to Sun God Shrine, I will absorb the strongest Sun God fire. Yang Feng looked at the Sun God fire floating in the air and raised his eyebrows. Instead of absorbing the Sun God fire, he sent more reconnaissance planes flying in different directions. At this moment, Yang Feng's arm trembled slightly, and a palm-sized six-winged sun-devouring centipede crawled out of his hand and transmitted a strange signal. Nurtured by the Ligui province's countless resources, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede has evolved into a mature form and possesses glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "You want to devour Sun God fire to continue evolving. Fine. Go devour it and evolve freely." The six-winged sun-devouring centipede released waves of joy, and then flew away with a whoosh. There was a flash of light in the base, and a holographic projection of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede quickly appeared in front of a small sun. Its body shook slightly, and it turned into an 8-meter-long giant centipede with 6 insect wings. It opened its maw and inhaled, and gold light enveloped the small sun. The small sun was forcibly swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. After the small sun was swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, a sun-like rune appeared on the body of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede clearly has a good appetite. Its figure fluttered, and it flew towards another small sun. Yang Feng watched as the six-winged sun-devouring centipede devoured the small suns and sighed in his heart, "The innate abilities of these other races are much stronger than those of humans." For now, Yang Feng can only absorb 9 suns and send them into the 9 worlds inside him. He can't devour small suns like the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. If he devours a weak sun, it will make his world imperfect. In the future, he will need to consume hundreds or even thousands of times more resources to build a good foundation. Not long after, 100,000 mini reconnaissance planes with a heat-resistant temperature of 1 million degrees Celsius appeared in the Solar God Shrine. They flew to different places and outlined the terrain of the entire Solar God Shrine. Found it. Yang Feng stared at the holographic projection and the information and intelligence analyzed by the Level 4 optical computer. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he blurred into motion and turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. Before long, a huge sun that looks like a real sun, exuding endless light and heat, appeared in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 687. This sun is not bad, it's suitable for my devour sun space splitting secret method. Boy, scram. Otherwise, die. The figure of a handsome young man with hair in a bun, an unearthly temperament, and an arrogant expression on his face turned clear, and he strangely appeared in front of the huge sun and looked at Yang Feng with pride in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the young man and said coldly, "This sun is really good, I like it as well." "You, scram. Otherwise, die. The young man said coldly, "Stubborn fellow, I am Magic Note Duo Shang Zizhen." "Who are you?" Yang Feng replied, "Undying Mountains Lei Ming." "Undying Mountains Lei Ming? Let me teach you, give you a lesson. Between warlocks, it's best not to answer the enemy's questions, or else this will happen." Shang Zizhen showed a strange smile, and countless runes condensed in his hand and formed a golem that looks exactly like Yang Feng, engraved with countless mysterious runes. Shang Zizhen squeezed the golem that looks exactly like Yang Feng, and it exploded. A strange force swept towards Yang Feng along an incredible law, as if to devour him in an instant. Fate algorithm. Countless runes gushed out of Yang Feng's eyes, and the breath of fate diffused from him, distorted the strange force, and transferred it to Shang Zizhen. With a pop, Shang Zizhen's face shimmered with horror, and he exploded in front of Yang Feng in an instant, and a copious amount of flesh and blood rushed towards Yang Feng as if they have a life of their own. Yang Feng took out a level 7 secret treasure Vulcan scepter and pointed at it, and violent purple flames suddenly appeared, frantically devoured the surrounding fire force, and formed a sea of purple fire that devoured, burned, and purified Shang Zizhen's flesh and blood. Yang Feng glanced at an empty space and said coldly, "Come out. You're not dead yet, this little trick is useless." There was a slight distortion in the void, and Shang Zizhen walked out and looked at Yang Feng with a gloomy look in his eyes. "What spell was that? My secret technique should be foolproof. Die." With an indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng took a step forward, blurred, and appeared in front of Shang Zizhen. With a flick of his wrist, a level 7 secret treasure devourer sword suddenly appeared, and he slashed down, forming a small black hole that, as if it can devour everything, slashed towards Shang Zizhen. "I've been underestimated. Damn you, Lei Ming, I'll let you see my true power." Solar transformation. Shang Zizhen's eyes flashed fiercely, and he bellowed, and vast world force poured out of him. Countless runes flickered on his body, and he turned into a huge sun that barreled towards Yang Feng. The collision of a huge sun could easily destroy a star. This was the ultimate profundity of the sun transformation. Shang Zizhen felt a great threat from Yang Feng, which is why he used his most powerful secret method. Interesting. Essence of Devour. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled and operated the Essence of Devour, and a pitch-black Devour Black Moon, which seems to be able to devour all light, suddenly appeared. The Devour Black Moon, which seems to be able to devour everything, abruptly swallowed the huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into. The huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into erupted in an instant, and the temperature rose to 9 million degrees. Even if it was a bright world warlock, they would be burned or even seriously injured by the fearsome temperature. As if a huge black hole, the Devour Black Moon devoured light and heat. No matter how the huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into struggles, all its power was devoured by the Devour Black Moon. Endless power flowed out of the Devour Black Moon, entered Yang Feng's body, and poured into the 9 worlds inside him, nourishing the power of the 9 worlds inside him. My power has been absorbed by you. Let me go, let me live. I know I was wrong. I will definitely fuck off in the future. Let me go, give me a chance to live. I beg you. Lei Ming. From the Devour Black Moon came Shang Zizhen's terrified screams and pleas. More than half of the power inside him has been devoured by the Devour Black Moon, injuring his glorious Dawn Warlock rank foundation. The most terrifying thing is that he can't escape even if he wants to. Yang Feng just sneered and watched. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, all of Shang Zizhen's power was devoured by the Devour Black Moon, and only some ashes scattered in midair. The essence of Devour is extremely powerful. However, it even devoured and destroyed that fellow's glorious Dawn core and storage treasures. What a pity. Yang Feng glanced at the huge sun, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of his finger and formed a giant black net that swept towards the huge sun. When the huge sun was swept by the giant black net, it shrank until it was the size of a fist, and then flew into Yang Feng's body and entered his first world. As soon as the huge sun entered Yang Feng's first world, endless sunlight sprinkled on the earth. The extraordinary plants on the earth absorbed the sunlight and became more and more full of vitality. With the appearance of the sun, as if some law of the first world inside Yang Feng was perfected, the earth rumbled and shook, and thousands of kilometers of land extended. After absorbing the sun, Yang Feng continued to travel through Sun God Shrine. With the reconnaissance of the 100,000 drones, more than half of Sun God Shrine seemed to have been mapped, allowing him to know clearly which places have Sun God fire suitable for him. In just 3 days, Yang Feng killed 7 glorious sun warlocks from other planes and absorbed 9 suns. Now the 9 worlds inside him have suns, and they are in a perfect state. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body, and a look of satisfaction streaked past his eyes. Not bad. With my current state, I can start breaking through and promote to a bright world warlock after returning to the Zhangji plane. Sun God Shrine really deserves its reputation. Unfortunately, Moon God Shrine of the Arch-God era isn't under the control of humans. Otherwise, absorbing the power of Moon God Shrine in the Moonlight Warlock rank would be even more perfect. Moon God Shrine was a shrine controlled by the Moonlight Emperor, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse who once dominated the Zhangji plane in the Arch-God era. Since the beginning of the Zhangji plane's recorded history, the Moonlight Emperor was one of the less than 5 female Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. At the time, there were 3 other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses among the Arch-Gods of the same era as the Moonlight Emperor. However, they were all defeated by the Moonlight Emperor in a fair and square manner, and eventually acknowledged the Moonlight Emperor as their master. Moon God Shrine was one of the shrines controlled by the Moonlight Emperor. After advancing to the Starry Sky Warlock realm, the Time Lord was being hunted down. He sneaked into Moon God Shrine and absorbed its moonlight force, and finally broke through and promoted to a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. Therefore, after the Starry Sky Warlock realm, human warlocks were named Moonlight Warlocks. After the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, Moon God Shrine disappeared. Of course, at that time, human warlocks had already developed countless secret methods. Therefore, even if Moon God Shrine disappeared, it wouldn't affect the evolution of human warlocks. However, for the warlock geniuses who pursued perfection and were determined to step into the Warlock Emperor realm, the disappearance of Moon God Shrine was indeed a pity. If Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force and Sun God Shrine's Sun Force could be completely integrated in the world inside you, you would be able to form a perfect Yin and Yang Force cycle. Although human warlocks have found other substitutes, but they were still slightly inferior to Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force. As Yang Feng refined the suns into his body, countless level 4 sealers joined hands to cast seal light and sealed the suns in the sky, and then dragged them back to the base and teleported back to the Andrak plane. Each of the small suns evolved from Sun God Fire in Sun God Shrine is a huge energy source. For Yang Feng, this place is the best energy warehouse. The energy contained in each small sun evolved from Sun God Fire could easily be converted into the energy generated by all power plants within Yang Feng's sphere of influence for 10 years. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is like a fish in water here. This little fellow has already devoured 72 suns. Amazing!" The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede was even more active than Yang Feng in Sun God Shrine. Under the guidance of the level 4 optical computer, it devoured one sun after another. Every time it devoured a sun-like imprint appeared on its carapace, and it exuded an increasingly fearsome aura. If it wasn't for the suppression of Sun God Shrine's barrier, it might have already evolved into a bright world warlock rank 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. At this moment, an extremely dazzling pillar of light suddenly rose from the center of the solar divine palace. At the center of the pillar of light, a mysterious flower with 9 petals and 4 green leaves slowly bloomed. It was engraved with natural runes. The entire solar divine palace trembled slightly. The small suns containing the solar divine flame turned into streams of light and crazily flew towards the magical flower in the center of the light beam. They merged into the magical flower and became its nutrients. Chapter 688. That's the sun god Empyrean flower, a treasure of heaven and earth born from the essence of countless suns. If you consume the entire sun god Empyrean flower, you'll be able to break through the god-man boundary and let a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude reach inferior level 9. Yang Feng looked at the mystical flower in the center of the beam with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Treasures of heaven and earth that can let people break through the god-man boundary are very rare in the Zhangji plain. As for treasures of heaven and earth that can let people break through the god-man boundary, they are even rarer in the Zhangji plain. The sun god Empyrean flower is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. It takes more than 50,000 years to form a flower in a special environment. Once it appears, it will cause countless people to fight over it. The sun god Empyrean flower. That's the sun god Empyrean flower, a peerless treasure that can let people break through the god-man boundary. I'm really lucky to see such a peerless treasure like the sun god Empyrean flower this time. In the sun divine palace, the monstrous geniuses from different planes looked at the sun divine Empyrean flower that had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were filled with excitement. With a slight sway of their bodies, they turned into streams of light and flew towards the sun divine Empyrean flower. The sun god Empyrean flower is located in the center of Sun God Shrine, which is the former resting palace of the Sun Emperor. It is also the most dangerous place in Sun God Shrine. In the past, no one would easily approach this dangerous place, but attracted by the sun god Empyrean flower, the sun luminary geniuses from other planes turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of the sun divine palace. A male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, covered in flames, and with a necklace exuding bright light on his chest quickly flew to the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine. At the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine, you can clearly see that there are large caves that look like huge nests in the center of Sun God Shrine. Around the large cavern were stone statues with special runes engraved on them. They were all demons, devils, high elves, dragons, phoenixes, and other powerful existences that had existed since the Age of Eternals. The male warlock has just approached, when countless runes emerged on a 1,000-meter tall giant stone statue, and the petrification effect on the giant stone statue disappeared in an instant. The 1,000-meter tall giant stone statue opened its eyes, and red light diffused from its eyes and exuded tyrannical glorious sun warlock rank breath. The stone statue giant took a step forward, drew the mountain-like wolf-tooth club beside it, and mercilessly slammed it towards the male warlock. A mere giant from the ancient era dares to oppose me? You overestimate yourself. The male glorious sun warlock snorted coldly, his figure blurred, and he appeared in an alternate space, a space of a completely different dimension from the main world. Only by using a spell that interferes with space, or by elevating the law of power to the level of the essence of power, will it be possible to shatter the vacuum and space, and then attack the male glorious sun warlock in the alternate space. When the stone statue giant's wolf-tooth club slammed into the male glorious sun warlock, but as if it hit the air, it passed by the male glorious sun warlock, slammed into the ground, and blasted open a large hole and raised countless gravel. Just as the male glorious sun warlock sneered, a palm-sized four-winged void lizard flew out of the alternate space and bit the male glorious sun warlock's foot. Black gas suddenly rose from the male glorious sun warlock's foot and spread rapidly. A necklace on the chest of the glorious Sun Warlock suddenly lit up, and green light enveloped the glorious Sun Warlock and blocked the black gas in his lower body. Whoosh! A sun god arrow tore through the void, passed through the alternate space, and shot into the head of the glorious Sun Warlock in an instant and blasted it to pieces. The body of the glorious Sun Warlock suddenly shattered like paper, and an afterimage suddenly formed 1,000 meters away and turned into the glorious Sun Warlock's true body. The glorious Sun Warlock has just formed, when a fearsome dragon breath slammed into him, and the dragon breath capable of burning everything devoured his flesh and soul. A bead suddenly shattered, and the body of the glorious Sun Warlock collapsed and reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. The glorious Sun Warlock has just escaped, when he saw dozens of existences exuding glorious Sun Warlock rank power rushing towards him. Various attacks slammed into the glorious Sun Warlock and blasted him to pieces again. Relying on an endless supply of secret treasures, the glorious Sun Warlock escaped 7 times from the joint attack of dozens of fearsome ancient monsters, but in the end, he was still torn to pieces by the dozens of glorious Sun Warlock rank ancient monsters. None of the ancient monsters were the opponent of the glorious Sun Warlock. But when dozens of ancient monsters with different extraordinary powers attacked together, the extremely powerful glorious Sun Warlock, who was a rare genius in the outside world, couldn't resist them. At the moment when the human warlock was torn to pieces, a black hole opened and devoured his flesh, soul, and glorious sun core. Before long, in a corner of the center of Sun God Shrine, a lifelike statue of a human warlock slowly took shape. At the same time, it absorbed the sun force around Sun God Shrine. When the human glorious Sun Warlock died, as if some mechanism was triggered, the stone carvings all over Sun God Shrine shone brightly and came to life. The figures of the ancient monsters, who seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep, flickered and hid in nest-like places in the center of Sun God Shrine. Whenever a human warlock approached the nests of the ancient monsters, they would move together and annihilate the human warlocks one by one. These ancient monsters possess glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. When dozens of them join forces, even a freakish glorious Sun Warlock with a small world inside them may not be their opponent. Yang Feng mobilized 50,000 drones to the center of Sun God Shrine. At a glance, he saw the ancient monsters fighting the glorious Sun Warlock rank existences that entered Sun God Shrine. In addition to human warlocks, there are many powerful existences that can use Sun God Fire that entered Sun God Shrine. Yang Feng discovered that 15 gods with the divine authority of Sun God are fighting the ancient monsters. The advancement of gods can be said to be both simple and frighteningly difficult. If a god can devour the godhead of a higher god with the divine authority of the same god, they can easily evolve and become a higher-level god. Without devouring the godhead of a higher god, it is very difficult to improve the godhead's rank through other methods. Many feeble divine force rank gods have remained at the feeble divine force rank for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, unable to advance to a higher level. This is the limitation of gods. In Sun God Shrine, if the sun gods with the divine authority of the sun can devour enough Sun God Fire, they may comprehend a higher level of the law of the sun and promote their godhead to the intermediate divine force rank. In this way, their status in the pantheon will be greatly improved. In the god system, an intermediate divine force rank god already has the qualifications to establish a small pantheon and become the primary god of a pantheon. The primary god of the Dark Elves Lolth is just an intermediate divine force rank god. Even so, she has grasped the faith of the Dark Elves in countless planes, and has become a revered existence. An intermediate divine force rank god, even human infinity warlocks will be in awe of them and interact with them as equals. After all, as long as intermediate divine force rank gods stay in their divine country, even if it is human infinity warlocks who enter their divine country, they will only die. The number of ancient freaks is far greater than that of the powerhouses who entered Sun God Shrine. Besieged by the ancient freaks, one powerful existence after another was killed. That's Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and saw that at the edge of Sun God Shrine, Great Cloud Dynasty's three outrageous geniuses are contending with Sun God Shrine's freaks. Standing on a 500-meter-tall diamond giant, Ba Sun's figure blurred and became clear. Whenever his figure appeared on the head of a diamond giant, the core of an ancient freak will be directly destroyed, and the body will fall to the ground. Jiang Qi, on the other hand, strolled among the ancient freaks like an illusion. His body seems to be shrouded in a strange gauze mist. As if blind, the ancient freaks didn't notice him at all. Lan Ba is sitting on a carriage pulled by a three-headed gold dragon. In front of him stands 9 giant ogre powerhouses from the evil god plane exuding a fierce aura. The 9 giant ogres are equipped with secret treasures exclusive to giant ogres. They roared in a frenzy and activated their powerful ghost power to kill the ancient creatures that were blocking their way. At the edge of Sun God Shrine, among the human warlocks from the Zhangji Plain, only the 3 of them seem to be at ease. The other human warlocks from the Zhangji Plain unleashed powerful secret methods and fought the ancient life forms. The glorious Sun 7 Stars and the former Moonlight 7 Stars warlocks also urged the power of the virtual world inside them and unleashed formidable offensive secret methods to destroy the ancient life forms one by one. Chapter 689. Those few are also freaks among freaks. It seems that they are peerless powerhouses cultivated by other planes. None of them can be underestimated. The holographic projection flickered and adjusted to another direction. In other directions, there were also 3 people who displayed unfathomable and terrifying strength. One of them is a beautiful warlock with long black hair and a slender figure. She has a dragon horn on her head, a scarlet trident in her hand, a green armor engraved with countless mysterious runes, and a head full of long black hair. The beautiful warlock's figure flickered, and she brandished the scarlet trident in her hand, and a scarlet ray shot out and slashed an ancient freak to pieces. The encirclement of dozens of ancient fiend monsters was easily dodged by her. Then, she killed them one by one. Another person is holding a secret treasure transcendent diagram, and dozens of glorious Sun warlock rank transcendent flew out of the transcendent diagram, fought the dozens of ancient freaks, and tore them apart one by one. The last one transformed into a 500-meter-tall ancient devil with 3 eyes and black runes all over its body. It was very similar to the 5th heaven's devil Che. When the black light shot out of his 3rd eye, the souls of the ancient freaks shattered, their cores shattered, and they turned into immobile corpses. Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi, and the 3 terrifying experts from the other planes crushed their way, killing all the ancient demonic beasts in their way. They forcefully carved out a path of blood as they walked towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Even someone as strong as Ba Sun and the other peerless geniuses don't dare to fly directly towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower while facing the attacks of countless ancient freaks. It turns out that there are ancient freaks guarding this place. It seems that the Sun God Empyrean Flower is destined to be mine. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a devour black moon and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower like a meteor. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is a peerless treasure that can break the God-man boundary. Yang Feng has the resources of the entire Ligui province and the treasury of 2 kindred Grand Dukes, but he still hasn't found such a treasure. He can't miss this treasure. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng flew into the center of Sun God Shrine. Dozens of ancient freaks suddenly poured out of their nests, cast various innate abilities, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The dragon breath, the elven arrows of high elves, the blood flames of true blood kindred, the demonic flames of abyssal fiends, and other attacks slammed into Yang Feng. The devour moon that Yang Feng has transformed into looks like a bottomless black hole that can devour everything. When the powerful existence's attacks slammed into the devour moon, they were completely devoured and crushed, and turned into the purest energy that entered the 9 small worlds inside him. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Feng urged the essence of Devour, turned into a Devour Black Moon, flew into the center of Sun God Shrine, and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Who is that? What an arrogant fellow! Damn it! According to his speed, the Sun God Empyrean Flower will fall into his hands. Is that guy crazy? There are more than 1,000 ancient freaks in the center of Sun God Shrine. Sun God Shrine is a gathering of freakish geniuses of various planes, freakish glorious sun warlocks. When Yang Feng moved, they all sensed the change, and their eyes focused on the Devour Black Moon. Nangong Wumi was currently entangled with dozens of ancient devil beasts. Relying on the mysterious star descent technique, he was constantly dodging the attacks of the ancient devil beasts. His life wasn't in danger, and at the same time, he was slowly weakening the ancient devil beasts' fighting strength. Nangong Wumi suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Countless star runes flashed in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. This is low realization. No, it's the essence of Devour. That's Lei Ming. He made a move. Nangong Wumi has mastered Star's Descent and is a grandmaster of divination spells. He has already prophesied that the Sun God Empyrean Flower in Sun God Shrine is a turning point in his fate. If he can get the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he will have a glimmer of hope to promote to a Warlock Emperor. If he loses the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he will no longer be qualified to participate in the struggle for the position of Warlock Emperor. At the time, when the Star Lord and the 9 Realms Lord competed for the position of Warlock Emperor, they won at the most critical turning point in their fate and obtained great benefits. Finally, they ascended to the throne in one fell swoop and promoted to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. If I use my trump card and fight to the death, what are my odds of winning? Star deduction. Nangong Wumi silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless stars shone and formed all kinds of incredible runes. Those strange runes suddenly transformed into countless strange lines, and they twisted and trembled as they changed into lines that only he could understand. Less than 5% chance of winning, and if I fail, I will die. Nangong Wumi's face turned pale, his eyes flickered for a while, and then he finally sighed and lost his fighting spirit. He doesn't even have 10% chance of winning, and if he fails, he will die. This kind of success rate was too low, extinguishing his adventurous heart. I'm still too weak. Nangong Wumi's figure flickered, and he turned into motes of starlight, disappearing from where he was. He retreated from the Solar Divine Palace's central control. Bai Yuxian stood on a tall mountain at the edge of the central area of the Solar Divine Palace. She looked at Lei Ming from afar, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. That's Lei Ming. He was really bold, daring to charge into the center of the Solar Divine Palace like this. What a monster. Although Bai Yuxian was also one of the Moonlight's 7 stars, a genius among geniuses. But after all, she has just promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock, and her accumulation is still shallow. Facing the siege of dozens of glorious Sun Warlock rank ancient freaks, she has no chance of winning. After weighing the pros and cons, she chose to observe from the outside. In addition to Bai Yuxian, after weighing the pros and cons, many other glorious Sun Warlocks chose to withdraw from the center of Sun God Shrine and come to the edge of Sun God Shrine to watch quietly. Curses, someone attacked first. It seems that I can't continue to conserve my strength. Ba Sun's eyes shimmered coldly, and tremendous world force exuded from him. He operated the essence of ice, turned into a ray of ice, and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower. When the attacks of the ancient freaks blasted into Ba Sun's body, they were frozen, and then shattered and disappeared. They're all moving. I can't be too slow. Jiang Qi strolled among the ancient life forms, making them unable to discover him. However, his movement speed wasn't fast. After all, the ancient life forms were extremely powerful, and there were even many ancient variant species that could break his secret methods. After he sensed Yang Feng and Ba Sun's movements, he unleashed the essence of dream. As if he was in a dream, he turned into a strange existence that exists in the crevice between dream and reality, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Really? It seems that I have to do it myself. Lan Ba's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stood up from the chariot, and quasi-bright world warlock rank life force surged. With a flick of his wrist, a black level 9 secret treasure evil ogre dragon armor inlaid with an infinity warlock rank evil ogre core appeared on him. Lan Ba's figure fluttered, and then he turned into a black ray flying towards the sun god Empyrean flower. The spells of those ancient monsters bombarded Lan Ba's body one after another. The evil ghost dragon armor was shrouded in ghostly chi, forcibly shattering the spells of those ancient monsters. Some ancient freaks with innate abilities broke through the ogre chi of the evil ogre dragon armor, but they only managed to shake the armor slightly. 70% of the power was absorbed by the evil ogre dragon armor, and the remaining 30% couldn't even shake Lan Ba. Bastard! The sun god Empyrean flower is my spoils of war. The eyes of the beautiful woman with dragon horns shimmered fiercely, and then they turned into vertical dragon eyes, and countless gold dragon scales covered her delicate body. Her figure fluttered, and she turned into a female Tyrannosaurus and rushed towards the center of Sun God Shrine. Halberd rays flashed, and the ancient freaks blocking in front of the beautiful woman with dragon horns were easily chopped to pieces. Because they have been sealed for too long, these ancient freaks have lost most of their sanity. But they do possess glorious dawn warlock rank power and formidable fleshly bodies. For the beautiful woman with dragon horns to be able to easily slay them, this is simply heaven-defying. What a bunch of lunatics, damn it. The warlock holding the secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and transcendent specializing in defense flew out from the transcendent diagram, formed a powerful barrier, and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. The warlock who has transformed into the heavenly devil chariot roared, and a pair of huge devil wings grew on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a black stream of light and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. When Yang Feng flew to the center of Sun God Shrine, he saw a 100,000-meter tall, magnificent temple appear in front of him. However, half of the majestic divine hall seemed to have been wiped away by someone with boundless power. Only a damaged half remained standing in the world. There are countless giant stone statues around the huge temple, many of which exude infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. But they are already fragmented, leaving only a bit of remnant fluctuations of power. Chapter 690. Yang Feng looked at the half of Sun God Shrine that has been forcibly erased, and he recalled the history of the Sun Gods. When the Sun Emperor was alive, he was invincible in the world. In his later years, in order to let the Sun Gods dominate the world, he sneak-attacked several other warlock emperor rank powerhouses and killed them all. After the Sun Emperor's lifespan ran out, the Sun Gods were still arrogant and domineering, and they became enemies with many archgods of the Zhangji Plain. In the end, countless archgods joined forces to fight the Sun Gods. In the early stage of the war, the Sun Gods had Empyrean-grade secret treasures that the Sun Emperor refined several other warlock emperor rank powerhouses into, which suppressed and killed countless other archgods. However, in the later stage of the war, a peerless genius emerged from among the many archgods, advanced continuously, and finally became a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. He led many archgods to attack Sun God Shrine and exterminate the Sun Gods. The center of Sun God Shrine is full of wreckage. Although there are no guards, but it contains far more killing intent than the outside world. In the center of Sun God Shrine, there are traces of holy grade power and even Empyrean grade power. The power of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses has a trace of eternal immortality. Unless it is erased by a power of the same rank, it won't fade even after hundreds of thousands of years. In Sun God Shrine, the sun force pervading everywhere is absorbed by the traces of Empyrean grade power and turned into a source of power. Even if it is an infinity warlock, once they stimulate the traces of Empyrean grade power, they will be seriously injured or even killed. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can resist the attack of traces of Empyrean grade power. Transcendent Pupils. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes and formed a pair of gold transcendent pupils, and he looked towards the center. In the center, traces of Holy Grade and Empyrean grade power appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. If you use transcendent pupils to study traces of Holy Grade and Empyrean grade power all year round, it will be of great benefit to your glorious dawn warlock cultivation. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light that entered the center and forced the traces of Holy Grade and Empyrean grade power to fly inside. After a dozen plus breaths of time, a sun pool appeared in front of Yang Feng. In that sun pond, there were many sun divine flames floating. From time to time, a sun divine flame would condense into a small sun and fly out. That sun pond was the most famous secret treasure of the sun god race in the past. It was one with the entire sun god palace, and in this special plane, it could absorb the power of the sun and give birth to sun god flames. In the past, after an adult member of the sun god race absorbed sun god fire, they would possess glorious dawn warlock rank strength, which was why they were able to suppress the many archgods of the Zhangji plane. Above the sun pond was the precious sun god Empyrean flower. So that's how it is. The sun pool is a vessel for cultivating the sun god Empyrean flower. A warlock emperor rank powerhouse set up a magic barrier here. Unless a powerhouse of the same rank takes action, no one can destroy the sun pool. Yang Feng glanced at the sun pool and sensed that it is shrouded in a powerful barrier. His figure fluttered, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the sun god Empyrean flower. To dare attack the thing I fancy in front of me, go to hell. A cold ray suddenly flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes appeared on his right fist, and he punched towards an empty place. Under the bombardment of Yang Feng's fist, the space distorted and collapsed, as if a world was shattered. Shrouded by a force capable of distorting and collapsing everything, a glorious dawn warlock suddenly appeared, and then exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood that collapsed inch by inch, leaving only a glorious dawn core that fell to the ground. So strong. Who is he? Who is this human warlock? How can he be so strong? The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, how can he be this strong? Even if he defeated Nangong Wumi, but he's still too strong. So this is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, what a terrible monster. Outside the center of Sun God Shrine, the glorious dawn warlocks who cast spells to spy on this side were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The glorious dawn warlocks who dare to enter Sun God Shrine are all geniuses among geniuses, far stronger than other glorious dawn warlocks of the same rank. These glorious dawn warlocks may not be a match for monster-level geniuses like the Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Dawn 7 stars, but they aren't ants that can be insta-killed by a glorious Dawn 7-star powerhouse. Shock flashed in Nangong Wumi's eyes, and he sighed faintly, so strong. Lei Ming, he's actually this strong. It seems that even if I use all my trump cards, I still won't be his opponent. Bai Yuxian looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and she mused, amazing. The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, he's actually this strong. What a surprise. He should be the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Undying Mountain, and he's expected to take charge of the entire Undying Mountain. After killing a glorious dawn warlock genius with a punch, Yang Feng grabbed the sun god Empyrean flower midair, placed it in a jade box, engraved countless runes, and sealed it. Once the sun god Empyrean flower is consumed, Yang Feng will break through the godman boundary, and his soul aptitude will advance to the inferior level 9 soul aptitude that only warlock emperors can advance to. To refine the sun god Empyrean flower's medicinal power, you need to refine it in a place where no one will disturb you. Once Yang Feng consumes the sun god Empyrean flower here, he will definitely become the prey of other glorious dawn warlocks. Human warlocks are proficient in countless mysterious and mystical secret methods. They can capture Yang Feng, who has just consumed the sun god Empyrean flower, and refine him into a new elixir. He's here? That's fast. As expected of a peerless genius. Yang Feng put the sun god Empyrean flower into a storage ring and stood loftily in the void, looking down like a god. Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Lan Ba, and the other 3 monster-rank glorious dawn warlocks have already arrived next to the sun pool and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, "Lei Ming, hand over the sun god Empyrean flower, and for the sake of the undying mountain, I will let you go. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy when we fight later." The Undying Mountain has an illustrious reputation in the circle of top powerhouses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Everyone knows that this is a powerful force that has an infinity warlock, occupies the entire Ligui province, and is proficient in alchemy and golem arts. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty is somewhat apprehensive of the mysterious Undying Mountain entrenched in the Ligui province, and has sent people to rope them in. Ba Sun doesn't want to offend the Undying Mountain's young master for no reason. Although Ba Sun can barely contend against some weak Bright World warlocks, but in front of a true Infinity warlock, he still can't withstand a single blow. Unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to die in the hands of an Infinity warlock. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "The sun god Empyrean flower is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, I won't give it to anyone. If you want the sun god Empyrean flower, then come and snatch it with your own ability. Come at me together. Let me test how strong I am right now. How arrogant. Let me show you the immensity of heaven and earth." Ba Sun's eyes shimmered coldly, and he urged the essence of ice, and a blue stream of ice that can easily freeze sun god fire, completely violating the laws of heaven and earth, swept towards him. In the wake of the blue stream of ice, everything was frozen. In the center of Sun God Shrine, the temperature of the surrounding environment is above 8,000 degrees Celsius. When the blue stream of ice emerged, except for the sun pool, the surrounding environment was instantly covered in ice and snow, and the temperature dropped below absolute zero. Even the feeble divine force rank goddess of ice will be frozen by the ice. The other 5 glorious sun warlocks frowned slightly, and then cast secret methods to resist the fearsome ice force. This guy is very strong. When the 5 glorious sun warlocks sensed Ba Sun's essence of ice, a dignified shade streaked past their eyes. Faced with the blue stream of ice that seems to be able to freeze even time, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared. He is in the center of the Devour Black Moon, looking like the origin of the universe. When the blue stream of ice slammed into the Devour Black Moon, it was silently devoured and disintegrated. Standing inside the Devour Black Moon, Yang Feng, like an invincible god, looked down at Ba Sun and said coldly, "The Dubhe star of the moonlight 7 stars, Ba Sun, isn't this all you have? If that's the case, then I'm very disappointed." Ba Sun's face fell, and he gritted his teeth and issued a shrill howl. A tremendous amount of virtual world force gushed out, turned the blue stream of ice into a blue beam, and slammed into the Devour Black Moon. As soon as the blue beam of light entered the Devour Black Moon, it was devoured and turned into the purest force that entered Yang Feng's 9 worlds. Yang Feng looked at the other 5 monster-level geniuses and said lightly, "Okay, Ba Sun has started. Which one of you wants to continue? Do you want to come together, or one by one? If you don't defeat me, you won't get the sun god Empyrean flower." Amazing. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is really scary. Too scary. Ba Sun is a powerhouse who has found his path and condensed the essence of ice. Yet such a powerhouse can't even break his defense. How terrifying. Is this a top glorious sun warlock? He's not on the same level as us. When the glorious sun warlocks watching from afar saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly and filled with bitterness. Chapter 691. Jiang Qi barked, "Let's attack together. His strength is far beyond ours. Let's join forces and kill him. Then we'll divide the sun god Empyrean flower equally." Jiang Qi's words have yet to fall, when his eyes suddenly shimmered with determination, his whole body became blurry, and a faint and illusory aura diffused from him. Without even moving his hand, Yang Feng swept Jiang Qi with a glance and said calmly, "Illusion. Jiang Qi, when it comes to sneak attacks and ambushes, you pose the greatest threat to me. Unfortunately, in a head-on fight, you're the weakest in front of my essence of Devour." In front of the essence of Devour materialized Devour Black Moon, Jiang Qi's illusion power was completely devoured as soon as it approached. It couldn't even touch Yang Feng. The glorious sun warlock holding the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned and took a step forward, saying, "I, 9 gods pavilions Yen Jun, will fight you." The transcendent diagram shone, and one glorious sun warlock ranked transcendent after another flew out. Flames, ice cones, wind blades, spatial blades, and dozens of other pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank spells turned into a torrent of spells and barreled towards Yang Feng in a perfect rhythm. When the dozens of pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank spells slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, they were silently devoured by the Devour Black Moon. They couldn't even touch Yang Feng. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng stood in the center of the Devour Black Moon like an invincible transcendent and uttered indifferently, "Yen Jun, bring out your true strength. If this is your strongest power, then your strength is much weaker than Ba Sun's. No, you're no match for Ba Sun. Ogre God Mountain's Che Zhenquang will fight you." The huge devil who has transformed into the fifth heaven devil Che roared, the vertical eye on his forehead flashed, and a gray ray suddenly flew out and slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. When the gray ray shone on the Devour Black Moon formed from the essence of Devour, it showed faint signs of collapse. "Ogre God Mountain's Che Zhenquang? Very well, you're very strong. You are strong enough to be my opponent, so you can die now." Yang Feng smiled. Besieged by the 4 monstrous geniuses, he took a step, blurred, and appeared above Che Zhenquang. Countless runes condensed in his foot, and he stomped on Che Zhenquang's head. World force of the 9 worlds was extracted by the world ring and formed a rune that slammed into Che Zhenquang's head. Rumble. Along with an earth-shattering noise, Che Zheng, who had transformed into the devil Che of the 5th heaven, was crushed into minced meat and countless cells turned into ashes. "Humph, you want to use a death substitution artifact to save your life? It was useless. Die." Yang Feng smiled coldly, operated Fate algorithm, and extended his hand, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the void. One after another, the death substitution corporeal bodies flew out from the void and exploded. When the 7th death substitution corporeal body exploded, a glorious sun core was directly devoured by the Devour Black Moon amidst a series of miserable screams. As a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, Che Zhenquang was proficient in countless secret methods, including death substitution secret methods. He created 7 death substitutes. Originally, the 7 scapegoats could have helped him withstand 7 fatal injuries. But under Yang Feng's fate algorithm, they couldn't withstand a single blow, and were killed in an instant. Even his true body couldn't escape death. Che Zhenquang was a powerhouse who formed a virtual world. At the moment when he died, his virtual world began to collapse. At the moment when his virtual world was about to explode, Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon swallowed Che Zhenquang's virtual world. Che Zhengquang is dead. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is this strong. How can there be such a strong monster? Is this a freak genius who can attack the Warlock Emperor realm? I didn't feel anything when I read about them in the history books, but only when I see them in person can I feel how terrifying they are. On the periphery of Sun God Shrine Central Area, the warlocks who cast various spells to spy on the central area were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. For Che Zhengquang to be able to crush his way to the central area, his strength is definitely above that of other glorious Sun warlocks. Yet such a peerless genius was easily killed by Yang Feng. A look of incredulity welled up in the hearts of the glorious Sun warlocks. When the 5 freak geniuses in the central area saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. As the strongest warlock geniuses, they have mastered many life-saving secret methods. Now it seems that the life-saving secret methods they prepared may not work in front of Yang Feng. Jiangqi, since you attacked me, then go to hell. Yang Feng's body blurred, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly disappeared, and then strangely appeared in a fog. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A devouring black moon swept towards the empty void. In the empty void, Jiangqi's distorted figure instantly appeared, and he struggled as he was devoured by the Devour Black Moon with a look of horror and despair on his face. A miserable scream came from the Devour Black Moon. Soon, a glorious sun core flew out of the Devour Black Moon and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng, his mind shaken, and his eyes shimmered with despair. So strong. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is actually this strong. Is the gap between me and him that big? Ba Sun is a peerless genius who formed a virtual world, the first star of the Moonlight's 7 stars, the Dubhe star. He has always been proud and confident, believing that he is the best candidate to become a warlock emperor in the future. Today's battle showed him the terror of a powerhouse qualified to compete for the Warlock Emperor rank. Ba Sun, release your soul and let me set up a soul brand, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, since you dared to attack me, then this will be your burial ground. Standing inside the Devour Black Moon, the glorious sun cores of Jiangqi and Che Zhengquang floated beside him. The devouring black moon was like an invincible defense, easily devouring the attacks of dozens of solar glory demon gods that Yan Jun had released, making him look like an invincible overlord. I, Ba Sun, am the man who will become a warlock emperor in the future. I can be defeated, I can die, but I will never yield. Ba Sun's eyes flashed with pride, and he issued a heaven-shaking roar. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he took out a pair of palm-sized blue secret treasures and pressed them on his back. Bright blue light shone, and a pair of ice wings appeared on his back. You want to escape? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. At the moment when the ice wings appeared, Yang Feng's figure appeared behind Ba Sun and became clear. With a wave of his hand, a claw stabbed into Ba Sun's heart, and a Devour Black Moon engulfed Ba Sun in an instant. If you want to kill me, then let's perish together. A look of madness surged in Ba Sun's eyes, and the virtual world inside him trembled and exploded in an instant. With him as the core, fearsome world collapse force spread in all directions, equivalent to the explosion of 10,000-10,000-ton nuclear warheads. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the central area. Terrifying shock waves set off waves of air that swept the countless remains of the stone statues in all directions. Is he dead? Ba Sun is dead. Perishing together, this may be the best outcome. The glorious sun warlocks on the edge of the central area looked towards the center of the explosion with complicated looks in their eyes. Yang Feng's strength is far beyond the imagination of these glorious sun warlocks. Even ordinary junior Bright World warlocks are far weaker than Yang Feng. These glorious sun warlocks are all geniuses among geniuses. Each of them is ambitious, hoping to become the next human warlock emperor and suppress countless planes. Naturally, they don't want to see Yang Feng still alive. Under the gazes of countless glorious sun warlocks, a devour black moon rose from the fearsome explosion. Enveloped by the devour black moon, there is not a trace of injury on Yang Feng's body. He looks like an immortal transcendent. He's not injured at all. What a freak! Who else can be his opponent? When the glorious sun warlocks on the periphery saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Even the explosion of a peerless genius like Ba Sun can't injure Yang Feng in the slightest. Yang Feng's battle prowess is far beyond the imagination of these glorious sun warlocks. You're next. Yan Jun, go to hell. Eyes filled with indifference, Yang Feng looked at Yan Jun and uttered flatly, as if a god pronouncing judgment on a mortal. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Man diagram unity. A cold ray flashed in Yan Jun's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram absorbed all the transcendent and suddenly swept Yan Jun inside. Bright light shone, and Yan Jun turned into a 3-meter-tall freak engraved with countless mysterious runes, each of which looks like the head of a transcendent, exuding fearsome aura. Hundreds of transcendent auras diffused from the freak, and a powerful life force soared into the sky, as if to tear the sky apart. If it wasn't for the boundary of Sun God Shrine restricting everyone's strength, the freak would have been able to promote to a bright world warlock rank existence. Chapter 692. Standing inside the devour black moon, Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, interesting. The transcendent diagram is really a powerful secret treasure. With the man diagram fusion, you can borrow the power of the transcendent diagram. With your glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base, how many seconds can you last? After casting the man diagram fusion, with my strength, I can last for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough to kill you. From the monster Yan Jun has transformed into came a distorted voice that seems to be a combination of hundreds of voices. A pair of angel wings extended from Yan Jun's back, and a blade demon bone blade from the evil god plane, which is said to be able to slay any existence, ejected from his right hand. The law of wind surged, Yan Jun's figure blurred, and he strangely appeared inside the devour black moon and sent a fist surrounded by endless lightning barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng punched out and collided with Yan Jun's fist. A violent shock wave surged from the two fists, and Yang Feng was blasted hundreds of meters away. Yan Jun was also pushed back dozens of meters by the huge recoil. He was repelled. He was finally repelled. Amazing, Yan Jun may have a chance to kill him. Seeing the godlike Yang Feng inside the devour black moon being repelled, the spectating glorious Dawn Warlocks showed looks of excitement. The pressure Yang Feng put on these glorious Dawn Warlocks was too great. As long as he was alive, these warlock geniuses would feel powerless. Interesting, my devour black moon can't devour your power. As expected of the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram. I'll be a little more serious in killing you. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and the devour black moon retracted to a distance of 3 meters away from him. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yan Jun so fast. The third eye opened on Yan Jun's forehead barely captured Yang Feng's movement trajectory. He operated a secret method and met Yang Feng head-on. Boom! 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 Huge explosions kept ringing in the center of the Solar Divine Palace. Lightning, fire, ice, venom, and other forces blasted towards Yang Feng from Yan Jun's incarnation of a freak. With the power of the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, Yan Jun could easily use the innate abilities of hundreds of demon gods sealed in the demon god diagram, as well as hundreds of terrifying spells. When the hundreds of spells blasted into the devour black moon, they disappeared without a trace, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Yan Jun and Yang Feng were like two ferocious humanoid fiend gods. Everywhere they passed, berserk energy shock spread in all directions. If it was on Earth, the battle between Yan Jun and Yang Feng would have already caused the earth to crack and rivers to flow in reverse. That was because the Solar Divine Palace was the residence of the Solar Emperor. It had withstood the battle between the two of them without being damaged at all. He didn't utilize any secret treasure and suppressed Yan Jun. How terrifying! Yan Jun used the rank 9 secret treasure, Demon God Diagram. Even if he can't display the full effect of the Demon God Diagram, he's still being suppressed by Lei Ming. It's really unbelievable. When the glorious Sun Warlocks in the distance saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Yan Jun, who was just a glorious Sun Warlock, was able to use the level 9 secret treasure Demon God Diagram, which already made many glorious Sun Warlocks look at him in a new light. After all, level 9 secret treasures were treasures that only Infinity Warlocks could fully exert. In theory, glorious Sun Warlocks couldn't use them. But what shocked the other glorious Sun Warlocks even more was that Yang Feng didn't use any secret treasures. By relying on his own power, he suppressed Yan Jun, who used the Demon God Diagram. In order to contend against the powerhouses of other races, human warlocks developed all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. It was with the help of secret treasures that human warlocks could surpass other powerful beings in terms of strength. But now Yan Jun, who used the level 9 secret treasure Demon God Diagram, was suppressed by Yang Feng, who didn't use any secret treasures. This was simply inconceivable. Yan Jun, who is one with the diagram, uttered a strange voice, "Lei Ming, you can't defeat me. Take out the Sun God Empyrean Flower and we'll divide it equally. Then, we can join forces to kill the rest and divide their collection. If you want to share the Sun God Empyrean Flower with me, you must be strong enough. You don't have the qualifications to share the Sun God Empyrean Flower with me. However, your strength is enough for me to use a little bit of my true power." Yang Feng smiled, the 9 worlds inside him operated wildly, and a fearsome life force soared into the sky, attracted a copious amount of sun force, and formed a fearsome beam of light. Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist. Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Yan Jun containing wisps of the essence of power, the power of the 9 worlds gathered in his fist, pulverizing, shattering, collapsing, and destroying everything. Turtle God Shield. Yan Jun's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his heart stirred. An Annette magic tortoise, known for its defense, suddenly appeared, and the huge turtle shield engraved with countless defensive runes blocked in front of him. Boom! When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the huge Turtle God Shield, the Turtle God Shield, which was known for its invincible defense, shattered. Yang Feng's fist slammed into Yan Jun. A tyrannical force broke out in an instant, and a frightening force penetrated the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram and slammed into Yan Jun. Yan Jun spewed out a large mouthful of blood, slammed into the broken wall of the Sun God Shrine, and spewed out another mouthful of blood. The level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram is really amazing. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You haven't even exerted 1/10 of the level 9 secret treasure's power. Level 8 secret treasures are the most suitable for glorious Dawn Warlocks. Yang Feng's body blurred, and he appeared behind Yan Jun. The Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and swallowed Yan Jun. Yan Jun was seriously injured by Yang Feng's punch. Although he didn't die due to the protection of the transcendent diagram, but because he lost control of his power, he lost control of the transcendent diagram. Struggling inside Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, he screamed miserably. After 20+ breaths of time, a glorious dawn core and a level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram floated out of the Devour Black Moon and fell into Yang Feng's hand. "Do the two of you still want to fight me?" Standing in the center of the Devour Black Moon, Yang Feng looked like an invincible god as he looked at Lan Ba and the beautiful woman with dragon horns and said slowly, "I'm not your opponent. I'm leaving." The beautiful woman with dragon horns took a deep look at Yang Feng, her eyes filled with apprehension, and then her figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light shooting into the distance. Lan Ba looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the void with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes, and he said slowly, "If we fight, do we have to decide who lives and who dies?" Exuding frigid killing intent, Yang Feng said slowly, "Of course, this is not a place to swap pointers. Anyone who stands in front of me is my enemy. Anyone who dares to be my enemy must die. In the Sun God Shrine, who knows how many glorious Dawn Warlocks are hidden? Each of these glorious Dawn Warlocks possesses queer and unimaginable means. If Yang Feng can't show his domineering side, these glorious Dawn Warlocks will swarm him and tear him to pieces." Lan Ba looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the void, his complexion alternating between green and white, and a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. However, when he thought that Yang Feng didn't even use a secret treasure to deal with Yan Jun, he shuddered inside. "I'm not your opponent either." Lan Ba sighed slightly, then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a devour black moon and flew out of the Sun God Shrine domineeringly. The glorious Dawn Warlocks looked at Yang Feng flying into the distance and looked at each other. Many warlocks gritted their teeth, turned into streams of light, and chased after Yang Feng. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. Knowing that they are not Yang Feng's opponent, the glorious Dawn Warlocks still followed him from a distance, wanting to see if there is a chance. For these glorious Dawn Warlocks, so long as they are given a chance, they have a way to snatch the Sun God Empyrean Flower from Yang Feng. "Humph, you're too close. Go to hell." After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Yang Feng suddenly snorted coldly, his figure fluttered, and he appeared in an empty space. He extended his hand and grabbed an invisible glorious Dawn Warlock, and the devour black moon suddenly appeared and swallowed the glorious Dawn Warlock. Along with a scream, a glorious Dawn Core appeared in Yang Feng's hand. What a cruel method! What a cruel fellow! What a cruel and merciless fellow! The glorious Dawn Warlocks following behind Yang Feng with the idea of killing him and seizing his treasures felt their hearts shake, and they moved further away and used spells to spy on Yang Feng's movements. If it was an ordinary treasure, seeing how powerful and cruel Yang Feng is, the other glorious Dawn Warlocks would have distanced themselves, not daring to compete with him. But this is the Sun God Empyrean Flower, a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. Once a warlock's soul aptitude is promoted to inferior level 9, then before breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm, there will be virtually no bottleneck, and it will be far easier for them to advance to the Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock realms than for other warlocks. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, if they get accurate information about the Sun God Empyrean Flower, they will definitely take action in person to compete for a treasure like the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Chapter 693. Strange fluctuation spread among the glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, and the originally solitary glorious Sun Warlocks gradually united and formed a huge group of nearly 300 people. The glorious Sun Warlocks in Sun God Shrine are geniuses among geniuses of various planes. When nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks join forces, even if they each have their own ulterior motives, they are still enough to slay a bright world warlock. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, sure enough, they joined forces. These glorious Sun Warlocks are elites from various planes. Once they discover that they aren't Yang Feng's opponent, then as long as someone links up with them, they can naturally form a huge temporary force. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is too tempting. No matter who it is, they won't give it up. Even Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian cast spells to spy on Yang Feng's whereabouts from afar. If Yang Feng is invincible, they naturally won't take action. But if Yang Feng reveals a flaw, they won't hesitate to snatch the Sun God Empyrean flower. After all, the relationship between them was merely that of ordinary friends. Lei Ming, hand over the Sun God Empyrean flower. We can let you go. We don't want to be enemies with you. As long as you hand over the Sun God Empyrean flower, you can go. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura came from afar, and a bear-like voice reverberated in the area. Almost at the same time, nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlock rank auras rose from all directions and swept towards Yang Feng. Among the dense Glorious Sun Warlock rank auras, there is no lack of World Force auras. These Glorious Sun Warlocks are supreme geniuses from various planes, and there is no lack of peerless geniuses who formed a virtual world. When these geniuses join forces, even a quasi-infinity Warlock rank powerhouse will find it difficult to contend against them head-on. Even if the weak unite, they are still weak. Weaklings like you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourselves. I hereby announce that all those who have chased after us must die. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then his figure blurred, and he appeared dozens of kilometers away. He escaped. Lei Ming escaped. After him. We can't let him escape. When the nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yang Feng escape, there was a look of excitement in their eyes, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light chasing after Yang Feng. Many Glorious Sun Warlocks silently recited incantations, took out secret treasures, and began to cast spells to interfere with Yang Feng. In front of Yang Feng, the earth suddenly trembled, and a 10,000-meter-tall mountain rose into the air and blocked in front of him. Trifling tricks. Yang Feng snorted coldly, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and slammed into the 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Wherever the black moon passed, the mountain rocks were swallowed, and formed a large hole. When Yang Feng crossed the 10,000-meter-tall mountain, streams of ice surged and formed a layer of ice thousands of meters thick. Yang Feng slammed into the layer of ice, forcibly devoured a large hole in it, and then flew away without hesitation. Spatial barriers, mountains, illusion labyrinths, icebergs, and other obstacles strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. Faced with these obstacles, Yang Feng just urged the Devour Black Moon to protect himself and crushed all the forces blocking his way. The nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlocks could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng got further and further away from them. Speed was one of the greatest weapons of the strong. The reason why the status of high-level warlocks was far above that of low-level warlocks was because they came and went like the wind. Even if they couldn't defeat the joint efforts of low-level warlocks, they could still easily escape and look for opportunities to kill those low-level warlocks. Really? I didn't expect that I would encounter such an outrageous genius when I came to pick the Sun God Empyrean flower. However, it's your misfortune to run into me, Venerable Magic Mirror. Among the Glorious Sun Warlocks, an ordinary-looking human warlock wearing a silver warlock robe frowned slightly, his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he took out a silver mirror and pointed it at Yang Feng. An infinity warlock rank fluctuation of power streaked across the silver-robed warlock's body. In an instant, a silver ray shot out from the mirror and shot towards Yang Feng. The silver ray pierced through Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon and blasted into him. Yang Feng's body collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Venerable Magic Mirror is a genuine intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse. This time, he obtained information that the Sun God Empyrean flower has matured, which is why he risked having his cultivation base suppressed to sneak into Sun God's shrine. In the outside world, with Venerable Magic Mirror's infinity warlock rank power, even if 300 Glorious Sun Warlocks besiege him, he can use various secret methods to kill them one by one. But in Sun God's shrine, powerhouses like Lan Ba and Ba Sun have the ability to threaten his life. If it wasn't for the Sun God Empyrean flower being too precious, he wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place in person. However, when Venerable Magic Mirror sneaked into Sun God's shrine with his true body, he can use this secret method to display a trace of Infinity Warlock rank power in an instant, which is how he was able to draw Yang Feng into his level 9 secret treasure silver glow magic mirror. Yang Feng's vision blurred. After he woke up, he found that he is in a space with a diameter of about 30 square meters and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng's heart stirred. He looked at the surrounding environment and quickly made a judgment. Shit, I was hit by the spell of another powerhouse. This is his secret treasure space. Warlocks are powerful and have all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. Even if they are far stronger than other warlocks, they can die if they are careless in battle. Unfortunately, to trap me with such a secret treasure is a pipe dream. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a swarm of black devourers flew out from his hand and pounced on the silver light wall engraved with countless mysterious runes. When the black devourers pounced on the silver wall, they frantically devoured the silver wall's materials, power, and everything else. Damn it, my silver glow magic mirror. Stinking brat, you deserve to die. Venerable Magic Mirror's strongest secret treasure is the silver glow magic mirror, with which he is connected by heart and soul. When the silver glow magic mirror issued mournful cries, he sensed it and saw Yang Feng's devourers devour the silver glow magic mirror. I originally wanted to spare your worthless life, but now you're dead. Now, go to hell. Venerable Magic Mirror's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the silver glow magic mirror. Inside the silver glow magic mirror, the silver wall shone brightly, and twisted silver runes formed a silver flame that drifted towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw the silver flame, his complexion changed dramatically, and he waved his hand, and a devour black moon swept towards the silver flame. The silver flame, which seems to have no substance and energy, strangely passed through the devour black moon and drifted towards Yang Feng. Within a breath of time, it landed on Yang Feng. Silver flames instantly ignited in Yang Feng's soul, frantically burning it. Yang Feng's face twisted, and intense pain engulfed him, making him twitch all over, and countless blue veins bulged from every corner of his body. The silver flame is called Silver Glow Soul Refining Flame, and it is a kind of flame that can directly attack the soul of a warlock. If Venerable Magic Mirror was in his heyday, he could even burn the soul of an Infinity Warlock into the Silver Glow Magic Mirror to ashes within a quarter of an hour. The defensive power and offensive power of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror are inferior among level 9 secret treasures. But its attack method is very strange. With the power of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, Venerable Magic Mirror was able to kill 2 junior Infinity Warlocks in a sneak attack. Venerable Magic Mirror smiled coldly, "You're dead after being hit by my Silver Light Soul Refining Flame." Crack! Along with a crisp sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. My Silver Glow Magic Mirror! In the next moment, along with Venerable Magic Mirror's horrified roar, the level 9 secret treasure Silver Glow Magic Mirror shattered into countless fragments that splashed about. Looking at the shattered Silver Glow Magic Mirror, Venerable Magic Mirror's heart is about to break. It is extremely difficult to find a secret treasure that is completely compatible with your secret method. He spent thousands of years to ask an alchemist grandmaster to refine the Silver Glow Magic Mirror for him. Now that the Silver Glow Magic Mirror has been broken, his strength has dropped by more than 30%. When Yang Feng emerged from the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, a swarm of black devourers suddenly flew towards Yang Feng, and frantically devoured the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. That's Lei Ming. He showed up. How come he's here? Everyone, let's kill him together. Kill him, and we'll divide the Sun God Empyrean flower equally. When the glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yang Feng appear next to them, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they shouted. A bunch of ants, since you want to die so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish. Enduring the severe pain, Yang Feng showed a ferocious smile, runes flashed, and 9 dark passages appeared in front of him. Tens of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots flew out from the 9 passages in an instant and shot towards the glorious Sun Warlocks. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. From behind the tens of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots came Yang Feng's frigid voice filled with killing intent. Chapter 694. A glorious Sun Warlock has just cast Starfall and condensed a star barreling towards Yang Feng. Following afterimages, 6 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock, slashed with their blades, split his life force field, and chopped him into 7 pieces. Mechanical golems? Trifling golems want to contend against us glorious Sun Warlocks. What wishful thinking! The glorious Sun Warlock snorted coldly, and his body that was chopped into 7 pieces suddenly changed into a feathered snake with wings and fought fiercely with the 6 Type 2 Undyings. At this moment, 3 mistwalkers disintegrated into grey mist that swept towards the glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake. The glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake suddenly trembled, and the life force inside him disappeared like a flood. Damn it! Die! Shocked, the glorious Sun Warlock was about to cast a fire spell to destroy the strange mist formed by the mistwalkers. Several Type 2 Void Assassins emerged from the void, slashed with their blades, and chopped the glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake into pieces again. After the glorious Sun Warlock was chopped into pieces again, the life force of the countless pieces quickly disappeared like a mummy with all the water sucked out. No! I won't die. How can I die at the hands of these golems? A glorious sun core trembled slightly and issued a heart-wrenching roar. After absorbing a dozen-plus pieces of flesh, it suddenly ejected and tried to escape into the distance. Along with flashes of lightning, dozens of Type 2 lightning manipulators fired silver lightning that slammed into the glorious sun core and blasted the glorious Sun Warlock's flesh and soul to pieces. On the other side, a glorious Sun Warlock turned into a 100-meter-long 6-headed gold dragon, and the 6 heads fired dragon breaths of light, darkness, ice, poison, fire, and gravity barreling towards the Type 2 Undyings. The Type 2 Undyings activated level 5 energy shields one after another. However, under the bombardment of the dragon breaths, the shields shattered like bubbles and were swallowed by the dragon breaths. Right at this moment, a 15-meter-tall Vajra main battle robot equipped with a main cannon flashed. It was fully equipped with a powerful superalloy armor and was up to 15 meters tall. A resplendent beam slammed into the 6-headed gold dragon, pierced through it, and evaporated a copious amount of flesh and blood. A huge hole was blasted open in the body of the 6-headed gold dragon transformed from a glorious Dawn Warlock, and a large amount of blood spilled out of the hole. But it still didn't die. Countless runes flashed, and the 6-headed golden dragon that had been pierced through instantly recovered from all of its injuries. Evidently, the glorious Sun Warlock used a powerful recovery secret method. The 6-headed gold dragon has just recovered, when 7 resplendent beams blasted from different directions and blasted the 6-headed gold dragon apart again. Type 2 sealers suddenly flew out and unleashed sealing light that slammed into the 6-headed gold dragon and abruptly wore down the power of the glorious Sun Warlock. Ayo! The 6-headed gold dragon faced upwards and roared. Countless runes condensed around it, shone, and it instantly recovered. The moment the 6-headed gold dragon recovered, it was blasted into pieces by countless beams again. Hundreds of Type 2 Undyings strangely appeared beside the 6-headed gold dragon, slashed at it with their blades, and chopped it into countless pieces in an instant. Dozens of thunder manipulators controlled the lightning, which danced like silver snakes. They bombarded the pieces of the 6-headed golden dragon's body, turning them into charred, lifeless pieces. After the 6-headed gold dragon was blasted apart, a palm-sized silver-winged snake blurred and appeared tens of kilometers away. The glorious Sun Warlocks in Sun God Shrine are rare geniuses in the outside world. Each of them is a fearsome existence that can defeat ordinary weak divine force rank gods. Such powerhouses have endless life-saving secret methods, making them extremely difficult to kill. When Yang Feng fought Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Yan Jun, and Che Zhengquang, the four monster-level powerhouses, he used Fate Algorithm, a peerless secret method he obtained from the Eternal Continent, to cut off all their escape secret methods and kill them. Yang Feng's true body has also mastered more than a dozen death substitution secret methods. As long as he isn't killed by karma spells or peerless secret methods, it will be very difficult for him to truly die. As soon as the silver-winged snake appeared, a Type 2 Undying suddenly flew out from the side and slashed it into pieces. Countless bolts of lightning slammed into the flesh of the winged snake and blasted it into ashes, leaving only a glorious sun core behind. Caught off guard, the nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks were besieged by the tens of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots. In an instant, more than 20 glorious Sun Warlocks were killed and more than 100 glorious Sun Warlocks were seriously injured by the fourth-generation battle robots. The remaining 100-plus glorious Sun Warlock geniuses began to go all out, unleashed peerless secret methods, and used the strongest secret methods they mastered to fight the fourth-generation battle robots. Watching this scene from afar, Nangong Wumi was struck dumb. Amazing. To be able to resist those glorious Sun Warlocks by himself, he's a monster. Bai Yuxian, who was hiding in the distance, watched this scene with a spell, and her heart filled with shock. Amazing, are those undying mountains golems? So strong, did they obtain the Golem Lord's inheritance? No. Golem celestial body, did they obtain Golem Dynasty's alchemy from the Golem celestial body? Amazing. That guy is really a monster. That's too scary. In addition to the nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks who formed an alliance, there are even more glorious Sun Warlocks in Sun God Shrine who didn't participate in the battle watching this side with spells. When they saw Yang Feng contend against nearly 300 glorious Sun geniuses by himself and kill more than 20 glorious Sun geniuses in a single exchange, they were struck dumb, and shock filled their hearts. Boom! Boom! Tremendous explosions reverberated in the area. At virtually every moment, there are fourth-generation battle robots being destroyed by the glorious Sun Warlocks. The 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks are indeed peerless geniuses from different planes. With absolute magic power, they suppressed the tens of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots and smashed them to pieces. Even so, under the siege of the fourth-generation battle robots, some of the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks still die from time to time. Surrender. Lei Ming, hand over the Sun God Empyrean flower. Otherwise, only death will await you. A glorious Sun Warlock who formed a virtual world waved his hand, and a fire dragon suddenly appeared and pounced towards the mist formed by a dozen-plus mistwalkers. In an instant, the violent fire dragon turned into a sea of fire covering dozens of square kilometers and swept the mist formed by the dozen-plus mistwalkers. Burned by the fire containing the law of fire, the mistwalkers who are immune to physical attacks were forcibly refined by the violent fire dragon. A bunch of idiots, let's start the second part of the game. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then 9 whirlpools appeared on him again, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots flew out from the 9 worlds inside him, turned into a steel cloud, and rushed towards the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Damn it! How come he has so many golems? Damn it! How are we going to kill so many golems? When the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks saw this scene, they were struck dumb, and despair appeared in their eyes. Faced with the 40,000 fourth-generation battle robots, they had to use all their trump cards to barely suppress them. Now that there were 60,000 more battle robots, they were in despair. Shit! There's more over there. So many. So many golems. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? All of a sudden, the glorious Sun Warlocks turned their heads and looked into the distance. They saw the sound of engines resound through the sky, and a dense swarm of battle robots flying this way from all directions have completely surrounded the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Most of the battle robots surrounding them are third-generation battle robots. Only their weapon systems have been strengthened once, and their overall function is almost a generation behind that of the fourth-generation battle robots. However, their number is as high as 6 million, far surpassing that of the fourth-generation battle robots. In an instant, a rain of light blasted out from the third-generation battle robots' weapons barreling towards the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of light, the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks can only cast secret methods and defensive spells to resist the rain of light. The 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots were like a sharp knife that stabbed into the group of more than 200 glorious Sun geniuses and started slaughtering them. Under the frenzied siege of more than 1 million third-generation battle robots and 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots, famous glorious Sun Warlock geniuses of various planes died one after another and turned into glorious Sun cores. Chapter 695. Now you're the only one left. You shouldn't be a glorious Dawn Warlock, right? Without looking at the more than 200 glorious Sun Warlocks alliance, Yang Feng's gaze fell on Venerable Magic Mirror, and he uttered coldly. At this time, there were more than 1,000 level 4 main battle robots frantically besieging Venerable Magic Mirror, but they were unable to harm it at all. 36 diamond-shaped prisms floated around his body, each of which was engraved with mysterious and magical runes. When the attacks of the battle robots hit the 36 rhombus prisms, 90% of the power was directly reflected. Only 10% of the power was able to hit Venerable Magic Mirror. Besieged by 1,000 fourth-generation battle robots of various types, Venerable Magic Mirror displayed fighting strength far beyond that of ordinary glorious Sun Warlocks, and destroyed dozens of fourth-generation battle robots without suffering any damage. If he was given enough time, it would only be a matter of time before he destroyed 1,000 level 4 main battle robots. Venerable Magic Mirror's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered solemnly, "I am Venerable Magic Mirror of Kongning Plains Magic Mirror Mountain, a true Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, give me the Sun God Empyrean Flower. I can use all the resources of the Magic Mirror Mountain to exchange for it. No, I can give you the entire Magic Mirror Mountain, as long as you give me the Sun God Emperor Flower." Venerable Magic Mirror originally looked down on the trifling glorious Dawn Warlock rank Yang Feng, and didn't even want to talk to him. However, in Sun God Shrine, even an Infinity Warlock will be suppressed to the pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank. He can only lower his head and negotiate with Yang Feng. For the sake of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he is willing to pay everything, even if he has to hand over the Magic Mirror Mountain to Yang Feng. Magic Mirror Mountain was a powerful warlock group that wasn't inferior to the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. It was a force that Venerable Magic Mirror spent thousands of years painstakingly building, and it had countless resources. For the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he was willing to give up the entire Magic Mirror Mountain. This was the value of a top-grade natural treasure. Of course, it was only because Yang Feng was strong enough that Venerable Magic Mirror condescended to negotiate with him. If Yang Feng wasn't strong enough, he would have already killed him. Venerable Magic Mirror, an Infinity Warlock. Interesting, let me have a taste of your abilities. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. His figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Venerable Magic Mirror, extracted World Force, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Venerable Magic Mirror. A terrifying energy wave that could destroy the primal chaos and suppress all the worlds in the universe sealed the void and blasted towards Venerable Magic Mirror with a terrifying pressure that could crush an entire world. Reflecting Magic Mirror. Venerable Magic Mirror had a solemn look in his eyes as he silently chanted an incantation. Countless runes suddenly appeared on his body and condensed into a magic mirror that was inscribed with 9,999 types of runes. It was as black as ink and looked like it was born from hell. It blocked in front of him. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the reflecting magic mirror, the fist ray twisted and slammed into Yang Feng in an instant. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's body, turning him into a terrifying blood person, and he was sent flying for dozens of kilometers. Venerable Magic Mirror was just about to give chase, when dozens of Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of him and slashed at him from different directions. Scram! Furious, Venerable Magic Mirror bellowed, and palm-sized reflecting magic mirrors appeared around him. When the dozens of Type 2 Undyings slashed at the reflecting magic mirrors, the blades twisted strangely, and then slashed open huge gashes on their bodies. However, the dozens of Type 2 Undyings were still frantically slashing at Venerable Magic Mirror after their bodies were slashed with huge gashes. Wounds appeared on the bodies of the Type 2 Undyings, making Venerable Magic Mirror more and more anxious. Amazing, as expected of an Infinity Warlock. It would be rude of me not to use my full strength to deal with you. Cover. Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and within 3 breaths of time, he healed all his injuries. He took a deep look at Venerable Magic Mirror and ordered coldly. Tens of thousands of mistwalkers suddenly disintegrated and turned into a thick fog that shrouded an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. It's covered up. I can't see anything. That thick fog completely obstructs detection spells. What does he want to do? As soon as the thick fog appeared, the glorious Sun Warlocks who used various spells to spy on the battle found that their spells lost all effect. Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng and formed a set of white battle demon armor. The battle demon's secret method is the most suitable secret method for Yang Feng. It can increase his combat power by 5 times and can defend against various attacks. In the Ligui province, there are countless secret methods that can greatly increase the strength of warlocks. However, these secret methods have various restrictions. Some require special bloodlines, and some require special secret treasures. Only the Battle Demon Sect's fundamental secret method, the Battle Demon's secret method, is Yang Feng's favorite secret method. After Yang Feng formed the white battle demon armor, the force of the 9 worlds inside him surged and poured into him through the world ring. Rest in peace. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Venerable Magic Mirror and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Venerable Magic Mirror with terrifying power capable of crushing the vacuum and annihilating everything. 9 virtual worlds. An inheritance secret method of the 9 realms lord. Venerable Magic Mirror's face finally fell, and he clenched his teeth. The seals on him were unlocked one by one, and Infinity Warlock rank breath gushed out of him in an attempt to pry open the suppression of Sun God Shrine. Faced with an all-out strike containing the power of 9 small worlds, even Venerable Magic Mirror felt the danger of death. All of a sudden, a series of strange runes appeared. A terrifying pillar of fire condensed from the divine sun flame gushed out from the ground beneath Venerable Magic Mirror's body and swallowed him whole. No! I don't want to die. I won't die. Venerable Magic Mirror let out a shrill scream. Countless runes appeared, and the mirrors around him shattered one after another. Dozens of silver mirror-type secret treasures flew out of Venerable Magic Mirror and shattered, and silver light shot out and formed Venerable Magic Mirror's true body dozens of kilometers away. Venerable Magic Mirror's true body has just formed, when Yang Feng's primal chaos annihilation fist, which is amplified 5-fold by the Battle Demon's secret method and contains the power of 9 small worlds, slammed into his body. A tyrannical force of annihilation gushed out in an instant, and Venerable Magic Mirror's body crumbled inch by inch. Fate algorithm. After crushing Venerable Magic Mirror's body, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon suddenly appeared and sucked in the void. A strange death substitution doll, a death substitution body, a silver death substitution mirror, and dozens of other death substitution secret treasures exploded in the Devour Black Moon. Lei Ming, do you really want to kill me? If you kill me, my magic mirror mountain won't rest until your undying mountain is dead. An infinity core carrying venerable magic mirror's soul flew out from the Devour Black Moon in an instant. Venerable magic mirror's soul remnant coiled around the infinity core and issued resentful roars. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed. Today is the anniversary of your death. If the magic mirror mountain dares to provoke me, I will send them to be buried with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the Devour Black Moon swept towards venerable magic mirror's soul and devoured it in an instant, leaving only an infinity core in his hand. Only then did the mist that enveloped thousands of kilometers dissipate, rapidly condensing into mistwalkers. Venerable magic mirror is gone. He was killed. He killed an infinity warlock. That was an infinity warlock. How could he be killed like this? When the glorious sun warlocks spying on this side using various spells saw Yang Feng standing proudly in the void, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Venerable magic mirror is a genuine infinity warlock. Even though he was forced to seal most of his power in Sun God Shrine, but he still grasps countless secret methods and secret treasures, and his battle prowess is tyrannical. Even a freakish genius like Lan Ba may not be venerable magic mirror's opponent. Yet he died at Yang Feng's hands, which is incredible. Looking at Yang Feng from afar, Nangong Wumi sighed faintly, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. In such a short time, he has progressed to this point. How enviable! When Nangong Wumi was defeated by Yang Feng, he was still confident that he could kill Yang Feng if he went all out. Now that he has seen Yang Feng display his true strength, he understands how powerful Yang Feng is. After Yang Feng killed Venerable Magic Mirror, he turned to look at the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks. Besieged by 100,000 4th-class primary battle robots and 1 million 3rd-class primary battle robots, the more than 200 glorious Sun geniuses had suffered heavy casualties. More than 60 glorious Sun geniuses had fallen to the attacks of these primary battle robots. If it weren't for the fact that these glorious Sun Warlocks are freakish geniuses and proficient in countless life-saving secret methods, they would have been killed by the battle robots long ago. After all, killing Venerable Magic Mirror just now was somewhat unfair. Now, I'll use all of you to test how much my strength has improved. Yang Feng glanced at the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks who are still struggling, smiled slightly, and turned into a Devour Black Moon shooting towards them. Chapter 696. Don't. Spare me. Don't kill me. The glorious Sun Warlock geniuses were extremely powerful. In the outside world, they could contend against weak divine power rank gods. But Yang Feng's avatar of the Devour Black Moon engulfed them one by one. Within a few breaths of time, they turned into glorious Sun cores. The glorious Sun Warlock geniuses were far weaker than Yang Feng to begin with. Moreover, under the siege of 100,000 4th-generation battle robots and millions of 3rd-generation battle robots, they barely managed to hold on. Now that Yang Feng launched a sneak attack on them, their defenses collapsed one by one, and they were devoured by the Devour Black Moon. No! The countenance of the remaining glorious Sun Warlock geniuses changed dramatically, and 20+ glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and turned into streams of light fleeing in all directions. Whoosh! Type 2 Undyings launched their highest speed, caught up with the 20+ glorious Sun Warlocks, slashed at them, and cut them into pieces. Hundreds of lightning manipulators manipulated lightning and blasted the fragments of the glorious Sun Warlocks into pieces. Along with afterimages, Yang Feng appeared beside the 20+ glorious Sun Warlocks almost at the same time. He extended his hand, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared. According to the guidance of Fate algorithm, the the Devourer Black Moon grabbed at the void, broke the life-saving secret methods of the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks one by one, and finally killed them one by one. Seeing the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks die at Yang Feng's hands one by one, the rest of the glorious Sun Warlocks were overwhelmed by fear. "I am Brilliant Bird's glorious Sun Warlock raises. My father is the Brilliant Bird's great elder, an Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, you can't kill me. I am a personal disciple of Snake Ring's Great Elder Garmin. Great Elder Garmin is also an Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, if you kill me, Great Elder Garmin won't let you off." Screams of horror came from the mouths of the glorious Sun Warlocks, and the glorious Sun Warlocks revealed their backgrounds that they disdained to speak of in the past. Each of the glorious Sun Warlocks was a peerless genius, and behind them stood a bright world warlock at the very least. Among them, there are dozens of glorious Sun Warlocks backed by Infinity Warlocks. Die. Die, all of you. If you don't surrender, then die. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Devourer Black Moon is like a god of death harvesting lives. Without any scruples, it frantically slayed and devoured the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses from different forces. Using the law of devour to devour various powers would create various powers in the body of the extraordinary life form. The conflict between the various powers could even lead to the collapse of the extraordinary life form with the devouring power. However, Yang Feng has 9 small worlds inside him. All the power he devours is channeled into the 9 small worlds and strengthened the plain origin force of the 9 small worlds. Some glorious Sun Warlocks cultivated strange and troublesome powers that were extracted by the eternal power furnace inside Yang Feng and condensed them into energy crystals. Among the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses, there is no lack of powerhouses who have formed a virtual world. Every time Yang Feng devours such a powerhouse, the 9 small worlds inside him become a bit more stable. Nangong Wumi watched Yang Feng squash the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses one after another like chickens, and his heart filled with shock. What a dreadful guy. Those guys are peerless geniuses from different forces, yet he didn't hesitate to kill them. How dreadful. Each of the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses has a bright world warlock and an Infinity Warlock backing them. The older generation powerhouses who are stronger than them will never kill them unless there is a life and death feud between them. Yang Feng, on the other hand, killed the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses without hesitation. This is simply insane and appalling. When Bai Yuxian saw this scene, a chill rose from the depths of her body and enveloped her, making her feel cold all over. How dreadful. How dreadful. If I was in that crowd, he would have killed me without hesitation. He wouldn't have the slightest scruple. Bai Yuxian is a peerless genius from the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, the Bai family. Out of respect for the Bai family, Bai Yuxian is like a fish in water wherever she goes, and is sought after by countless people. Even bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks are very gentle to her, taking care of her as if she is their nephew. What she is most afraid of is encountering unreasonable powerhouses like Yang Feng who annihilates everything. A glorious Sun Warlock finally collapsed and screamed, "I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. Don't kill me. I surrender. Release your soul and let me set up a brand." Yang Feng appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, suspended in the air, and radiated powerful light. The true God Empyrean imprint is engraved with one powerful rune after another, each rune representing a part of the soul of a powerful being sealed inside. The glorious Sun Warlock gritted his teeth and released his soul. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and queer runes flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and entered the glorious Sun Warlock's soul. "I also surrender. I surrender, please spare my life." When the remaining glorious Sun Warlocks saw this, they gritted their teeth, and half of them chose to surrender. The other half, however, struggled bitterly. Under Yang Feng's order, the glorious Sun Warlocks who surrendered to him quickly attacked other glorious Sun Warlocks. You traitors! Damn it! You traitors with no self-respect! I curse you! I curse all of you, your descendants, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your daughters. The proud glorious Sun Warlocks who were unwilling to release their souls were blasted into dregs by Yang Feng and the glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him. 2 hours later, of the nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks who besieged Yang Feng, only 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who chose to submit to Yang Feng remained alive. The rest of the glorious Sun Warlocks were all killed, with no one escaping from Yang Feng. In Sun God's shrine, the glorious Sun Warlocks watched in horror as Yang Feng mercilessly killed the glorious Sun Warlocks one by one. None of them dared to come out and fight Yang Feng. After wiping out everyone, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he took the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him and the mechanical legion that blotted out the sky and flew towards the top-grade warp gate. Once the news of a treasure like the Sun God Empyrean Flower spread, even Holy Spirit Warlocks would be tempted. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse has the strength to crush all resistance from Yang Feng. Yang Feng intends to devour and refine the Sun God Empyrean Flower as soon as he returns to the Zhangji Plain and break through the God-Man boundary. As long as Yang Feng uses the power of the Sun God Empyrean Flower to break through the God-Man boundary and consume the medicinal efficacy of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, the Holy Spirit Warlocks won't make things difficult for him. The swarm of battle robots landed in the secret valley with Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him through the top-grade warp gate and disappeared from Sun God Shrine. He's finally gone. That god of slaughter is finally gone. Now that he's gone, Sun God Shrine is finally a bit safer. When the glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yang Feng and the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks enter the mysterious valley, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. As top warlocks, they naturally guessed Yang Feng's plan. If it were them, they would use the Sun God Empyrean Flower as soon as possible instead of being hunted down. Since you can enter Sun God Shrine, you can naturally leave. Ordinary warlocks don't have the ability to leave Sun God Shrine of their own accord. However, the glorious Sun Warlocks don't think that it will be difficult for a powerhouse like Yang Feng to leave Sun God Shrine. Yu Province, one of Zhangji Plain's lower provinces. Due to the existence of Ligui Demon Mountain, Ligui Province is a restricted area for Infinity Warlocks. Although it is rich in resources, but it is not suitable to be the foundation of a powerful sect. After Yang Feng expressed his submission to Great Cloud Dynasty on behalf of Undying Mountain, he obtained a huge fief in Yu Province, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's lower provinces. Although the fief is far less than the fief of Battle Demon sect in the past, but the area of the fief is 10 times larger than that of Earth's Russia, and it is rich in resources. The resources in Yang Feng's fief are far less than those in Ligui Province. However, many of the resources in Yu Province's fief are treasures that Ligui Province doesn't have. The two complemented each other, and it is one of Yang Feng's important bases. To break through the God-Man boundary, warlocks need to absorb a lot of life magic energy and the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The best places to break through the God-Man boundary are Zhangji Plain or the 36 primary material planes. On the Zhangji Plain, the places where the Great Cloud Dynasty and the 3 dynasties are located have the best breakthroughs. In Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces have the best environments. As for Ligui Province, due to the existence of Ligui Demon Mountain, Yang Feng doesn't dare to break through there for fear of alarming the terrifying existence in Ligui Demon Mountain. With the growth of Yang Feng's strength, he began to move his forces from Ligui Province to Yu Province's fief. After a comprehensive consideration, Yang Feng chose to devour and refine the sun god Empyrean flower in Yu province. After comprehensive consideration, Yu province is the most suitable place for Yang Feng to break through. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.